After Christian's death, the girl went to church to pray one last time. And she hoped her wish would come true. He was her only hope to keep living in this world, but now he was gone. And it seemed to her that everything was lost. Barefoot, she walked on the path covering the creaking wooden floor. And she only felt despair. The feeling of hopelessness weakened her so much that at one point, her leg bent uncontrollably. And she fell to the ground. The pain of her beloved's death overwhelmed her. But he hadn't just died. Christian had been murdered, and she suspected who had done it. She already doubted if a God existed in this world, or if Christian was destined to die like that. Abandoned. She also didn't know if she had a purpose to live in this world, but she was willing to give her life instead. With her last hope, she begged God to save her beloved and take her instead. One day something happened, and this girl reincarnated into another identity and was now called Hillary. At first, she thought she had fallen asleep while reading a book, and when she woke up, she felt like a character. But this character did not appear in any line of the romance she had read that night. Approaching the mirror, the girl saw her reflection, that of a very beautiful woman. Hillary turned out to be a simple young woman without a family, but at the same time very wealthy. For no apparent reason. In one of the rooms, she discovered she had many treasures, gold, and precious stones. Normally, such characters appear in novels to save someone or change the plot of the original story. But now the girl didn't know why she ended up being a character, or what to do with all that countless wealth. But then she thought she could become a fan of her favorite character, buy herself a status, and attend a ball. The salesman she approached thought she was crazy, but then he saw a pocket full of gold coins in front of him. Pleased by such unexpected wealth, the man handed Hillary a paper that made her a noble. After buying her noble status, the girl prepared properly, wearing a beautiful outfit, and heading to the ball. That was where she was going to meet the protagonist, whose hair had a pearl sheen. And her eyes were the color of the sea waves. Next to that girl, Hillary felt like she was breathing rays of light. Also present there was Prince John, with a perfect combination of golden eyes and dark hair. That type of character satisfied girls' obsession with dark-haired boys. Hillary found it hard to believe she could now see her favorite characters up close. At the ball, there would also be another character, Heartless, who sometimes made cruel decisions for his goals. But he was also the sweetest man in the world, and his communication with the protagonist was limited. His destiny was unhappy, and in the end, the woman rejected him, ending up with unrequited love. Hillary considered it impossible to find a more handsome and tremendous man elsewhere. He was her favorite character, and now she had spent a fortune just to see those characters at the ball. When those three were together, they looked like a masterpiece painting that never ceased to amaze. But Hillary didn't dare approach and greet them, as there was an aura she couldn't reach. Having been reborn as a side character, she couldn't greet them. However, even with her presence, the world continued its course, and she wished to benefit it. Julia possessed divine healing power and always showed love towards the weak. She was called the only hope in an empire full of greed and deceit. Prince John, who was supposed to become her husband, and his best friend, Marquis Christian, were in love with her. John always supported his chosen one, considering all her actions and decisions correct. For his part, Christian swore he would never abandon her and would remain by her side under any circumstance. But there were also the villains, like Duke Oliver and his daughter Caroline, who possessed great power. The Duke's daughter desired to marry the prince and become empress, so she inflicted an illness upon Julia. She imposed a condition on the prince. He had to accept her engagement if he didn't want Julia to die. John couldn't allow that, so he abandoned his beloved and entered into an unwanted marriage. And in the end, Christian decided to avenge his friend and beloved, forcing the Duke and his daughter to drink poisoned tea. The Marquis believed they would now live happily again. But Julia discovered his act and was deeply saddened. The girl didn't want to hear any apologies from him and asked him never to appear before her again. But Christian couldn't understand why his beloved was so hurt, as he only wanted to save his friends. However, after that incident, Julia distanced herself from him forever and cut off all contact. Shortly after, she married Prince John, and their luxurious wedding was celebrated throughout the empire. By then a year had passed since Hillary entered this story. She had only waited for the end. She hoped to return to her world, as Julia and John seemed very happy. She also hoped her beloved Christian would be happy somewhere behind the scenes. She wanted that intelligent and handsome man not to be trapped in fleeting love, and to continue living. Still, Hillary wished to see him at least once more before saying goodbye, but he didn't appear. And she decided it was time to go back. Leaving her beloved behind, all she had left was to pray for him. But a year later, she found him again. But his appearance was no longer what the story described, and now he looked thin and sickly. Christian appeared before Hillary like a ghost, and she understood that the man was on the verge of death. A year ago, upon waking up, Hillary believed that upon returning to reality, she could only dream of a prosperous life. But at least she could see her family and friends, although she knew no one would believe such an adventure. Hillary knew this story had ended, but she would still miss her favorite characters. After looking around, she finally understood that they weren't sending her back to her original world. The girl thought it happened by accident and that everything would work out when she woke up next time. However, a day passed, then two, then a week and several months, and Hillary was still in the world she had arrived in. She waited another year, but couldn't manage to leave this book, no matter how much she wanted to. Moreover, she gave away all her riches to charity and now lived in a mountain cabin. Hillary felt afraid of having to live in this world without family, friends, or even acquaintances. The future terrified her, something she couldn't influence. But even more, she was terrified by the newspaper reports about the Marquis's new failed suicide attempts. Christian lost the will to live after his best friend, and the woman he loved left him. Throughout that year after the book concluded, he tried to take his own life. But he always failed. Hillary got the impression that someone always stopped and saved him. Still, she hoped he would reconsider and live happily, and she kept praying for it. She also prayed that when she woke up again, she would see her familiar ceiling and the book in her hands. But it never happened, and it seemed to Hillary that this reality was simply mocking her. She didn't understand why this was happening to her. She couldn't go back or see Christian's happy life. She even started thinking that if things kept happening this way, she should disappear from this world too. Entering the forest and trying to get lost, at that moment she heard footsteps approaching her. Lifting her head, she saw Christian in front of her, who was also in very bad shape. For a moment, Hillary thought it was just a dream, as she had stopped believing she would ever see him again. But suddenly, Christian turned around silently and prepared to leave. So she called out to him, hoping not to lose him this time. He answered, and the young woman understood it wasn't a dream, which made her feel considerably better. At that moment, voices of people searching for the missing Marquis began to be heard from the other side. Christian immediately hugged her and covered her mouth with his hand, and she couldn't believe she was so close to him. After waiting a moment and making sure the people had left, the Marquis released her hand. And Hillary could speak. She understood that the man was being sought and offered her help, thinking something had happened. The young woman invited him to her house, which was a bit messy as she lived alone, and had never had visitors. Christian apologized to her for causing trouble, but she showed no anger at all. Hillary still couldn't believe it wasn't a dream, and that Christian, whom she couldn't approach before, was now sitting in front of her, alive. She was interested in what had happened to him in the forest, without insisting on an answer. The boy only wanted to disappear from this world, and seeing that young woman lived alone in the forest, he understood she also had something to say. Hillary confessed that she also felt the same and couldn't return to her friends and family. To her country. She used to believe everything would turn out fine, but a lot of time had passed, and her hope of returning was completely extinguished. Hearing her new friend's story, Christian understood that their desires were very similar. With a small difference. His friend and the beloved person abandoned him, and now he couldn't return to his normal life. That's why he came to the forest thinking death would be better than that life, but he couldn't accept it either. Although it was difficult for him now, Christian still didn't want to die and decided that in this situation, this girl was stronger than him. Hillary looked at him and couldn't believe that her hero, with so many qualities, was now so sad. She also noticed he was very exhausted and thought about getting him something to eat. Still, she saw him as very radiant because she loved him deeply and missed that image. And feeling. Then Hillary asked him to wait a moment, promising to return, and thought she had understood why she had been trapped in this story for a year. She believed it was her destiny to meet Christian, so now she bought him the best fruit at the nearest store. Hillary had to restore his will to live, so she started with hot food and laid him down under a warm blanket. She also wanted to chat a bit with him and hoped that even if they weren't the protagonists, they could take care of each other. But when Hillary returned home, she found a gruesome scene. Christian was on the floor, and next to him was a bloody knife. The girl trembled with fear and couldn't believe she had lost her beloved as soon as she met him. She had already seen a spark of life in him and hoped they could live happily. At least he now understood the real reason why she had come to this world. But she didn't understand why she had to go through this horror. Hillary held the lifeless body of her beloved and didn't understand why he had acted that way. Then she found a note on the table where Christian apologized for staining her home with his blood and promised to compensate her. The next day, Christian's death was the main news in the newspapers. But only for one day. They quickly forgot his death, as the newspaper pages were filled with the scandal between Julia and John. Hillary couldn't believe something like this could happen, as they seemed so happy. Now their beautiful love, which had lasted more than 2 years, quickly faded. Hillary's life became empty after Christian's death, and she became very angry. Because now she had no hope. The young woman no longer had the strength to care for her health or her soul. Then, in a state of despair and without any hope, she headed to the church, pushing people without realizing it. Some were annoyed with her, but those who already knew her understood she was deeply depressed by grief. They watched Hillary arrive at the temple every day and simply wander, hoping she would finally speak to the saint. However, she hadn't appeared at the temple since becoming the prince's wife. And now she didn't care about commoners. Meanwhile, Hillary couldn't stop thinking about Christian, who had always been the meaning of her life. But now that he was gone, this world ceased to exist for her, and she wished to abandon it in any way. Although the Marquis died by his own hand, the girl understood that he had actually been killed. Hillary was sure it was his friends who had distanced themselves from him and betrayed him, killing him thus. Now the girl prayed for her wish to come true, so she could give her life instead of his. Overwhelmed by grief and hatred, Hillary raised her head and shouted that to the entire temple. Suddenly, she felt she was on something soft, and then she saw the familiar ceiling. The girl looked around and realized she was in the room where she lived before moving to the mountain. However, she clearly remembered being in the temple and thought that one of the saints had transported her here. Then suddenly, she noticed that nothing hurt, and she felt very well. Even her headache was gone, as if she had returned to her original body, the one she had from the beginning. Hillary wondered what it could mean, and decided to peek out the window to understand the situation. When she did, she saw the street where a parade announcing Julia's wedding was taking place. And John. On that day, during their wedding celebration, a grand festival was organized for everyone to celebrate their happiness. Hillary understood that, somehow, she had traveled back in time, right to the wedding day of the story's protagonists. But she didn't understand why it happened, and at first thought it wasn't worth worrying about. Then she remembered that this was also the day Marquis Christian would attempt to take his own life for the first time. The young woman prepared quickly. She found a coachman and immediately demanded that he take her to the Marquis. Harley trusted that another opportunity was presenting itself, but now she had no intention of reconciling Julia, now married with Christian. She clearly remembered that while John burned for Julia with ardent passion, the Marquis dedicated all his attention to her. However, that young woman never thanked him for anything, taking it for granted. Harley soon arrived at the Marquis's house and wanted to make sure his love for Julia wasn't wasted in vain. At the door, however, she was stopped by the guards, and the young woman confessed to them that she had an important message for Christian. But they still wouldn't let her pass. So she decided to trick them and shouted that Saint Julia was appearing behind them. While they were fearfully trying to figure it out, Harley slipped past them and ran towards her goal. The young woman knew a terrible event was about to happen on the second floor and immediately rushed there, pushing the servants aside. She also wanted Julia to understand everything the Marquis had done for her, and that her accusations were very cruel. Bursting into the room, Harley shouted at the Marquis, who already held a knife to his throat. That stopped him, and he decided to find out who dared to burst in and disturb him. Harley understood what he was about to do, but now she didn't know how to explain her sudden appearance. But most of all, she wished Julia would regret breaking the Marquis's heart. Then she threw herself at Christian, snatched the knife from him, and knocked him to the ground. While he tried to understand what was happening, Hilary already knew she would do anything for her abandoned beloved. Standing in front of him, with her hand on her heart, she said she wanted to become Christian's Marchioness. William, the butler who looked after Christian after the previous Marquis, was deeply shocked by what he saw. He always believed that his master, despite the rejection, would recover from the defeat and regain his former strength. Now he saw total chaos in his room, his master on the verge of suicide and a girl suddenly entering. Then that same girl proposed marriage to him, leaving the butler incapable of reasoning. Only Hilary felt satisfied, as she managed to prevent the Marquis's suicide. She couldn't allow his death according to the script, so she decided to change the story a bit. Her thoughts were interrupted when Christian, intrigued, asked her why she wanted to marry him. Hilary tried to clarify that this wasn't what she wanted, but noticed the Marquis had laughed. He understood he looked lighthearted at that moment, but he allowed her to continue with what she desired. The girl was surprised by the sudden response and knew that not everything would be so simple. Although Christian was suffering, he agreed, but this was about more than just a simple request. It was a marriage. She wanted to talk more with him, but the Marquis asked her to negotiate the details with the butler. Then Christian wished to rest and ordered them both out of his room. Hilary tried to understand what had just happened, and William simply called the guards to maintain the Marquis's peace. A little later, she went to the butler's office and presented her name and title. William decided to ask the young woman some more rude questions, but she didn't get upset. Since according to the novel's plot, this man was the rudest character, and she was already prepared to listen to him. The butler began by pointing out that Hilary had burst into the Marquis's quarters of her own accord, ignoring security. Furthermore, she burst into his room and knocked him down, causing Christian to end up falling and hurting himself. However, William understood that, without her presence, the Marquis would no longer be alive. And for that, he was grateful to her. In the previous version, where Hilary didn't exist, this man had tried harder to prevent the Marquis's death. He understood that Christian did not die in his own house, so now he should thank the butler. But William continued to say that, from the threshold, the young woman tried to convey a message to the Marquis. Then she ran straight to his room, as if she knew Christian was about to die at any moment. But Hilary didn't know how to explain it better. She knew that if she admitted to time traveling, the butler would simply mock her. But she also understood that it was just a novel, and she could attribute certain supernatural abilities to herself. Moreover, she had intervened in Christian's life, so she was no longer a superfluous character, but a very important one. To the butler, Hilary simply replied that she could see the future. That's why she ran to help the Marquis. From William's reaction, the girl understood that he hadn't believed her and decided to prove it by recalling a detail. She told him about the pink diamond that the Marquis had asked the butler to deliver as a gift to Saint Julia. But he never carried out the order, and now the diamond is in the third drawer of the Marquis's desk in his office. Only Christian and William knew this fact, and the girl considered it enough to demonstrate her abilities. The butler reflected, and Hilary continued by saying that the Marquis would continue to act senselessly in the future. Now she felt obliged to use her abilities to save his life, but added that she must stay close to prevent him from trying to die again. And for that, she needed authority. That was the only reason she considered becoming Marchioness. The girl also promised to provide a written document in which she swore she would never own this house, and that she would never harm the Marquis. The butler listened to her, but he wasn't the one who decided these matters, and he suggested she speak to the Marquis the next day. Hilary was happy to have convinced the butler and set off to leave the mansion. But William felt it was too late for her to return home and suggested she stay in the guest room. Being alone, Hilary felt too tired, but she had come a long way. Now she had to plan her next steps, as her goal was to save the Marquis. Christian couldn't sleep at that moment. He remembered the night's events and thought about what to do next. Mentally, he addressed Julia to ask for some guidance on how to act. Before sleeping, Hilary weighed that she herself didn't expect something like this, and suddenly, she saw a little angel and a little devil on her shoulders. She thought they were the ones who instigated her to make such an impulse. They insisted that, in reality, she desired to become the Marquis's wife, and that it was a crucial step in her life. However, what was done couldn't be undone, and the young woman was still inside the romance. Still, she convinced herself that at first, she didn't intend to marry him, only to be his secretary. The little devil insisted that she had clearly heard Hilary's desire to marry Christian. Because, upon seeing him on the verge of death, she understood that being a secretary wasn't enough. That's why she had to pretend to be a seer to have the chance to save the Marquis. That was her sole and main objective, and then the little angel and little devil agreed to help her. Then she heard that they were always with her, although she didn't understand who they were, as she saw no one in front of her. She opened her eyes and confirmed it was morning, and understood it had been a dream. The dream seemed strange to her, and she wondered what meaning it could have. A little later, the butler visited her and asked how she had slept, to which she thanked him for the soft bed. Then William noticed the young woman eagerly awaiting a response from the Marquis, which surprised him since she could see the future. Hilary asked about Christian's health and discovered that he was much calmer today. The butler again wondered why Hilary could see the future, but not this. The girl explained that she could only see big and significant events, not so many small details. William apologized for his bad joke, but Hilary didn't like those kinds of jokes. Then, the butler confessed that the Marquis had asked him for something the previous night, and he had spent the whole night preparing documents. For not having slept, Hilary felt a little ashamed towards him. William also allowed her to review the documents and attend the Marquis, but asked her to use careful words. Hilary promised everything would be fine and asked him to bring a fruit punch at the end. And brandy. Afterward, the butler called Christian's room, and the girl prepared for a very important conversation. When she entered, the Marquis was sitting on his bed looking slightly disheveled. Hilary was ready for the meeting, but seeing his gaze, she immediately remembered that tragic event. Still, she controlled herself and politely greeted the Marquis, but he remained silent. The girl held her breath, and then the butler approached with 2 stacks of documents. He asked her to read them carefully and then discuss them, and handed her the pile of papers. According to the documents, Hilary saw that she would have the right to the privileges of the Marchioness title. Moreover, like in a married couple, she had the right to the property of Marquis Christian. But the young woman didn't need either the property or the money of her future husband, as she wasn't a swindler. The butler took Hilary's wish into account and promised to remove this part of the contract. William wanted to clarify something else with the Marquis, but saw that he was already signing the documents. The butler was surprised, as he hadn't even read or edited them, but Christian didn't care, as long as they stopped bothering him. Not knowing what else to say, William didn't try to contradict him, and Hilary saw that dark look on his face again. Still, she decided to approach him and promised him he would never regret it. She even bowed her head and smiled sweetly at him, hoping that would alleviate his dark mood a little. But Christian didn't want to listen to anyone at that moment, not even her, and asked the young woman to leave him alone. He and the butler left his room, after which Hilary set off to go to the temple. William didn't fully understand her intentions and wanted to know why she needed to go there now. But the young woman didn't plan to stay there and wished to give something back to the Marquis. Hilary already had some plans during the night and morning, and decided to start with Julia. This young woman, although possessing divine power, was a commoner, and her position in the temple was not secure. Christian donated the most fertile land to the temple for her, and this helped her achieve a solid position. Then, Julia became the wife of the crown prince and felt very happy. This twist in the story deeply saddened Hilary, as Julia didn't even thank the Marquis for his gifts. She couldn't let it go like that. So upon arriving at the temple, she planned to remind that girl of everything the Marquis had done for her. The young woman almost cursed her, and wished her neck would ache from receiving so many presents from Christian. As soon as Hilary got out of the carriage and was about to enter, a monk stopped her. He saw the Marquis's carriage approaching, and ran so fast he was out of breath, wishing to greet him. But upon seeing her, he was surprised, and she clarified that she would replace him that day. Then, Hilary introduced herself as the Marquis's wife, which left the monk genuinely perplexed. He didn't believe her and advised her to lie better, as everyone knows the Marquis will never forget Julia. While that man tried to understand how Hilary had gotten into the carriage, she was already heading to her business. The young woman didn't want to talk to a fraud like him and wanted to meet someone of higher rank. The monk tried to reply, but immediately received a slap in the face with a small bag of gold that Hilary threw at him to silence him. Then she requested to see the high priest, and the man in the habit agreed to guide her to him and show her everything. Inside, she was greeted by another man in a habit named Greg, but she understood he was not the high priest either. He was very busy, and it wasn't easy to meet him, so Greg recommended she speak directly to the high priest. Greg wanted to clarify first if she truly was the Marquis's wife, but the young woman understood his suspicions. She briefly told him they had married that very day and that the priest could send someone to the Marquis to confirm it. Hilary also handed him a paper with Christian's signature and seal, but Greg decided to verify it anyway. The young woman didn't like him from the first moment, and he seemed like a very suspicious type. As they continued talking, Hilary explained that she had come because of the Marquis's donations. And now she wanted to recover the land that had been given to the temple because of Julia. This statement drove the priest crazy, and he even shouted that Hilary should not ask for that. Greg asserted that Hilary would attract divine anger by trying to snatch what belongs to God. But the young woman corrected him, as the land was given to the prince's wife, considered a saint, not to God. Now that that saint is no longer in the temple, Hilary considered that the land was also no longer necessary. The young woman knew that greed had blinded the priests, and they had kept Julia's property. Then Greg asked the guest to wait a moment, and Hilary noticed that her words had an effect. If it hadn't worked, she would have had to threaten Julia's and the clergy's image. And she was glad she hadn't resorted to that. Still, it hurt a bit that she couldn't reveal the true coldness of her saint. While Hilary was reflecting, the bishop approached from behind, which she didn't expect. He explained that they had been informed of everything. Furthermore, they verified Marquis Christian's signature and seal. The documents turned out to be authentic, and now the head priest, Thomas, hoped his subordinates hadn't violated the boundaries during that time. Then, he began to talk about why Hilary had come, also wondering why she had decided to return the land. The young woman repeated that she wanted that land back, but Thomas was sure she had made a vain trip. He didn't want to bore her with all the details, but he made it clear to her that the temple could not return that land. Thomas only clarified that the Marquis knew the land would not entirely belong to Julia. That the land now belonged to the temple saddened Hilary, but she didn't intend to give up just like that. The young woman decided to threaten the head priest that the next day the newspapers would have quite scandalous headlines. For example, about the cruelty of a saint the whole world admires, or about the villain who used the Marquis for her own status. Thomas didn't expect to hear something like that, but Hilary understood from his expression that the blackmail was working. The head priest couldn't say anything for the moment, and knew he had gotten into a very unfavorable situation. But then he decided to pretend he knew nothing about it, and that it sounded completely absurd. However, Hilary still didn't accept that the church acted without self-interest, and that the temple did nothing for profit. And she decided to wipe away Thomas's forced smile, with which he tried to hide his unease. Hilary proposed a headline that said the prince's wife was a loyal dog of the church. She also revealed that Julia had shown her dual nature, using pure devotion with greed, and annexing a powerful piece of land. Hilary recalled that the aristocrats still didn't understand why the prince had chosen a common girl as his wife. Julia is supported by the people, of course, but many aristocrats still do not accept her. And if it is discovered that this saint and the temple acted together, the consequences will be disastrous. Thomas was perplexed upon receiving threats, but Hilary was not of noble origin, so she couldn't care less. Furthermore, the young woman warned that if the head priest did not return the land, she would inform the emperor immediately. She planned to reveal that the temple stole offerings and only cared about itself. Thomas was already nervous, but he was sure the girl had no proof. But Hilary knew that if she went to the emperor, severe investigations would begin in the temple, and more irregularities would be discovered. She also assured him that she had evidence that would accelerate things, so Thomas decided to consult with his men to plan the best strategy. In reality, Hilary was lying. Although she knew the temple wasn't as innocent as it seemed, and something might come to light after all. And based on his reaction, she had acted correctly. After that, the young woman proposed to resolve everything quietly and calmly. Approaching the head priest, Hilary hinted that she perfectly understood what he was talking about. And he, for his part, clearly understood that he had no choice left. At dusk, Hilary returned to her new home and found the butler excited there. He didn't know why she had taken so long at the temple and started to worry. But the young woman assured him that everything was fine. Then she took out a document proving that the land, previously belonging to the temple, was now once again under the Marquis's control. William couldn't believe that such a simple young woman could have recovered those lands. And he was very happy. While she was telling the butler how the head priest was handing over those lands, Christian was watching from the window. Hilary noticed his gaze fixed on her, but when she turned around, he was no longer in his place. William then advised that the lady go directly to him to tell him this pleasant news. The young woman would have liked to, but she understood that Christian was not yet used to her, and asked the butler to do it. He accepted and also offered Hilary to rest and promised to send a maid to help her. While reflecting on how she had handled the priest, the young woman didn't realize a full day had passed. She was sure that with this start, she would soon get her revenge, and decided to check the condition of the land the next day. While reflecting on her future plans, the young woman didn't notice she had fallen asleep. Meanwhile, at the imperial palace, Don Juan had already been informed that the Marquis had a wife, and he planned to check it personally. Lady Hilary was in Christian's office the next day, and he started a conversation about her actions. The young woman began to apologize for acting without his authorization. At the same time, she didn't understand why it was happening now, as she had planned to go inspect the land. And suddenly, the host unexpectedly called her to his side, something he hadn't done before, not even looking at her. It occurred to Hilary that he didn't like her returning the lands, and now he would kick her out. But Christian spoke to her differently, and then she saw that he was looking directly at her. The Marquis asked her name, and the young woman told him completely, including which family she was from. Continuing to review the newspaper, Christian confirmed she wasn't an aristocrat before. Then he became interested in the real reason why she wanted to marry him. The young woman was surprised. She didn't expect that question, at least not now, and reflected on the answer. Christian even stopped reading and looked attentively at his wife. Then she shouted furiously that she deeply hated the prince and his wife. Hilary knew those ridiculous excuses wouldn't work, so she moved to the next step. She wished those two would apologize to the Marquis and that he would stop thinking about death. The Marquis thought Julia and John had stood in his way, but she clarified it wasn't her, but Christian who was in danger. And now she only wished those two wretches would regret their treacherous decision. Before that, the Marquis met with the butler, who told him that young woman could predict the future. Christian looked at him with skepticism and decided it was time for him to retire, if he was already thinking such things. But William told him how he found out about Hilary, that she already knew about the Marquis's suicide attempt. He also said that this girl knew about the diamond story and advised him to include a renunciation of inheritance in the prenuptial agreement. However, William pointed out that Hilary had returned the lands to them and was now sure she cared about the Marquis. Christian remembered that, indeed, she didn't claim rank or wealth and returned the lands on her own initiative. Now he understood she was acting on his behalf, but he didn't understand why, as they had never met before. The girl didn't know what to answer, because he wouldn't understand the interest of someone who didn't know him. The Marquis was intrigued whether Hilary had another reason for choosing him, but he couldn't see it. With no answer, the girl decided to go on the offensive and suggested that he didn't like her actions. And if that was the case, she was ready to sign the divorce agreement and leave his house immediately. Hilary felt like an unwelcome third party, and if the Marquis didn't like it, she would simply leave. Christian hesitated for a moment and confessed that he had received a letter from Prince John. He understood these were his affairs and that Hilary had to solve it alone, so he didn't plan to intervene. Although in reality he was interested in how everything would end, he allowed her to act as she saw fit. On one hand, Hilary felt relief and promised to return after meeting with the Crown Prince. But she still needed confirmation that she wasn't an imposter, and Christian promised to write a handwritten letter. Hilary thanked her husband for his understanding and help, and allowed him to go prepare. In the hallway, she ran into the butler, who was nervous again, and begged her not to think it was all his fault. But she wasn't worried about that anymore. She assured him everything was fine, and told him she needed to go somewhere. When William learned that his lady was visiting the Crown Prince, he immediately promised to prepare everything right away. The butler summoned almost all the servants and ordered them to arrange everything with the utmost perfection. The maids found out that their mistress would also be receiving Lady Julia and committed to doing it flawlessly. In a short time, everything was ready, and Hilary didn't even recognize her reflection in the mirror. She looked that beautiful with makeup and jewels. Although she was quite attractive before, she now looked at herself like an authentic beauty. And the servants agreed. Still, Hilary didn't fully understand why everyone was now so concerned about her. Now that she had suddenly appeared as the Marchioness, the maids shouted that she should give the prince the same as she gave to the Marquis's lands. Although Julia was the favorite in this story, Hilary was glad that now they trusted herself. Dressed from head to toe, she prepared for the appointment and wouldn't lose even by a bit. However, remembering how beautiful Lady Julia was, Hilary was a little afraid of losing. She soon arrived at the palace and politely greeted the prince and his wife. John was surprised to see she was the Marquis's wife, and Julia thought they had met before. Hilary remembered when she first saw Julia upon arriving in this world. At that time, that girl was dressed simply but elegantly. In the temple, Julia healed people's wounds, dedicating her smile to them. At that time, she was truly a saint to everyone, but now this heroine is completely different. Hilary didn't understand how someone could not love a person like Julia. But now she only appeared in luxurious places. She became a member of the imperial family and goes everywhere only with her husband, the Crown Prince. Upon meeting her, Hilary assured them that they probably mistook her for someone else. Soon they were sitting at the tea table, and the Marchioness presented the marriage document. She also presented the prince with a handwritten letter from the Marquis. John recognized his old friend's handwriting, and then Julia asked to be shown it too. She looked at it closely and understood that the letter was really from Christian. But she didn't understand how the Marquis could have married so quickly, as he had just declared his love for her not long ago. John agreed with his wife, as Christian was not the type of person to make important decisions lightly. However, his letter and the marriage document contradicted that. Moreover, Hilary had arrived in the Marquis's carriage. So the prince had no choice but to accept that his friend had married that charming young woman. Seeing their expressions, Hilary understood they still had doubts, but that didn't change the fact that she was a Marchioness. The prince kept looking at the young woman with distrust and believed she was now abusing her power. He knew that she had returned Christian's lands and, moreover, had threatened the head priest. However, for Hilary, there was no threat. She simply obtained an answer to her logical explanations. But the prince considered that if an explanation seemed like a threat to someone, then it was a threat. The young woman corrected him, saying it was more like blackmail, using her position. Then Julia intervened, claiming that the temple did not possess private property and that everything dedicated to it belonged to the gods. Hilary then insinuated that the princess had used her divine powers only for the benefit of the imperial family. The girl remembered a time when she escaped sick to the temple and prayed to meet the saint. However, Julia no longer had time for people like her, and Hilary ended up on the verge of death from being rejected. Upon becoming the prince's wife, Saint Julia no longer cared about common people. In that tragic moment in the temple, Hilary understood that the saint no longer belonged to the people. After that act by the princess, it could be stated without fear of error that her gift no longer coincided with the divine will. Julia was paralyzed by surprise and the unexpected situation, not knowing how to answer the Marchioness. But then, the prince intervened and ordered Hilary to control her words. As she was speaking to his wife, the girl apologized immediately for her words and then asked the prince a question. She wanted to know if he wished for Marquis Christian to donate those lands to the temple. John remembered that his friend had actually donated those lands to the saint because he felt affection for her. Then, Hilary suspected that the prince wanted his friend to be tied down by his old love for the princess. At that moment, neither John nor Julia had anything to say, and the Marchioness understood that these two people couldn't argue. But she wanted Christian to forget his past love forever, which would require clarifying his past actions in front of everyone. Then, Hilary told them she wasn't bothered by her husband's past, as he would now have a better future. But in reality, the girl planned to ruin his future and get revenge on her beloved. John noticed that this girl had no manners or respect and didn't understand how she had entered the Marquis's life. However, the process of marriage between men and women varies and doesn't necessarily require passionate love. Then the prince asked why Christian had chosen her, as many noble girls pursued him. And then Hilary decided to reveal that she, like the saint, possessed a certain supernatural ability. The couple prepared to listen to her attentively, but her answer was that she could see the future. And as Hilary had supposed, Prince John didn't believe her words, as he was always skeptical about such matters. However, the girl noticed that Julia was quite shaken upon hearing it. As she considered herself the most special, Hilary also decided to prove to the prince that she was telling the truth, and she could tell him about the future. And John heard that an important thief who was causing riots in the imperial capital would soon be captured. Upon returning home, Hilary told the Marquis how her meeting went, and she was especially interested in the moment about the future. Christian assumed she meant the thief, who only stole jewels at parties. The girl confirmed, but also admitted that the prince didn't believe her anyway. And he got angry until the end. Then, the Marquis was intrigued by how Julia reacted and discovered that she only asked for the lands to be returned. But Hilary had to clearly explain Christian's intentions at the moment he gifted that land to her. In the end, the princess understood everything. At least that's what the Marquis hoped. But she also noticed some confusion in her husband and thought he still loved her. Although Christian only gifted her those lands then, and upon recovering them, they no longer mattered to him at all. Then he decided to thank his wife for what she did for him. But for her, seeing his face every day was enough, although she enjoyed the moment he leaned towards her. She even wondered how exactly he planned to thank her, but suddenly he moved away. Christian asked what she wanted for her work and asked her not to delay in answering. But Hilary did it for him without expecting anything, although she did need something. The girl thought for a moment and then asked the Marquis for permission to hire a tutor. Meanwhile, she dreamed of Christian and couldn't forget that moment when he was so close to her. The desire to hire a tutor seemed strange to the Marquis, but he had already promised. And he asked if she had someone in mind. Hilary selected Mrs. Elizabeth, who worked in the drawing room, and Christian was intrigued as to why precisely her. But the girl wanted that woman specifically and didn't understand why her husband reacted that way. Mrs. Elizabeth was the aristocrat closest to Lady Julia, and Hilary planned to recruit her to teach her. Some time ago, two women who opposed the princess were poisoned with toxic tea. After their deaths, the nobles changed their stance and no longer opposed Julia. But there were still some who were not satisfied with the prince's wife. And Hilary decided to take advantage of them. Although Mrs. Elizabeth treated the princess kindly, the Marchioness chose her for other reasons. That woman truly appreciated Julia and advised her not to reject her love for John. She also taught the princess court etiquette and became her spiritual mentor. Hilary knew that woman could not feign ignorance about the situation. Moreover, Hilary understood that Julia would take measures to gain the support of the nobility in the near future. That's why Hilary decided she must win over Mrs. Elizabeth before anyone else. Christian no longer bothered his wife with questions and told her to entrust the matter to William. The Marquis did not know Hilary's plans, but he remained grateful to her anyway. The young woman only thanked her husband and was happy that Christian had treated her well. Not only was she happy, but she wanted to jump for joy, although for now she restrained herself. Once in her room, she could unleash her emotions and jumped on the bed like a child. The girl understood that all her efforts had paid off and believed things would get better. The next day, Hilary was the first to ask the butler to contact Mrs. Elizabeth. She understood she should have invited her to her house, but the latter asked the Marchioness to come to hers. She didn't want to give the lady the impression of being arrogant, as, like Julia, she was also of humble origin nobility. Furthermore, Hilary asked the butler to help her prepare for the trip, and she was ready to leave for Elizabeth's house. She didn't expect the lady to respond so quickly, but she didn't want to delay her visit. And soon she arrived at her house. There she was greeted by a young man working for Elizabeth, and the Marchioness noticed that everything in the house was gleaming. Hilary introduced herself to that servant and indicated that Mrs. Elizabeth had agreed to meet her there. The young man invited her in to wait, and she immediately noticed the fixed stares of other people in the house. Hilary even felt a little awkward and thought she had pronounced her title too loudly. Then she thought that the rumors about what happened in the temple had spread quickly. That's why they were looking at her like that. Suddenly, Hilary felt the urge to leave quickly upon hearing someone call her name. Mrs. Elizabeth approached her. She called her and saved her from the awkward situation and the stares. The lady invited the visitor to accompany her and offered her some snacks and sweets. Once in the study, Elizabeth admitted she hadn't expected such a quick visit from the Marchioness. But she was glad. She also acknowledged that they usually called her to their homes and was a little surprised by the personal visit. But Hilary wanted to express her serious intentions with a direct visit, so she came. The reason Elizabeth invited her was the honesty and humility of Mrs. Julia. With a sad face, Hilary confessed to the lady that she greatly needed her help. Elizabeth was moved to see the guest's sadness and offered to help her in everything. The Marchioness started by saying she had no one left to ask for help, which is why she came directly to her. The hostess showed sincere empathy for her guest and, handing her a handkerchief, asked her to share her sorrow. The young woman began her story with her stepfather, Lord Adam, who had no children of his own. That's why he adopted her, with the intention of presenting her in high society later. But due to her humble origins, her place in society was only in a corner at the edge. Now she held the title of Marchioness, but she lacked a lot. Hilary expressed her hope that Mrs. Elizabeth could help her, and saw that she was willing to agree. Of course, she made up this whole story, but she needed to do it to win over the lady. Hilary believed that playing the role of a shy, modest, and sensible young woman would help her. And even if she couldn't reach Julia's level, as a compassionate person, Elizabeth would help her. The lady hesitated for a moment, and the Marchioness thought the woman seemed insecure. However, she was a person who always offered her help first, and Hilary didn't understand why she was wrong. She even started to think that Elizabeth didn't like her, and began to exert pressure by saying that her request was a burden on the lady. The lady objected that it was not difficult for her at all to agree to the Marchioness's request. But something had caught her attention very much. Then, she acknowledged that she was intrigued by the way the Marquis had married Hilary so suddenly. The young woman understood that Christian's hasty decision was what tormented Elizabeth, and she decided to continue her strategy. That was even positive for her, as it meant that this woman was interested in Hilary. And she kept drawing her closer to her side. The young woman confessed that she had admired the Marquis for a long time, but she was also deeply worried about him, since she knew Christian had been devastated by grief after the prince's wedding ceremony with Julia. And precisely that night, Hilary proposed marriage to him. The Marquis was shattered, and probably that's why he accepted the proposal. Having received such an unusual service from him, Hilary decided it was only fair to return the favor. At that moment, Elizabeth understood that this girl had gone to the temple to do something nice for her husband. The Marchioness confirmed that her husband had been generous in giving what belonged to him. But that generosity was not reciprocated. It was known to everyone that the Marquis showed special interest in Lady Julia. And that worried them. However, Hilary continued by saying she knew her place and understood she wasn't even worthy of the princess's shoes. But as long as Mr. Christian doesn't regain his sanity and doesn't give her the divorce document, she wants to return the favor. Elizabeth felt a bit confused hearing those words, since the young woman had successfully returned his lands. However, she perfectly understood Hilary's feelings, and that's why she agreed to help her. The young woman was satisfied, and Mrs. Elizabeth immediately decided to devise a training plan for her. Soon, the lady was teaching her everything, from social protocol to precautionary measures, and even fashion. At first, it was difficult for the young woman to remember so much information, as the lady taught her everything she herself knew. A few days later, a maid named Clarissa approached Hilary and informed her that the thief had already been captured. This made the Marchioness happy, as the thief had been bothering the capital for months. But this morning they caught him. Continuing her task, the young woman reflected that now the prince and Julia would stop doubting her. Hilary even felt like seeing their faces at the moment they were informed of this news. Moreover, the young woman had grown very close to Elizabeth and had gotten used to constantly learning. So she understood that things were going well. As long as Clara didn't leave, the Marchioness wanted to know how her husband was feeling at that moment. The maid hesitated a little, but then explained that the Marquis was receiving a guest in his office. This surprised Hilary a bit, as she didn't believe Christian was in a condition to receive anyone. So the Marchioness started asking who had arrived and discovered it was a man named Harold. That name was sometimes used by the Crown Prince when he needed to hide his identity. He had now come to the Marquis immediately after the thief's capture, and Hilary decided to go meet her husband. Although she didn't understand why Christian hadn't called her, she hurried so that nothing would happen. In front of the door to the Marquis's office, Hilary saw the butler, who was definitely trying to eavesdrop. Upon seeing his lady, William tried to explain that he was just worried if something went wrong. But the young woman understood him perfectly and asked him not to apologize for such an action. Then she sat down next to the butler herself, and he told her that until that moment they had simply been talking. A few seconds after Hilary put her ear to the door, she heard very suspicious sounds. The sound seemed like glass breaking, and she waited no longer, fearing for her beloved's life. Rushing into the office, the girl saw the broken window pane, and the Marquis's fist covered in blood. Next to her husband was John, but at that moment he said nothing and just watched. Christian looked very bad, and Hilary, frightened, rushed to him immediately. She asked him what was wrong and how he felt, and was about to call a doctor. At that instant, Prince John answered, wishing to say something more to his old friend. Hilary understood that the Marquis had hurt himself because of her, and immediately shouted at the prince, demanding that he leave. The girl was very angry and willing to do whatever was necessary not to allow her husband to suffer more harm. John stayed there for a moment, but understood that he couldn't do anything more at that moment. And while Hilary kept checking on her husband, he turned around and headed for the exit. Christian looked very bad, and the Marchioness wanted to help him sit on the bed. She begged him to hold on a little longer, as the doctor would arrive soon. The Marquis tried to feign indifference to her efforts, but she noticed that his face betrayed his emotions. Then Christian's condition worsened, and the girl could barely hold him up so he wouldn't fall. A short while later, Hilary was sitting by her husband's bed, who fell asleep after the doctor's examination. The doctor explained that his wound was not deep, and that this usually happens when people cannot restrain themselves in a rush of feelings. The girl was happy that everything was fine with Christian, but she also wanted to know what they were talking about. At that moment, the Marquis opened his eyes, and Hilary was so surprised that she even jumped slightly. Christian asked her if she knew that Prince John would arrive today. Hilary understood he was referring to her superpower, but clarified that such details were not within her reach. Then the Marquis confessed that he actually didn't want to receive the prince at his house that day. And he added that not only that day, but he never wanted to see him again. Christian began to recall their encounter when John arrived at his mansion, and upon seeing the state of his old friend, he began to ask questions. The Marquis didn't want to answer, and sarcastically said that the prince was enjoying his honeymoon. But in reality, John had come to personally confirm whether the Marquis had married Hilary. Christian replied that it wasn't just princes who were allowed to marry, everyone could. The prince found that marriage suspicious, completely contrary to the Marquis's usual behavior. Now, Christian no longer saw the point in living cautiously. Even less since, precisely because of that lack of caution, the Marquis had fallen madly in love with Lady Julia. Then he confessed to his old friend that on that day, the day he got married, he decided to take his own life. But she stopped him by using her gift of premonition to burst into his room. Then, the young woman asked the Marquis to marry her. And he agreed, adding afterward that it actually didn't concern the prince. Then John began to ask why Christian hadn't told him anything if he felt so much pain. But at that moment, the Marquis and the prince were still friends, and he simply didn't have the courage to interfere with their happiness. Now Christian felt guilty about everything, for falling in love and for wishing to die. John still didn't understand why his friend was like this now, as he wasn't like this before. He also said that Julia was also worried about the Marquis, and that's why she didn't even sleep all night. But Christian didn't understand why, if she was so worried, she hadn't written him a single letter. Then he realized his old friend had only come to mock him, and he demanded that he leave his house. At that very moment, filled with fury, Christian punched the glass with his fist and cut himself. He now considered his attitude arrogant, although in reality he wished happiness for them both. It was just that, when they pushed him to the edge of the abyss, he managed to look into his heart and couldn't bear it. That's why Christian decided to die, and then he was disappointed to suddenly survive. Now, thanks to Hilary, the Marquis understood certain things and decided to be honest with himself. He thanked his wife very much and even smiled a little at her, which made her happy. But then the young woman claimed there was no need to thank her, as she did it for him. For Hilary, the Marquis was the meaning of her life, and she was willing to do anything for the person she loved. Meanwhile, the prince returned to the palace and told the princess how his meeting with the Marquis had gone. Julia couldn't believe that Christian had decided to take his own life because he married her. She was also very surprised that young Hilary had managed to stop him and was now the Marchioness. For Julia, there was no doubt that this woman was a true seer, but the prince had certain reservations. John decided that first, he must find out the true purpose of his marriage to the Marquis. Julia reflected and soon agreed with her husband. Indeed, everything seemed strange. For her part, Hilary, on the day the Marquis opened his heart to her, decided again to live for him. A few days later, the Marchioness was invited to a gathering where the hostess announced that she was the person everyone was eagerly awaiting. A few days ago, when Hilary was attending a training class, she received an invitation from Countess Pamela. The young woman showed the invitation to Madame Elizabeth, who was very surprised. The Countess invited many aristocrats to tea because she wished to make new contacts. The teacher knew the date of the event, but didn't imagine she would receive the invitation so soon. That Countess was a very active person, and her authority did not yield to Madame Elizabeth's. But it was incomprehensible to Hilary why Madame was now so worried about that invitation. Elizabeth, on the other hand, asked if the Marchioness would respond to this invitation, something she considered a problem. The girl understood they invited her more out of interest, as no one knew her before. Now she had unexpectedly accepted the Marquis's title, in addition to recovering the temple's lands. Hilary understood that a scandal might arise, but she also needed to know what the Countess was thinking at that moment. Because in the original, this aristocrat showed a completely neutral attitude towards Julia. Moreover, Pamela was neither like the pious ones nor like Madame Elizabeth, and Hilary considered it a problem. And the Countess was not an important character, and now she didn't know how to handle her. Madame, for her part, remained worried, as she was not a common aristocrat. Hilary also didn't know what conversation topic would be neutral if she decided to attend. And now she was racking her brain over it, as she didn't know what Pamela liked. Furthermore, she had just begun to learn manners and protocol, but she couldn't ignore the Countess either. But everything Hilary did was for her dear Marquis Christian, and she decided she would accept. And Elizabeth understood that, even in that situation, her student only thought of her husband. And if Hilary rejected the invitation, the Countess, by her nature, would spread bad rumors about her. Elizabeth decided to help this girl in every way she could, as she considered her a very good person. Hilary understood that Elizabeth fully supported the idea and decided to accept the invitation. Some time later, the Marchioness was already at the Countess's property, who thanked everyone for having arrived. The young aristocratic ladies also began to thank her for the invitation. For Hilary, it seemed she was very close to the Countess, but the lady had already taught her some tricks. Meanwhile, Pamela announced that among them was someone everyone was eager to meet. Then, she looked at the Marchioness, as if expecting her to start greeting immediately. However, Hilary paused, and Pamela asked her to introduce herself to the other guests. At that moment, the girl remembered Elizabeth's lesson, which said that important older people would attend the tea. Therefore, she should expect the Countess to look at her with superiority, as she was only 20 years old. Then, the lady decided to share a secret with her student to immediately win over those ladies. During the reception, while the Marchioness was recalling that lesson, the Countess asked her why she remained silent. Hilary explained that she felt a bit nervous being surrounded by such important ladies. She said it in a very polite and modest way, which surprised the other ladies. They realized that the Marchioness was not as rumored, and that the servants had probably exaggerated. Hilary also remembered from the lesson that complimenting was important, but the most crucial thing was making a good first impression. At the table, the atmosphere of harmony was overshadowed by certain concerns, as the ladies were interested in how Hilary became the Marchioness. They were also interested in the details of the conflict, with the temple over the return of the lands. The young woman applied all the methods Elizabeth had taught her. And it worked. But then she decided it was time to find out the Countess's opinion on Lady Julia. Besides, Hilary was eager to slightly damage this princess's image. Only Pamela stepped forward and asked if the Marquis's romantic troubles were tormenting her. Hilary knew someone would ask about it at the meeting, and she was ready. Elizabeth had warned her that they would ask to check her reaction, not out of curiosity. The Marchioness thought that if she pretended to be foolish, everyone would look down on her or ignore her. She also understood that the event would spread throughout the city and reach Julia's ears. The ladies heard that she wasn't worried, as the Marquis considered it a forgotten past. The young woman returned home very tired, but happy that the meeting bore fruit. The ladies felt empathy for her words about confronting Julia and reacted positively. Moreover, she understood that those aristocrats didn't like her, and that would help her plan her next steps. From the Countess, Hilary learned that Julia invited young people close to the imperial palace. The other ladies at the tea party were older and disliked the princess acting that way towards them. Still, Pamela urged them to restrain their temper, even if the girl was low-born. But a saint, and now they should wait for an invitation. Hilary even thought that was why they maintained a neutral position, as Julia had bored them quite enough. Furthermore, the young woman was intrigued whether the prince would call her again, given that her prophecy had come true. Then she would meet with the princess and propose to the countess to convey any question she might have. The young woman explained to the ladies, who looked at her perplexed, that she had recently delivered a letter to the imperial palace. She would soon have more business there, so she could deliver Pamela's message to Julia. The countess pondered it, and the Marchioness understood that Her Majesty was interested in her. The young woman also noticed that she had hurt that aristocrat, and the latter returned a charming smile. Although clearly forced, the Marchioness understood the meaning of that smile, and it meant that she had also cornered them. From now on, she could use them if she managed to obtain useful information about Julia. Moreover, if Hilary attacked the countess, an important figure in the social elite, along with the lady, it would be much easier to get revenge. The young woman was eager to see her desperation, so she checked the diary again. In that notebook were noted all the key events of the original story of this novel. First, there were notes about Christian, and then Hilary recorded the end of John. And Julia. She reconstructed the events from her memory after the regression, and now it became the basis of her foreseen vision. The Marchioness skimmed through several pages, thinking about where she could use her idea. Upon finding it, the young woman thought it was more suitable for John, but something against the princess was also necessary. Hilary wished to find exactly what could now most weaken Saint Julia. And soon she remembered something and was sure that would astound the princess. The next day, from early morning, Hilary went to her husband to share her intention with him. She needed his permission, but stopped on the way due to a disturbing thought. The young woman hesitated a little, as she was not sure if she could enter Christian's room alone. There she met the butler, who told her the Marquis was resting in his office at that moment. Upon hearing this, the Marchioness asked William to convey that she would visit her husband soon. The butler thought it would be strange if he always informed the master about his wife's visits. So he advised Hilary to go directly, as the Marquis no longer felt antipathy towards her. The young woman even felt a little awkward, making William run back and forth with her requests. However, she asked the butler to wait a little longer, as the Marquis's condition was still not entirely good. The butler had no choice but to agree and went to Christian again. In reality, Hilary wanted to visit her husband every morning, noon, and night. To see his beloved face. Her heart beat fast every time she met her husband, and she didn't want to hurt William in the process. In recent days, it seemed to Hilary that the Marquis looked at her with a special expression. However, she always considered him kind, even when his face showed disdain. Upon entering the office, the young woman immediately expressed her intention to visit the crown prince's wife. Christian at first thought the princess had called his wife, but she confessed that this was not the case. Still, she was sure it might happen soon, as she had something to tell Julia. The Marquis didn't react strongly to this, although Hilary expected something more at such a moment. Looking at her husband, the young woman thought that the Marquis no longer cared about Princess Julia at all. She was only intrigued why he decided to bother the butler with such insignificant news. Then, Christian asked his wife not to come to him with minor matters, but to enter directly. Pausing, the Marquis added that Hilary could come to him for any reason. This surprised her a little. She even started to think that her husband saw her as just a commoner. Christian remembered that minutes earlier, the butler had come in to inform him about his wife's arrival. He admitted that the young woman still didn't dare to enter on her own, which is why he asked him to notify her in advance. The Marquis was reading a book at that moment, but he stopped and called Hilary to enter. William hesitated for an instant. Christian noticed that he wanted to ask him something and asked what he desired. Then, the butler asked for permission for the Marchioness to enter to her husband without his help. The owner found all this strange, since from the beginning she entered without asking permission. Now the young woman suddenly became uncomfortable, and the Marquis thought it was because of the first meeting. The Marquis authorized his wife to enter without the butler's prior notice, but the butler asked the owner to tell her personally. The Marquis's first idea was that this would make Hilary happy, although also very noisy. Therefore, upon meeting her, he allowed visits without the butler's prior warning. But seeing her slight discomfort, He thought the young woman would not be happy and perhaps would not agree. Christian even imagined that she would keep bothering the butler with warnings about visits. Hilary stood in front of her husband without daring to say anything, as if feeling guilty. It occurred to the young woman that she was bothering William for her own comfort. Christian interrupted her silence and allowed her to leave if she had nothing else to tell him. There, Hilary regained her composure and confessed to the Marquis that she actually wished to ask for permission for something else. The young woman recalled the beautiful ring with a pink diamond and asked permission to wear it. Christian thought, as he really didn't know why his wife needed that ring. Hilary also promised that she would return it as soon as she returned from the prince's palace. The young woman swore she would be very careful with the ornament and not leave a single scratch on it. The Marchioness was content with wearing the ring just once, so she planned to humiliate Julia. Christian pondered for a few more seconds and then rejected his wife's plea. The young woman was shocked. She didn't understand why he did it, and she thought he still loved the princess. But the Marquis added later that he didn't want to lend it to her, but rather wished she would wear it always. Then he put his hand in the table drawer, took out a small box from there, and handed it to his wife. The young woman was sincerely surprised, as this ring previously meant a lot to the Marquis. But he repeated his words. Christian accepted that he was not destined to be with the person he loved so much. That's why he considered the ring no longer had an owner. That diamond had been chosen to match the princess's soft pink hair as a wedding gift. At that moment, Christian chose the ornament with his soul, but he never had the chance to give it. Hilary joyfully accepted the ornament and sincerely thanked her husband for so much beauty. The young woman promised she wouldn't bother him anymore and set off to leave his office. The Marquis noticed that Hilary had an expression as if she were about to kill someone. He had no intention of interfering in her affairs and trusted her completely. So he just wished her luck. After visiting the Marquis, Hilary wanted to instantly send a message to the princess through the butler requesting an audience. But then she remembered that William had enough problems without needing to add more. So she decided to take care of it herself. It seemed Julia had been waiting for her, as she received a response almost immediately. Meanwhile, Hilary reflected on the fact that she had returned here by her own decision. And now she was perfectly prepared. The young woman had meticulously prepared the information that would serve her to get rid of Prince John in one fell swoop. She even received a ring with a pink diamond from Christian to signal to Julia. Moreover, Hilary was thrilled that the Marquis had definitively gifted it to her. And she often used to admire it. Although at the moment of receiving the gift, she considered the situation awkward. She couldn't experience much joy at first. But it was the first gift from her loved one, and now she didn't care that it had previously belonged to the princess. What mattered to the Marchioness now was that her husband had given it to her personally. And she hoped he had left his feelings for Julia behind. Shortly after, Hilary arrived at the palace in all her splendor and was received there by the princess. The Marchioness noticed that Julia's face tensed slightly upon seeing her and understood that her plan was beginning to work. However, the young woman politely thanked the prince's wife for allowing her to visit. But the princess was very intrigued as to why the Marchioness had decided to meet with her. Hilary again noticed that Julia was already used to treating people with disdain. And she had adapted perfectly as the prince's wife. The Marchioness confessed to her that she only wished to assure her of her appreciation towards Her Highness. Meanwhile, Hilary casually touched her face so that the ring would shine in front of Julia's eyes. The gesture had an effect, and the princess immediately changed her expression, although she tried to hide her emotions. Julia certainly recognized that ornament, in which the Marchioness had poured all her heart. Impossible to forget. Hilary kept waiting for the princess's reaction, but she only responded with a kind smile. For a moment, the Marchioness thought she hadn't recognized her, which deeply saddened her. But she didn't give up. While the girls continued chatting over afternoon tea, Hilary never stopped observing the princess's expressions. She soon understood that Julia had indeed identified the ring, but was now pretending so as not to give herself away. Moreover, the Marchioness understood that Julia now feared her even more than before, but she had no intention of giving up. Then, Hilary took out a small envelope and asked if the princess had checked her special ability. The Marchioness believed it would be better to use it for the benefit of the country, so she noted down what they should prepare for the future. Meanwhile, Hilary kept showing off the ornament in front of the princess to proclaim her superiority. For the prince, she prepared something separately, related to the borders of the former duchy. The Marchioness explained that bandits had appeared in that area, but in reality, they were not bandits. She describes them as enemy forces that came to test the empire's defense. Hilary remembered that in the previous version, John had many problems, as he realized the situation too late. It happened then because the crown prince had to face the conflict with the enemy solely on his own means. He desperately tried to prevent the conflict from turning into war and closed an agreement with them. That agreement had one condition. Foreign merchants would operate their business in imperial territory without any cost. This matter was widely discussed among the population, as well as the fact that Christian was an outstanding diplomat who could have obtained more favorable terms. But the Marchioness was not interested in that at the moment, so she did not attend those negotiations with the prince. Julia wondered why the Marchioness decided to present this topic to her and not directly to John. The princess considered that if she was concerned about the empire, it would be better to inform the prince immediately. Hilary then asked about the next tea party that Her Highness would organize. Julia judged the question too bold, as it was a very delicate matter. The Marchioness understood that her training with the lady had not been in vain, as she could now guess the princess's thoughts. Hilary immediately adopted a surprised face and began to apologize for still lacking sufficient knowledge of protocol. Moreover, she explained that she brought a useful omen and believed it would be easier for Julia to report on it. The Marchioness reflected that if she had been aware, she might not have asked that question. The princess understood that the information about the tea party was insignificant compared to what she received from Hilary. She added that she would organize a reception soon, but for now, she had nothing more to say. However, Julia promised that she would send an immediate letter to the Marchioness as soon as she made a decision. She also decided not to punish Hilary for her impertinent behavior on this occasion. She reminded her with disdain that she was the crown princess of this country and that rules must be respected. The Marchioness promised not to make more mistakes and said goodbye hastily. Hilary understood that the beloved saint of everyone from the romance novel no longer existed in this world. However, the Marchioness could not restrain herself, and bowing, moved her hand so that the ring would shine in front of the princess's eyes. Julia once again felt deeply moved by it, and this time she couldn't bear it. The princess asked where Hilary got that ring, assuming Christian had gifted it to her. The woman, happy that he had finally noticed, proudly stated that her husband had gifted it to her. Then she began to boast about how happy she was with the gift and didn't understand how the Marquis had time to prepare it for her. Hilary noticed the princess's desire to assert that the ring actually belonged to her. She was pleased to see the indecision on Julia's face, aware that she had just begun her plan. According to her plan, the princess was supposed to fall for the trap of the ring with a pink diamond. Although for now, Hilary continued with her innocent act, saying she hadn't expected such generosity from her husband. She also didn't know how rare the gem was, nor that the Marquis had already given it to a jeweler for sizing. The ornament was thought out even in detail, giving the impression that Christian had prepared it in advance. Meanwhile, Hilary waited for the princess to lose control of her face, to read her mind. At the same time, she was glad the other couldn't read her mind, but she noticed Julia had turned pale. Then, the Marchioness suggested loudly that the ornament was not splendid enough for the princess's eyes. Julia began to deny it, as it was simply beautiful, although she stuttered frequently. Hilary, meanwhile, kept pressing her rival, stating that it was the first time she had seen a pink diamond. And now she simply couldn't imagine how she had lived before without knowing such beauty. Hilary continued her role and, in a theatrical manner, held up the hand with the ring in front of the princess's head. After turning the ornament around a bit, she expressed that the diamond perfectly matched the color of Her Majesty's hair. At the same time, the Marchioness never stopped observing how Julia's face changed, as if she were about to faint. Only when the princess's face had a greenish tint did Hilary move to the next step. Immediately, she feigned surprise on her face, as if she had discovered the cruelest truth. Then she expressed her supposition that she understood who the ring was actually intended for. Julia at that moment still couldn't utter a single word, and the Marchioness was intrigued why she wasn't reacting yet. Hilary even thought that the princess actually wanted her to be happy and oblivious to everything. The Marchioness didn't understand why the princess kept resisting, as if deciding to hold out until the end. Then, with a sad face and on the verge of tears, the girl repeated that she hadn't imagined who the true owner of the ring was. There, the princess snapped out of her trance and began to console the Marchioness, assuring her she wasn't to blame. Meanwhile, Julia preferred to remain in ignorance and didn't understand why Hilary had revealed such a cruel fact to her. Up until now, the princess's life had been calm, although there were some conflicts and setbacks. But after all, she remained a saint and always tried to behave correctly. Although this time she was shown as the villain, she apologized to the Marchioness, as she still had a conscience. Hilary, for her part, began to apologize because thanks to her, she had relearned her limits. However, Julia insisted that she should thank the Marchioness for saving Christian's life. The Marchioness explained that she had been able to help a loved one thanks to her abilities. And now she would protect him always. At that moment, Hilary perceived a rather strange expression on the princess's face, as if she were silently threatening her. Still, she managed to force out words of goodwill. Afterward, she stood up suddenly, as if intending to leave immediately. Hilary understood that all this had affected Julia more than expected, but she was happy with the results obtained. A little later, the Marchioness returned home, where the butler greeted her again. Upon understanding that her meeting had been successful, the woman confirmed that everything had gone very well and productively, and also asked how the Marquis was today. William recounted that the master had walked in the garden since morning, and then retired to his office, where he had been resting since then. Hilary suggested to the butler that he buy more novels, the ones Christian enjoyed reading so much when he was depressed. The butler was just surprised again by how many details that woman really knew. Then he asked what the Marchioness planned to do for the rest of the day, and she wanted to visit her husband first. She had told him in the morning that she wanted to go to the palace, and now she wanted to share with him how everything had gone. At that moment, she hurried to see the Marquis, and as soon as she entered his office, he immediately asked about Julia. The young woman noticed that his mood was a bit different today, and she immediately wanted to hear the reason why all this had been planned. But Christian continued by saying that the Marchioness could see the future, and asked if she saw the princess happy. Hilary didn't fully understand why her husband had suddenly asked that question, although he had a slightly interested look. It was just that she couldn't answer right now, as she knew that soon Julia would lose her healing power. The Marchioness remembered that after Her Highness left this world, the couple's relationship was no longer tender. The entire empire mourned the loss of such a talented man, and crisis shook the country again. It was in that situation that Princess Julia lost her divine healing power. The cause was unknown, but with it, Julia also lost the status of untouchable saint. After that, she was just a beautiful girl with a kind heart. And people quickly distanced themselves from her. The crown prince began to become deeply tired of the multiple political affairs. And he couldn't dedicate attention to his wife. Perhaps the situation could have improved if they had had a child, but Hilary hadn't considered it before her resurrection. Facing the Marquis, the girl tried to find the right words, aware that Julia's future wouldn't be bright. Hilary understood that if she lied, sooner or later, someone would find out. And she decided to pretend she knew nothing. If she revealed the truth to her husband, the Marchioness feared he might go back to that girl. But at that moment, Christian seemed to read her thoughts and swore he no longer had feelings for Julia. Then he still didn't understand. If so, why was he asking about her? Moreover, his expressions completely betrayed him. But Hilary loved him deeply and couldn't lose him. She decided it wasn't worth hiding the truth from him. And although she hesitated for a moment, she finally confessed. Hilary revealed that Princess Julia would soon lose her ability to heal. That news left the Marquis perplexed. He didn't understand how that could happen. The girl also didn't want her husband to think about the princess anymore, so she decided to tell him something else. With a deeply distressed look, Hilary told him that she herself would soon lose her power. The girl insisted she didn't know why all this would happen, and that after that, she wouldn't see anything. Christian understood her words to mean that losing her abilities would only happen if she died. But the girl wasn't sure, as it was also possible that she would survive and simply live like an ordinary person. That's why, before all this happened, the Marchioness wanted to finish all the planned matters. At that moment, Hilary wasn't worried about death, as her abilities hadn't disappeared yet. Then, Christian asked exactly when what she had told him would happen. The girl admitted it would be in about a year, and that Julia would be healthy until the end of her life. Afterward, Hilary noticed that the Marquis was no longer interested in anything, not even the health of the princess. She wanted to tell him something else, but Christian asked her to leave him alone. Upon leaving the office, the girl thought she had said something wrong and feared the Marquis might make a bad decision again. At that moment, she wished she had a talent to be able to care for and console someone. Some time later, Madame Elizabeth approached the Marchioness and noticed that her student was quite depressed. After that last conversation with her husband, the girl couldn't sleep well. And she felt unwell. Christian also didn't appear, and no response came from the princess, which worried her. Elizabeth began to suspect that the girl's state was due to the visit to the prince's wife. But no matter how upset Hilary was, she had to follow the plan, and she activated her actress mode again. The young woman recounted that she became very nervous when she went to the audience and brought the ring gifted by the Marquis. There she discovered that this ring was the one Christian wanted to give the princess when she wasn't married yet. As soon as Julia saw the ornament, she recognized it instantly, and that news shocked Elizabeth. Hilary also thought there were things better left unknown, and wished Her Highness would be a little more attentive to her. Elizabeth was very emotional about her student, and now she had to calm herself down. But her reaction still seemed weak to the Marchioness, and she confessed that she was actually very uneasy. The young woman expressed her fears that the Crown Prince's wife would now try to separate her from the Marquis. Then Hilary, lowering her head, began to ask for advice from her mentor, who always supported her husband. But Elizabeth assured the young woman that the prince's wife would not do such a thing, as she had always been kind to everyone. Madame believed the princess would never do such a thing, and considered that Hilary hadn't understood everything that day. And if so, Elizabeth would request an audience and speak to Julia in person. Madame became so sad that now it was the Marchioness who had to calm her down. And when it was over, she let her go. After that, Hilary felt very exhausted and decided to take a walk in the garden. Suddenly, she heard Christian's voice behind her, who approached with a small bouquet of flowers. The girl was quite surprised, but more so by his better mood than by the flowers. A few minutes ago, he was walking in the pergola with the butler nearby. William understood that after the lady's arrival, the Marquis's condition improved remarkably. But the butler didn't like him spending all his time locked up and suggested he try a hobby. He decided to take up floristry, and William brought him more flowers to continue with it. What he had already brought didn't seem like enough, so he took care of getting another batch. Although those flowers were enough for him, he didn't want to talk to William about it. Only a message arrived from the prince, who managed to avert a crisis thanks to Hilary's information. And Christian was enthusiastic that her abilities were so great that she could decide the fate of the country. Furthermore, she had also saved him, and upon thinking about it, he noticed the Marchioness not far away. Then he remembered that she herself had said that her abilities would disappear soon, and that she wanted to carry out all her plans beforehand. He decided to talk to her. He took the bouquet he had prepared and headed towards his wife. She couldn't believe the Marquis had decided to give her a bouquet of flowers and didn't know what to think. When giving her the flowers, he wanted to say something to her, using a pleasant tone. Absurd thoughts came to Hilary at that moment, but she tried to maintain composure. The Marquis noticed her thoughtful gaze and thought she wouldn't like those flowers. But he still decided to give them to her. Turning his full attention back to her, he offered her the bouquet as if accepting no for an answer was not an option. However, Christian misjudged his strength and handed her the flowers so abruptly that he almost pushed her. The butler noticed it and immediately ran towards the lady with concern, while the Marquis apologized, saying he only wanted to talk. William, upon returning, didn't understand where his master had been during the floristry lesson, and he decided to look for him. Hilary was a little surprised that her husband would do something like that, and he, for his part, thought they would talk later. But the young woman interrupted him and insisted they talk now, assuring him that she was fine. The men, however, were worried about her condition, and the Marquis made the final decision to talk to her at another time. So, Hilary decided to take care of the dinner preparations, but afterward, she planned to return to her husband. A little later, upon entering the room, she noticed a beautiful bouquet of fragrant white roses on the table. The young woman was excited, not so much by the flowers, but by the fact that her beloved knew how to do so many things. Moreover, she had never seen the Marquis making bouquets, and it didn't appear in the original novel either. Christian, who was nearby, noticed that Hilary was very happy at first, but suddenly frowned for some reason. At that moment, the young woman caught out of the corner of her eye that her husband smiled briefly and even turned around to check. The Marquis had already recovered his usual expression. But Hilary was sure he had smiled. Despite this, the young woman was happy that their conversation had ended on a pleasant note. And in good spirits, Christian approached his wife again and repeated that he wanted to tell her something. The young woman even shuddered, feeling how pleasant his voice was to her, although he himself thought she had gotten scared. But despite this, Christian continued and asked her a question he had asked previously. He wanted to know why she had chosen him, and Hilary didn't understand why the Marquis insisted on that topic. It seemed to the young woman that her husband was beginning to suspect that she intended to avenge him. Hilary got agitated, thinking they might discover her, and her face changed slightly. Then she calmed down to answer and began to say that he was her favorite. The Marquis, at that moment, supposed that she saw him as a very important figure in the future. Suddenly, they both froze, as if they hadn't understood each other's words. Especially the Marquis. He was very intrigued why she had called him with a word he had never heard before. Hilary remained paralyzed for a moment, although she tried to find the right words. She even scolded herself a little for having made a mistake, since now she had to explain it somehow. Christian supposed it was a foreign language, but even he hadn't heard it before. So he thought it was an ancient language. The girl didn't understand why the Marquis clung so much to that word, since in the original he was a scientific character. So Hilary explained it to him clearly, and told him that word meant the dearest person. Christian even felt a little self-conscious, because although he perfectly knew what love was, for him it had only brought few good things. The girl noticed and clarified that she referred more to a strong connection with the one who is protected. It became much clearer to the Marquis, and he confessed that he didn't know she loved flowers so much. After that, Christian promised his wife to send her even more flowers to keep her happy. The Marquis thought his wife loved flowers a lot, but now he wanted to talk to her about something else. He began by rethinking her abilities, and Hilary thought he still doubted them. But the Marquis concluded that the future she predicted had not yet arrived. And if the present could be changed at that moment, then the future would also transform. Hilary didn't understand why the Marquis suddenly had these ideas, but she decided to listen to him until the end. Christian continued recalling the day she saved him, and how otherwise he would already be dead. The Marquis explained that with that act, she had altered the future, and now it would follow a different course. The girl still didn't understand where he was aiming, but she didn't stop admiring him. Christian had heard about the border area through John, but his survival has nothing to do with that provocation. Then he asked the girl to predict that part more precisely, and the moments related to his death. It seemed to Hilary that she had heard those words before, and that reminded her of a temporal paradox. Now the situation with the border area is progressing in the same way as before her resurrection. But there is no guarantee that the same thing will repeat itself. The girl feared that if what she predicted didn't happen, her lie would be discovered sooner than expected. The Marquis supposed that Hilary had witnessed a very important event in the future for which he was necessary. He was sure that this was why he saved her, and the girl remembered that she had mentioned it recently. But she remembers that in the original he died shortly after, so events related to him will not occur. At that moment, Hilary only thought it would be much better if Christian had survived. She remained silent, and the Marquis thought she found it difficult to speak. But he wanted to know the truth. It was hard for Hilary to speak, as today he is so close to her and so insistent. But in the end, she admitted that the Marquis would not die, but would survive, and she doesn't believe the future will change. Moreover, that the world would continue the same as before without him, and the Marquis accepted these words from his wife. Then he sadly added that, regardless of whether he is there or not, the planet will keep spinning. He also acknowledged that he is not such an important person whose existence can change the future. Hilary became sad with those words, and because the Marquis was again in a depressed state. At that moment, she understood that he was just a secondary hero, hung like dust underfoot. And as long as there were a few main heroes in this world, Christian would never be the center of the universe. Suddenly, the young woman shouted that the Marquis didn't need to change the world to be someone great. She added that it was enough for Christian to be the meaning of one person's life. And if he managed to change that person, that would already mean he was great in this world. The Marquis still didn't understand the message, as he didn't believe it was necessary for someone. But Hilary explained it to him again. This time she told him that she was the one who needed him, and that he was her treasure, not the flowers. At that instant, the butler unexpectedly appeared in front of them, trying to understand what they were doing there. This angered Hilary. But William instantly explained that he had come to announce that dinner was ready. The young woman kept scolding herself for having said that word again, although everything was almost over. Christian, for his part, began to laugh as if he had been told a very funny joke. The Marchioness and the butler didn't understand what was happening with the master, but at the same time, they were very happy to see him laugh. Hilary paid special attention to Christian's laugh, which she already knew perfectly. In the original manga, he only laughed like that when he was with Princess Julia. For an instant, the young woman even thought she had behaved foolishly in front of him. But that didn't sadden her at all. Then, the Marquis approached the butler with a small request, but it was important to him now. While William was completely attentive, Christian asked the servant to prepare a pleasant dinner for them. Then the men went about their business, while Hilary headed to her room to prepare for dinner. But the whole time, she was very concerned that the Marquis had approached the butler with a request, not with a usual command. For some reason, this moved her so much that she couldn't even concentrate on the food or appreciate its taste. In any case, she was pleased to see Christian from different angles, especially she liked that he smiled. After dinner, the young woman expected to sleep deeply, wrapped in a soft blanket. When she reached her room and opened the door, she was pleasantly surprised. Hilary couldn't even believe what she saw, as the whole room was decorated with flowers. The Marchioness couldn't understand what all this meant, and then suddenly she noticed a beautiful bouquet. It was the bouquet Christian had prepared for her, and now it was on the nightstand. The young woman remembered the Marquis's words, how he had promised to send her more flowers. And now she understood what he had asked the butler for. However, the young woman suspected that this quantity was not what the Marquis had asked to bring. And all this was already excessive on William's part. But even if the room now looked like a garden, Hilary liked it. Meanwhile, Christian was in his office and recalled the conversation with his wife. Especially the word darling. The next day, the Marchioness decided to write a letter about the current situation. And she soon resolved it. She had received no reply from Julia and could not contact the Countess either. Hilary planned to send this letter today, so now she needed to find the butler. The young woman tried to sort all those flowers by herself, but there were too many. The Marchioness went to William's office to ask for help, but upon entering, she didn't see him. It even seemed strange to her, as the maid had said he should be there. But she only saw piles of papers. Immediately, Hillary heard a weak voice from the butler, who was trying to greet her. After scattering all the sheets on the floor, the young woman saw William lying on the table, apparently very weak. He murmured that the Marchioness should take care of the master, and she shook him to regain consciousness. Hillary understood what had happened to him, because normally he slept less than 3 hours a day. William blushed upon seeing his lady find him like that, while she was indignant about the lack of labor laws. The butler explained that he had to work on behalf of the master, as the latter could not take care of his affairs. To the young woman, however, the situation still seemed strange, because until the day before, William was fine. He did take care of the Marchioness's affairs, but only the urgent ones and not to the extent of sleeping 3 hours. He then confessed that he could count on his fingers the times the master had laughed before becoming depressed. Now the butler was happy that the lady could make him laugh, and he believed that lady commanded the Marquis. Then William suddenly collapsed, and the lady touched him again, looking at him with a slightly dizzy look. The butler began to ask the Marchioness to take care of the household management in the county. But she was only a nominal wife. Moreover, Hillary had never done anything similar and didn't know how to manage everything. William promised to teach her everything, but she was sure the Marquis would never allow it. And the butler decided to ask the master for permission for it. Although Hillary hesitated, then the young woman wanted to know where her husband was. And she discovered he was on the terrace. William explained that the master was also practicing his hobby today and was holding a tea ceremony there. As he spoke his last words, Hillary had already left his office and headed towards her husband. She arrived slightly agitated, while he sat calmly, preparing to drink tea. At the same time, he became interested in why his wife was so worried since the morning that she even arrived panting. The young woman explained that she had a very urgent matter, which is why she had to run to the Marquis. Christian observed that running was useful, and then he invited his wife to drink tea with him again. That distracted Hillary a bit from her other thoughts, as she definitely didn't expect her favorite to serve her tea. And while the Marquis handled the teapot to serve his wife, she tried to tell him something. However, the girl was really very agitated from the run and found it difficult to speak immediately. Of course, Hillary didn't want to refuse the tea her beloved offered her, but she had an urgent matter. The Marquis agreed, as he also wanted to talk to her and suggested she sit down. He understood that the Marchioness didn't wish to drink and moved the cups aside, while she punished herself for her hasty response. Then Christian asked why she was looking for him, and she couldn't start her request. The young woman noticed his mood, and also that his gaze softened when he looked at her. But then she understood that she had been slightly mistaken, attributing that to what happened yesterday. And the favorite word. Still, she thought it better than seeing the look of an old man in his eyes. While Hillary was reflecting, the Marquis asked her again the reason for her early visit. And urgent. The young woman admitted that the butler had asked her to take charge of the estate and administer it. She explained that he had a lot of work and could no longer do it alone. She also recounted that it was difficult for the butler to ask her, especially because she was his fictitious wife. Before, the Marquis hadn't trusted anyone with the work to ensure it was done well. Now he understood that by taking care of everything, he hadn't lived as he wished. Hillary smiled when she saw that he wanted to relieve his burden. That's why William's request hurt her. For a moment, there was a silence between them that they both enjoyed. The Marquis, for his part, thought about his answer, as he now had no doubts about his wife. He had allowed her to take care of his internal affairs, especially because she knew his thoughts. At the same time, Christian also had something to tell his wife, but then he handed her the prince's envelope. Hillary observed it with curiosity, not understanding why the prince needed the Marquis again. But when she opened the letter, she understood it was addressed to her and that John was asking her for a meeting. The young woman understood that her abilities were required in the situation of the border lands, and that the prince now needed help. However, she wished to use her gift only for Christian and thought about refusing John's request. Still, she decided to ask her husband for advice, who in turn didn't understand why she was asking him. Hilary was worried that rumors might arise because of the imminent secret meeting with the prince. The Marquis just smiled disdainfully, as he couldn't ignore the secret meeting, and that scared her a bit. She didn't want to do anything without Christian's knowledge, and the idea of the contrary even angered her. Moreover, she didn't like the idea at all, even if it led to the meeting of 100 people. At that moment, the Marquis remembered how Julia once confessed to him that she liked John. And it broke his heart. Then he returned his attention to Hilary and understood that this girl was completely different. Still, he suggested meeting the prince, as he is insistent, and if rejected, he will keep asking again and again. Then he asked Hilary not to constantly call him Marquis, since nobody calls her a Marquis's wife. Christian leaned towards his wife, as if no one else could hear, and begged her to call him by his name. The young woman, of course, dreamed of something like that, but didn't expect it, and now pronounced his name quietly. She liked it so much that she couldn't restrain herself and shouted his name, but then she recovered instantly. However, she felt a little ashamed, and wishing her husband a good day, hurried to leave. At that moment, Christian noticed that he had spilled the cup of tea, but that didn't worry him at all. Hilary felt like she was burning with shame and ran to the butler's side, almost knocking him to the ground. A little later, the prince arrived at his house and thoroughly examined the Marchioness's room. But she considered her room not a museum, so there was no reason to look at it so much. A little earlier, she had written a message to the prince saying she accepted the meeting. And he showed interest in visiting her at home. Moreover, he arrived under the name Harold, and they decided to meet with him directly in the room. Not in the open living room. This man was not a character who strictly followed the rules of the novel. That's why Hilary hoped everything would turn out well. The young woman didn't understand why the prince looked at her room with such attention, since not even the Marquis had been there before. Meanwhile, John saw some papers on the table and understood that the Marchioness was taking care of Christian's internal affairs. The girl explained that her husband had given her permission days ago, and she would take care of everything herself. The prince began to examine the documents and noticed that they were detailed in a way that was understandable at first glance. He also understood that the more he got to know her, the more surprising talents he discovered in her. Meanwhile, Hilary kindly offered the guest tea and invited him to sit at the tea table. John fell silent for a moment. Then he began to say that all of this was for the good of the great empire. Without fully understanding his intention, the girl looked at him more attentively and almost spilled the cup. The prince clarified that the prediction about the situation on the border had been very useful. And now he urged her to report directly. Then, John specified that the Marchioness had previously expressed the desire to use her ability for the benefit of the nation. The girl decided to politely refuse and promised to pretend she hadn't heard any of that. She explained that her husband's health had not yet recovered, and for now, she wanted to focus on him and on managing affairs. The prince didn't understand why domestic matters were more important to her than the country's problems. But the Marchioness's vision did not include state issues. Hilary clarified that she could only foresee important events occasionally. Now, John didn't understand why she had reported on the border area, something that in no way resembled the management of domestic affairs. But she was only interested in the meeting date, and as compensation, she shared the information. That annoyed the prince a little, and he asked why she wasn't afraid of him. Although she formally had a meeting with Harold, John also considered it selfish that the Marchioness planned to use her gift only for her own interests. But the young woman saw nothing strange in it. She simply put her husband first. Then she clarified that, while the prince and the princess worried about their happiness, the Marchioness was thinking of a friend they had left alone. That caught John's attention, and the young woman hoped he wouldn't do any more foolish things. The prince, for his part, reflected on how to regain the initiative, as she wasn't making it easy for him. Suddenly, John choked and began to cough hard, while Hilary assured him the tea was fine. And she herself grew it. The prince kept coughing for a while longer, and the young woman thought something wasn't right with him. Then he explained that the taste of the tea was exactly the same as the one Julia prepared for him. The thing is, although the princess was beautiful, she always made completely tasteless tea. That infuriated the Marchioness, as the prince dared to say that her drink tasted like mop water. The young woman didn't believe that tea could be tasteless, even though she prepared it herself with the same leaves. The Marchioness decided to taste it herself and took a sip, which she immediately regretted, as it had no taste at all. At that moment, the prince supposed that the conversation had ended and proposed moving on to what was important, asking what the Marchioness wanted. Without hesitation, the young woman demanded the lands of the late Duke Oliver and the elevation of the title. And her husband's title. The first request would symbolize that Hilary had become the antithesis of Julia by taking over the legacy of the deceased Caroline. The second consists of proving that Christian is not guilty of what happened because of Julia. That is, of Oliver's daughter's death. The prince could not answer her that question at that moment, as the final decision would be made by the emperor. But those were precisely the requirements that the Marchioness demanded as part of the deal to use her abilities. Hilary already knew that the prince couldn't accept those conditions on his own. And she proposed something additional. If John commits in writing, she will help him. And if an urgent need arises, John will fulfill her request instantly. The crown prince pondered a little longer and accepted the Marchioness's conditions, promising her that she would receive the documents shortly. The young woman was satisfied with the outcome, and John hurried out of her house. The prince so desired her abilities that he accepted all conditions without clarifying details. It was also possible that he trusted that Hilary would find no reason to demand a favor in return. As John looked at Hilary from his height, she still had the possibility of elevating Christian to the skies of this empire. The next day, Hilary received a letter from Princess Julia arranging a tea meeting. Although she was expecting documents from the prince, the Marchioness prepared immediately and went to visit Pamela, who thought the prince was very excited about her loyalty. Hilary was the first to inform the Countess of the news, as she considered that promises should be kept. The young woman considered that the letter would take too long, and furthermore, a personal conversation has a greater impact. The Marchioness's personal visit, in a good way, captivated the Countess, who was surprised and pleased. Pamela also asked if the princess had mentioned anything more important in the letter. Hilary admitted that Julia planned to invite some noble ladies to a gathering somehow. Due to her character, the princess did not like frequently holding such luxurious gatherings. And Pamela understood that it would be difficult for her. Moreover, the Countess supposed that Julia would ask Mrs. Elizabeth for help, and was not enthusiastic about that. She simply disliked the presence in society of someone with as much influence as her. Her original neutral stance meant that the fact of having the lady close by had hurt her deeply. However, that Pamela had invited the Marchioness indicated that she liked her. And Hilary decided to take advantage of it. She understood that Julia had been a simple young woman until she became a saint. That's why the lady gave her lessons. Meanwhile, Hilary pretended not to understand why Elizabeth was helping her in such an important event. She even imagined that the princess simply didn't know how excellent the Countess was. Pamela hesitated for a moment and then confessed that she actually thought the same. Then, Hilary ventured that the nobles, including herself and the Countess, would find it hard to win the princess's trust after last year's flood. But the king's role was to watch over the citizens, and the intervention of the nobles would generate unnecessary conflicts. The province suffered greatly from the flood, and Julia was horrified to see the cruelty of the villagers. She asked for help from the aristocrats who had gone to the temple, but the king was busy hiding tragic internal affairs. In that situation, the other nobles could do nothing, as they had no right to interfere in matters of other lands. Only John and Christian heard Julia's call, and since then the prince's love for her strengthened. Christian was left only managing the documents instead of the prince, fixing his mistakes. Then Hilary added that, in any case, Her Majesty was very disappointed with the nobles at that time. Moreover, The young woman proposed making some secret passages in the castle walls, if that was what the Countess wished. At the next tea party, the Marchioness planned to create a situation where the prince's wife would appear in a bad light. At that moment, Pamela would intervene with her abilities to save Julia. The princess is a simple person, and in her relationships only follows high morals. And after the Countess helped her, Julia would feel comfortable revealing her soul to her. When proposing her plan, the Marchioness noticed that Pamela hesitated a little and might reject it. The Countess was intrigued why this girl was helping her, while it suited Pamela to become her mentor in the social world. The aristocrat still wavered, but promised the Marchioness that she would consider the offer. Upon returning home, Hilary recalled the meeting and didn't understand why the Countess hesitated so much. She also received an appointment letter from Prince John and an imperial pass. It seemed to the girl that the response was very fast, which showed that the prince urgently needed her talent. And if that happened, Hilary should also take advantage of the opportunity and to start. She decided to find out how Julia's preparation was going. The Marchioness delved into the diary again looking for information, and soon found something that seemed very appropriate. The next day, the young woman wanted to go to the meeting with the prince, but first planned to inform Christian. However, the morning didn't go as she expected, and she traveled to the palace with her husband. A day earlier, the Marquis had asked his wife if she still intended to go to the palace, and she answered affirmatively. Then she saw something very beautiful and couldn't believe her husband was doing something like that. Christian decided to go a little further, and now, with garden shears, he was cutting a magnificent shape from the bush. Later, the Marquis reminded his wife that she didn't need to report to him, but she still wanted to inform him about the trip. Moreover, Hilary didn't want it to become a secret between her and the crown prince, creating an awkward situation. But the Marquis didn't want to hear anything, and the young woman concluded that he didn't want to know anything related to John. And Julia? She accepted his wish obediently, calling him Lord Christian. It seemed strange to the Marquis, and he asked his wife not to call him that, but just by his name. He even clarified that she didn't need to add the word Lord when addressing him. Although it was very embarrassing for her, and she struggled to call him just by his name, she agreed anyway. She even tried to pronounce his name out loud immediately, but only managed to stutter. Finally, she said it, although her cheeks turned red, and Christian was satisfied. The Marquis, having achieved his goal, resumed pruning the bush, while Hilary didn't know where to put herself. Then, Christian asked what first prediction she had prepared for John. The young woman hesitated for a moment, and then murmured that His Majesty would fall soon. Before resurrecting, she knew a similar case. Then, the healthy emperor suddenly lost consciousness. The cause and origin of the illness were unknown, and Julia used her healing powers on him daily. That was the last case where the princess could invoke her divine powers. Then, the Marquis asked if his wife could save His Majesty with that prediction. The young woman did not guarantee it, but believed it could be prevented, although it was better to be prepared for any outcome. Christian reflected that he had lost his parents young, since, along with John, he was very loyal to the emperor. To His Majesty, the Marquis was like a son and adored him deeply. John also loved him very much, and considered that some things were better to inform him of first. The Marquis confessed to his wife that he would also visit the castle, which surprised her. While they were already traveling together to the palace, Hilary wondered if it was a good idea to bring her husband there. She was afraid that he might meet Julia, as the Marquis had barely stabilized. Hilary didn't know what to do if her husband suddenly lost consciousness, and Christian noticed her unease. And again, the Marquis seemed to read her mind, and asked if she was worried that he would feel something for Julia again. The girl wanted to protest, but Christian interrupted her and assured her that she should not worry about that. It was just to check the emperor's condition, and he hoped not to run into the princess. The Marchioness wanted to support her husband, and proposed to act as necessary if he got tired of forcing himself to forget. Hilary also promised that, in any case, she would stay with him so that he wouldn't repeat the terrible future she had seen. She begged him to do what his heart desired, be it love or hate. She justified this by saying that in 2 years, they would have no relationship anyway. Hillary's goal was only to make the princess feel bad and for Christian to have no further contact with them. Then, the Marquis proposed returning home separately once they finished their business, and not waiting for each other. At that moment, the girl became uneasy again because he might collapse and not be present there. But Christian was not that weak. Furthermore, he knew perfectly how to deal with it. Finally, they decided to act separately, but Hillary was still worried about her husband. She still had to talk to the prince, so she headed towards him. But suddenly she stopped. What the Marquis was doing now was very similar to the Christian of the original romance. Then the girl heard the servants whispering about a grand afternoon tea that hadn't been held for a long time. Hillary crept closer and heard that they were referring to Princess Julia's tea. The maids also mentioned that this time very young girls would not be invited due to the prince's stubbornness. Now they planned to invite young women responsible for their family's domestic affairs. The servants also mentioned Julia's disputes with Mrs. Marion, and that pleased the Marchioness a little. The girl thought that everything was happening exactly as she wished, and after listening a little more, she returned to her place. For John, it was a bit unexpected that the Marchioness decided to meet with him first. The girl felt a little sorry for the harsh words the prince used to ruin her mood. Then he became interested in how serious the prediction the Marchioness had made was to arrive so soon. Hillary did not hesitate to reveal that her father would soon fall and wouldn't even be able to lift a finger. Judging by the prince's expression, it seemed that this did not affect him at all. And at the same time, he looked very handsome. John noticed that the Marchioness kept staring and reminded her that it wasn't appropriate, as she had her own husband. He even dared to suppose that the girl simply liked looking at handsome men. But now the girl only saw that the prince really didn't care about her news. She came closer and told him clearly that His Majesty the Emperor would fall soon. John explained his calmness about it, as the doctor in the last examination found nothing serious. Hillary added later that she did not know the cause or the day it would happen, only that she saw that image in the future. To avoid it, the Marchioness advised keeping someone from the royal circle close to the emperor. But even with these measures, there is no guarantee that His Majesty can avoid it. Now the prince became sad, as Julia used her healing powers on the emperor every night. Hillary remembered that the princess used this miracle every night until His Majesty fell. But then everyone understood that every life has its limit, even with the support of divine forces. Now that Hillary told the prince everything she wanted, she decided to go to her husband. Suddenly, the royal administrator entered the office, and John ordered him to go immediately to the emperor. Then he himself planned to go and ask to send his wife, but the Marchioness interrupted him. The prince was very surprised, as just before Hillary had advised sending Julia to His Majesty. The young woman explained that her husband was currently in an audience with the emperor, and she asked to be let out first, because if she crossed paths with the prince, it might affect his emotional state. Then the administrator intervened and announced that Lady Julia had already gone to the emperor for tea. They, the prince and the Marchioness, ran there immediately, as they knew the princess prepared the tea herself. Hillary was more concerned about her husband and didn't want him to meet Julia there, and for something to happen to him afterward. Suddenly, John supposed the fall could be poisoning and asked what the Marchioness thought. The young woman didn't know how to answer him and only advised him to run faster. Meanwhile, Julia was already carrying the tray with the prepared tea and was happy to be able to chat with the emperor. She healed him every night, which is why she could see his face. But he got very tired, so he fell asleep right away. However, a few meters ahead, the princess noticed a familiar figure next to the emperor. Julia even stopped and almost dropped the tray, only whispering his name. Christian heard the voice he was already trying to forget and turned around, convinced he wasn't imagining it. Shortly after, the agitated Hillary was already in front of the Marquis, and that angered him. He had ordered her not to come here, but she disobeyed and appeared with the prince behind her. The Marchioness immediately started explaining that she was very worried, asking if he had already met the princess. The prince just looked at his old friend with a smile and wanted to say something. But he didn't have time. Christian grabbed his wife by the hand and pulled her with him to quickly leave the room. The girl followed him obediently, but she didn't understand why he was holding her so tightly. And didn't let go. However, she didn't even try to break free, as she liked the Marquis touching her. Behind Hilary, she heard the prince call his wife, and she immediately understood what was really happening. John stayed with his wife and began to demand explanations about what had happened there, since he had noticed her sad face. The princess looked at Christian walking away and couldn't even imagine what he was feeling at that moment. The Marquis was not far away and heard her words, but he didn't turn around. Instead, he continued on his way. Hilary watched him and understood that her husband was restraining his emotions with all his might. And she was glad that he managed to do it. A little later, they were already in the carriage, where Hilary dared to express her admiration out loud. But the Marquis objected, since that girl didn't know him at all, and her predictions couldn't see people for real. Christian was intrigued why she pretended to know everything, and Hilary was left speechless, not knowing how to answer him. She had no choice but to apologize for her absurd attitude, which had hurt her husband. The Marquis said nothing about it, and the whole way back they traveled in silence until they reached the house. Once in her room, Hilary reflected that she had acted that way so that Christian could release his emotions. And she was tormented by the doubt of whether she should have prevented her husband from going to the palace. On the other hand, no one could know that precisely that day, Julia would decide to visit the emperor. Since then, even at home, the Marquis remained silent, which greatly disconcerted Hilary. She knew William would take good care of him, while she herself could have some wine. She couldn't stop feeling the need to go and make sure he was fine, even though she knew it would be a mistake. It saddened her that Christian's office was so close, visible from the balcony. But his heart remained far away. Then she saw him step out onto the balcony and lean over too much, and she thought she had imagined it. But then Hilary understood that the Marquis really hadn't slept yet at such an hour. And her heart squeezed. The young woman remembered the notes, where Christian tried to take his own life once more. And that terrified her. She thought that the meeting with Julia had revived his wounds and immediately rushed to save her beloved. Hilary couldn't believe that such a brave man had acted like that over trifles. On the way, she met the frightened butler, who was actually afraid of bothering the Marquis. Agitated, she couldn't speak clearly, but she managed to make William understand that she was worried about the Marquis's condition. He began to explain to the worried Hilary that his master had only gone out onto the balcony for fresh air. Realizing she had been worried in vain, the young woman breathed a sigh of relief, convinced it had only been her imagination. She immediately began to apologize and wanted to leave the office before the Marquis noticed her. But she heard his voice. Christian was even happy to see her now, as he wanted to talk to her. Then he asked the butler to leave them alone and not bother them with trifles for a while. At that moment, Hilary felt a little awkward and prayed mentally that William wouldn't leave. But she couldn't disobey her master's order, so she immediately set off to leave the place. When he left, Hilary even turned towards the door, as she felt a bit of shame for her behavior. But then she realized that the Marquis was perfectly calm and didn't seem like he was going to scold her. On the contrary, he moved closer to the Marchioness and confessed that he had something to tell her. The young woman turned to him, not knowing what to say at that moment, and only managed to swallow the lump in her throat. For a few seconds, Christian just looked in silence, as if waiting for a divine sign. But in reality, he was looking for the right words. The Marquis felt some guilt for what happened that day, and now he was determined to apologize to his wife. He also acknowledged that he had been too rough with her, and at that instant, Hilary was simply speechless. Her heart beat wildly, but she tried to calm down and asked about his current mood. Christian explained that he had taken a short nap earlier and now felt much better. The Marquis also noticed that the young woman was always with her back, turned, and asked why she wasn't looking at him. Then he realized that Hilary had drunk wine on the terrace and stepped back a few paces, not wanting to embarrass her. At that moment, the young woman understood that Christian had seen her, and a terrible idea invaded her. Being on the balcony, she had relaxed a bit, and now she understood that the man had observed her inappropriate behavior. The Marquis called his wife again, and she prepared to apologize for not having acted as she should have. But when she turned around, she saw that Christian had filled the wine glasses and was offering to toast with her. Hilary didn't know what to think. She even thought she had been asleep and that all this was just a dream. It seemed incredible to her that she was drinking wine with the person she loved late at night in her room. However, she understood that it was real and tried to control herself so as not to look even more foolish in front of the Marquis. But at the same time, she didn't want the evening to end and decided to make the most of it. Hilary looked at her husband, who seemed very sweet and handsome at that moment. At the same time, she understood how vulnerable she actually was and didn't want to lose him. For a moment, she even wished she had her phone to capture his image. Then, the Marchioness realized again that she was thinking too much about him, since her first objective had been to save him. At that moment, Christian noticed that his wife was blushing and worried about her condition. It even seemed to him that she might faint, and he moved closer to wake her up in time. Hilary needed to change the atmosphere of the room so as not to be embarrassed. And she started interrogating the Marquis about the princess. The young woman asked how the prince's wife reacted when they met. The Marquis hesitated a little before answering, and noticing it, Hilary didn't insist that he do so. But Christian had nothing left to hide, and he confessed that Julia was shocked for a moment. This didn't last long, and afterward the princess treated him as before. Julia was a little surprised by this unexpected meeting, as no one had informed her that the Marquis would arrive at the palace. Christian then let her know that he hadn't come for her, but to meet the emperor. The princess then adopted a very innocent expression and proposed, in that case, having tea all together. Then, Julia immediately went to the emperor, wishing to start a more relaxed conversation. However, Christian noticed something that worried him again, and he couldn't stay there any longer. The Marquis headed for the exit, where he collided at the door with the Marchioness and John, who were running in. Christian also couldn't understand where he had gone wrong, as Julia behaved with him as always. Now the Marquis clearly understood that everything he had tried until now had been rejected. Christian didn't understand why they were accusing him, nor why Hilary hadn't arrived sooner. When he was suffering greatly, the Marchioness listened to him, but still didn't understand why he had suffered before, nor who had been the cause. Now, Christian continued to confess that he had wasted his life in futile attempts. Hilary remembered again how. In the novel, the Marquis deeply loved the princess and had been the happiest man before. She decided to console him and told him that he had done everything for love and that none of his actions had been futile. The Marchioness now understood that Christian wished to keep not the image of Julia in his heart, but the feelings he had felt. Hilary also asked him not to deny that he was capable of loving, since his happiness was there. Christian understood that his soul was not cold, and that's why he believed he deserved love too. This faith protected him and took care of wounds when someone denied and humiliated his existence. Hilary believed that many people she barely saw sincerely loved him. The Marchioness trusted that everything would continue well, and now eagerly awaited his futures. Christian understood it as if she could see his future. But Hilary clarified that she couldn't see what he wants. Nevertheless, the girl was willing to do everything in her power to make her husband happy. While they spoke, while consoling her beloved, she didn't notice how tightly she squeezed his hands. Feeling a little ashamed, Hilary let go immediately and then decided it was time to go to sleep. As soon as she got up, Christian suddenly stopped her, grasping her hand as if he were about to say something important. But he didn't dare and let her go so she could go to her room. Before leaving, Hilary stopped at the door and wished the Marquis a good night. Christian, left alone, pondered again about that feeling that worried him so much. The girl, walking down the hallway, couldn't forget how her hand trembled over his. That's why she decided to leave her room. Hilary knew perfectly well that the Marquis's emotions were disturbed, and it was necessary to wait for him to calm down a bit. She planned to talk to him a little later, but things continued in such a way that for a while they couldn't see each other. The girl wanted to finish all her business as soon as possible, but she always finished very late, when it was already time to sleep. The butler also noticed that the lady had around 10 new tasks for every assignment. Meanwhile, William was also teaching the Marchioness how to manage her husband's lands and showing her the whole household. Furthermore, there was the princess's tea ahead. And Hilary returned to classes with Mrs. Elizabeth. But this didn't seem like enough to gain experience, so the Marchioness also attended the social gatherings of Countess Pamela. Again, at night, the young woman threw herself onto the pillow and lamented not seeing her husband at all because of work. The girl also had to clarify everything before the tea, to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. When thinking about the tea, Hilary realized that besides preparation, she had forgotten the most important thing. The next day, the young woman again met Mrs. Elizabeth, who, as always, greeted her joyfully. The lady was a little surprised that the Marchioness had requested an unexpected meeting. But the matter was serious. So she confessed to her tutor that she had nothing to wear to the planned tea. All the ladies were busy with the same event at that moment, and Hilary hoped the lady would help her. The girl began to explain that she was going to the princess's reception and wanted to look her best. An idea occurred to the Marchioness, so she brought something with her and wanted to ask the lady for advice. She recommended that she simply modify another dress a little, if there was no time to sew a new one. Hilary understood that, at that moment, it was the best idea, as she herself had thought the same thing. Furthermore, the young woman was worried about what people were saying about her and her origin, and decided to show her true appearance. The Marchioness thought that by doing so, everyone would look at her person, not her status. Mrs. Elizabeth was a little surprised by the idea, but perceived a deep meaning, and apologized for her doubts. Then, Hilary reminded her that not long ago the lady wanted to introduce her to a very good tailor. Elizabeth blushed a little, as she had actually hidden something when making that promise. Finally, she called him, and in front of them appeared a simply dressed man of large stature. Hilary did not expect to see someone who looked more like a dockworker or manual laborer. Elizabeth explained that this man, named Jeremy, was a mercenary, but very talented. In reality, he was well known among aristocrats and loved transforming dresses and jewels that they threw away. He did not become famous for creating beautiful clothes, but because he was difficult to surpass. Moreover, the lady admitted that Jeremy was from a simple background and apologized for not having told the Marchioness sooner. For Hilary, his status didn't matter if his abilities were as good as they said. The young woman was glad to have asked the lady for help, who respected culture and simple people. Hilary also loved that Elizabeth truly valued the friendship that transcends statuses. So, the girl spread the dress she brought with her on the table, and a spectacular design had to emerge from it. Also, Hilary brought several accessories and suggested that the tailor work on them. Before starting, Jeremy asked if she had a favorite model. Then he inquired about the lace, ruffles, or embroidery she liked, as well as her preferred colors. But the girl decided to trust his talent, as the main thing for her was to look very beautiful. She only suggested that the dress not be too sweet, as Julia would wear something similar, and asked for it to be simpler. For a moment, Jeremy hesitated, and then exclaimed that he had conceived the perfect design for the Marchioness. The man immediately grabbed his notebook and ran off to sketch, without hearing the girl beg him to stay. Hilary was just trying to understand why he had asked for her opinion, if he designed everything so quickly. Madame Elizabeth just laughed softly as she sat on the sofa, as she found the Marchioness quite amusing at that moment. But she also admired that girl, as she devised modifying a dress and became an advisor to the prince. The young woman was happy to have achieved all that, as she did it only for her beloved. Finally, Madame only wished that the prince's wife would behave as well, and as gracefully as her. Upon hearing this, Hilary even thought something was wrong with the princess, but Madame corrected her immediately. She explained that she was just nervous because some rumors had arisen due to Countess Pamela. According to those rumors, Julia is obsessed with hierarchy and rejects aristocrats because she herself belongs to the common people. The The Marchioness supposed that due to those rumors, problems also arose with the afternoon tea. She also concluded that she had simply lost infinite trust in Julia, as in the original novel. But the lady assured her that the rumors were false, and the princess had every right to be called the mother of the country. And soon, everyone would have to recognize it. Mrs. Elizabeth herself fully trusted the prince's wife, as she was also her helper. At that moment, Hilary thought that in that case, the novel wouldn't need to continue, and Julia would remain the protagonist. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by Jeremy, who appeared so suddenly that they were even frightened. Meanwhile, he shouted that his idea regarding the making at that moment was like a volcano. He designed a model that would perfectly suit the Marchioness, both in appearance and age. And for inspiration, he made many sketches and suggested the young woman choose the one she liked best. Hilary began to examine closely, and seeing her expression, Jeremy guessed that she didn't like any of it. He himself considered his works not only perfect, but the best of all, and didn't understand what she might not like. For a moment, he even lost control over himself and was about to explode. But he immediately realized and apologized to the ladies. But in reality, all of Jeremy's designs seemed too luxurious to her, better than any new dress. Anyone who saw such a dress would immediately think it was more suitable for a ball than for a simple tea. However, the girl kept examining the drawings and felt something was missing. At that moment, Jeremy began to argue that those were just sketches he had made just to warm up. Then he stopped at one option. But the tailor considered that perhaps it wasn't the ideal one for her. But the young woman insisted on her choice and commissioned him to make exactly that dress model. Soon, a real commotion broke out in the Marchioness's house, as everyone offered to help Hilary get ready. The maids even argued among themselves to make sure they didn't forget the perfume or the ribbons. And they all worked with some noise that slightly bothered the Marquis, as they had woken him up. But immediately, the butler approached him and explained that the lady was going to a tea party with His Majesty today. At the same time, William hoped that his master would show at least some interest, since the Marchioness was doing everything for him. Then he confessed to Christian that, due to lack of time, the lady's old dress had to be altered. The Marquis was intrigued why Hilary hadn't asked him, as he could help her with money. But the butler reminded him that the lady had promised not to use his property for herself. And when everything was finally ready, the maids didn't stop praising how beautiful their lady looked. The dress turned out truly splendid and highlighted the young woman's figure. Hilary didn't forget to thank the maids for their help, although they couldn't believe that this dress had come from an old dress. The girl explained that such a beautiful result was due to a talented tailor who finished the work quickly. And he himself admired his work, admitting that it was the best dress he had ever made. Not even the Marchioness expected it to look so good, as it didn't look so beautiful even in the drawing. But for a tea party, the dress didn't seem so magnificent, so even Mrs. Elizabeth tried to dissuade the Marchioness. They believed Hilary should shine more than anyone, especially the princess, who always strove to dress better than everyone else. However, this would be her first official appearance in the rank of Marchioness, and many would observe her for the first time. That's why Hilary considered that the outfit should be elegant and without unnecessary details. Although the young woman also admitted that for a royal tea, the dress was too simple. So Hilary went back to the tailor, thinking about how to embellish the dress. She advised him to grind pearl shells and then use those fragments to decorate the outfit. Once the work was finished, the outfit seemed covered in jewel dust, and when moving in it, it shone beautifully, as if it cost a fortune. It's just that before moving to the romance, Hilary had seen a similar dress in a magazine. That's why she used that idea. Still, she sincerely thanked him, as he had put his soul into creating that dress. For the tailor, it was a huge honor to weave a dress for the Marchioness, and he only accepted that she would come back to him. While they were talking about it, Christian suddenly entered the room without knocking because the door was open. Still, it slightly surprised the wife and the tailor, as they were completely focused on the dress. Hilary decided that she had done something wrong again, as the Marquis had decided to come to see her personally. Christian stood still, focusing on the dress which didn't resemble a modified one at all. Then, without saying anything else, he took out a pocket with gold coins and asked his wife to give it to the tailor. Jeremy was very surprised, and the Marquis explained that he had simply brought him the allocated budget. He also asked the tailor not to hesitate to use it. And he immediately thought of the possibility of opening his own clothing store. Afterward, the Marquis turned around and left the room without saying anything else, while Hilary tried to understand what had just happened. The maids also began to whisper among themselves, not understanding why the master had left so quickly, when the lady was so beautiful. But Hilary found nothing strange in it, as she knew that for the Marquis, only one girl could be beautiful. And that was Julia. The Marchioness knew it from the beginning. That's why she understood it wasn't worth getting sad about it. But suddenly, the Marquis, who had almost left the room, turned around and headed towards his wife. He looked at her this time with more attention and kindness, and then admitted that the dress suited her very well. The girl didn't know what to say in response, as on the one hand she was pleased that he had paid attention to that. But at the same time, she remembered that Julia was still in his heart, and that he also considered her very adorable. Christian, for his part, only wished the Marchioness a good time and headed towards the exit again. The young woman understood that she shouldn't harbor any hope, as the Marquis had only given her a farewell compliment. Although this made her a little uncomfortable. She, more than anyone, knew who Princess Julia was to him. The young woman looked at the pocket of coins and became convinced that a simple compliment from her husband was enough. Since Hilary arrived at this estate, Christian went to see her for the first time on his own initiative. Then he just justified his visit, saying he had brought the allocated budget. And nothing more. But even so, the young woman couldn't leave things as they were and simply let him go. As soon as he crossed the threshold of the room, Hilary shouted words of thanks to him for coming to cheer her up. He felt her approvingly, and the butler was even a little happy that his master had paid attention to his wife. William, however, followed him to the office and asked why he had left so quickly. But Christian explained that the Marchioness had only been a pretext, and that he simply wanted to make sure that the modified dress would not harm her reputation. The Marquis also reflected on whether he himself believed what he had said, since now his feelings were a little different. He recalled the image of his wife again, in whom he saw a charming young woman, and cheerful, who helped him with a sincere heart. A while later, Hilary arrived at the palace, and her mood was quite good. The first of the aristocrats, the young woman received Countess Pamela, who greeted her courteously. The young woman immediately began to ask her about her appearance, confessing that she was a little nervous. The Countess reassured her, assuring her that everything was fine and that today, as promised, she would be the Marchioness's ally. Pamela, however, confessed that she actually didn't consider it right to do so and felt some doubts. Then they walked towards the living room where the tea party would be held, located in the main palace of the emperor. This happened because, foreseeing the imminent fall of the emperor, John decided it was convenient for him to be closer to Julia. The young woman didn't even expect the prince to trust her so much, but the Countess reminded her that they had to act according to the plan. Afterward, Hilary added that if Pamela was restless, she would take care of everything, and she should trust her. The Countess, over time, came to consider the Marchioness a rather unusual person, and her mere presence was reassuring. Hilary expressed her excitement for the compliment the Countess herself had given her, and thanked her in an intriguing way. In the living room, the other aristocrats invited to the tea party were already beginning to gather. When everyone was gathered, the Crown Prince's wife herself joined them. Princess Julia. Everyone bowed to her, while Hilary considered that the morning incident with Christian had been a good start. The young woman decided that this day would be ideal to show the true face of the protagonist. The princess, meanwhile, began her speech assuring everyone that she was very happy to see them all, and hoped they would have a good time. Immediately, the guests responded with wishes of good luck to the imperial family, and thanked them for the invitations. With Julia's arrival, it was announced that the tea party had begun, and Hilary was assigned a seat next to her. The Marchioness initially thought it was due to her status, but she also decided that this place would be useful to her. Meanwhile, other aristocrats expressed their astonishment at holding the tea party directly in the imperial palace. Many believed it was thanks to His Majesty's kindness and were sure that he loved them all. Meanwhile, Hilary observed everyone celebrating, including the princess, and didn't understand how she could behave like that after her prophecy. The young woman thought it might be due to the place, but apart from her close circle, the kindness of the rest irritated her deeply. Julia, for her part, seemed to be loved by everyone, which also annoyed the Marchioness a bit. When reading the novel, the princess was not kind, but a cold and distant character. The Marchioness tried to maintain eye contact with Julia, but she seemed to avoid looking at her. Hilary, for her part, tried to find out what the princess truly felt and how affected she was. At that moment, a maid pushed a cart with snacks towards the room and directed it straight towards the princess. Julia decided to boast that she had prepared the snacks herself and recommended them to everyone. Upon hearing this, the Marchioness felt a certain revulsion and even lost her appetite, since she knew how she usually cooked. But when the tray opened, Hilary saw that the snacks did not resemble at all what one usually prepares themselves. The pieces of glazed cookies and cakes looked exactly the same as what the Marchioness could have bought even without being rich. Meanwhile, the princess seemed very happy, as she had organized everything to be top quality. With this, she also wanted to send a message in which she criticized the luxuries of the aristocrats. Now Hilary understood that the main character of that novel had always walked a flowery path, protected from problems, and whatever she did, people would praise her, even if it was only in the novel she had read. In this reality where Hilary found herself, the princess was very arrogant, and even seemed proud of it. However, she offered her guests tea, the aroma of which she considered simply incomparable. There the Marchioness suggested that Julia had prepared all of that so as not to forget her peasant origin. Then she looked with interest at the other ladies and asked them if they agreed with her. Hilary also confessed that, for her, those treats undoubtedly evoked memories, even if they seemed simple to others. Meanwhile, the young woman kept watching the others eating cookies with cakes. Then she asked the princess how her relationship with Mrs. Marion was going and if anything had happened. Julia didn't understand why the Marchioness had posed that question to her, and the latter explained that her intervention was not noticeable. Moreover, Hilary added that everyone already knew, from the maid's conversation, that everything had been prepared according to her wishes. However, Mrs. Marion did not appear during the tea party, and it seemed to Hilary that it was not a coincidence. The Marchioness was not sure if the lady herself had decided not to come or if it was the princess's will. But the truth was that Julia had problems with the imperial servant, and Hilary could not miss the opportunity to show it to everyone. The princess replied by stating that she was the crown prince's wife, who should be an example to all the country's inhabitants. If the maids had helped her, it would have looked like a common tea party. That's why she decided to organize it her own way. Furthermore, she prepared these snacks hoping the guests would try them and wishing they would like them. Then, the princess expressed her hope that her will would serve as a good example for everyone. The Marchioness replied by sharing her own hope that everyone would understand Her Highness's deep meaning. The princess melted at such words, thinking that Hilary had understood her intention. Then, Julia commented on the Marchioness's dress and suggested dressing more appropriately next time. Hilary interpreted this as if the princess had severely criticized her dress, in which she had worked so hard. But seeing Julia's calmness, she thought perhaps she should ignore it. However, due to the atmosphere created, she wanted to express her feelings of regret, since usually such dresses carry expensive jewels, and perhaps Julia saw the Marchioness's outfit as excessive ostentation. However, her own magnificent dresses were made with the best fabrics, and Hilary didn't understand why she deserved those words. At a certain point, the Marchioness felt a shock, but tried to maintain composure. The Countess, who was sitting next to her, showed the young woman the pre-agreed signal in advance. It was the signal that the Marchioness could now say whatever she wanted, and Pamela would back her up at the opportune moment. The young woman even struggled to believe that the Countess had agreed to something like that, and she was very happy about it. For Hilary, having the Countess on her side was encouraging, and she prepared to deliver her speech. The Marchioness stood up and explained to the princess that there had been a misunderstanding. With some clumsiness, she admitted that the dress had been modified from one of her favorite models. And it shone thanks to a layer of shell fragments, which is why it seemed covered in something valuable. Now the princess experienced a slight shock upon learning that the Marchioness had come to the tea party in a modified dress. But at the same time, she noticed that it actually looked very beautiful, and the shells gave it a special touch. Then, another aristocrat approached the Marchioness with a friend and confessed that she couldn't take her eyes off her dress. She also admitted that she would never have imagined that a tailor could transform an old dress so much. Then, the aristocrat dared to ask who that tailor was. The Marchioness replied that his name was Jeremy, but then deduced that they didn't know him by how they were dressed. However, she clarified to them that they probably didn't know him because he was a commoner. The young women were surprised to learn that a commoner could create such a dress. But they also thought that he might have achieved it, since common people are used to wearing modified clothes. Hilary understood that the aristocrats would continue to insist on highlighting their lineage. At that moment, the Duchess herself also noticed that the dress was very beautiful. And she would never have imagined that it had been made by a common person. Pamela added that now, she thought the culture and skills of common people were better than she was used to thinking. The Duchess decided that, in that case, she would like to commission the Marchioness to make a dress for her. Immediately, the rumor spread throughout the hall that if the Duchess considered it so, many would also be willing to modify the dresses they didn't want to throw away. And at that moment, the princess decided to confess that she now even felt ashamed of her dress, which she had bought at a very high price. Now, the Marchioness looked at Julia with some superiority, understanding that her plan was working. The princess truly looked at that moment like someone who was about to die of frustration. Hilary perfectly understood that the prince's wife did not want to see such a scene at that gathering. Julia had planned for all guests to be offered desserts, even if they weren't that luxurious. But she should have hired a common chef and tried to live a little more economically. Furthermore, she would have adapted the meals of common people to the aristocratic style. And she would have achieved good results. The Duchess supposed that the Marchioness could have created a beautiful dress without needing to alter it or use shells. Then she implied that Marquis Christian simply did not allocate a generous budget to his wife. After these words, Hilary showed an expression of sincere bewilderment, as they sounded like a betrayal. The young woman remained standing next to the table, silent for a few seconds, while imagining what would happen next. The Countess simply lowered her gaze humbly, as if she herself felt ashamed of her words. But in reality, Hilary was satisfied that their conversation had reached that point, because she and Pamela had agreed in advance to naturally lead the conversation towards Christian. The aristocrats who were near her table earlier decided to move away, not wanting to get involved in that chat. Later, Pamela adopted an embarrassed expression, as if she had asked the Marchioness something inappropriate. But Hilary, trying to hide her joy, smiled sweetly at the Countess, assuring her that she hadn't said anything serious. Then the Marchioness declared, with some dignity, that her husband had personally taken care of her, which slightly disturbed the princess. Furthermore, Hilary continued recounting that Marquis Christian fully respected her as a wife. Meanwhile, the young woman didn't stop looking at Julia, on whom the conversation had clearly affected. Then, Hilaria added that she deeply respected her wise and admirable man, despite the fact that he was a severe man. Afterward, the Countess mentioned that the Crown Prince had previously openly criticized the Marquis's coldness. Upon hearing this, the princess reacted as if waking up from a strange dream, and decided to intervene. She wanted to explain why John had acted that way, but the Marchioness interrupted her, reminding her that it was due to an old incident. Hilary also began to insist that she was sure her husband had acted correctly. Julia's face changed again due to confusion, and the Marchioness noticed it perfectly, and decided to add fuel to the fire. Hilary asked her why she thought Marquis Christian had done something wrong. At that moment, the girl was referring to the incident where her husband poisoned Duke Oliver and his daughter. Then the Marquis made them drink the poisoned tea, but his main motivation was Julia and John. However, besides that, Christian had other reasons to personally resolve that matter. Duke Oliver's family was the common type of villain in novels who committed crimes for self-interest. They kidnapped children, sold them as slaves, and killed everyone who stood in their way. Furthermore, these people secretly hired mercenaries to assassinate the throne, something the Marquis considered unacceptable. So, Christian told John that he had several pieces of evidence of the crimes they had committed, and he believed it was the only opportunity to destroy them, although the prince thought acting alone would be very dangerous. The Marquis also stated that if the royal family made a move, they could strike back. Moreover, Christian repeated that he was John's best friend, but he supported the imperial family first. That's why everything he was going to do was necessary for the empire, the emperor, his family, and also for Julia. The princess remembered those times well, but now she didn't understand what the Marchioness meant. So, Hilary explained that if the Marquis hadn't acted that way, the Duke would have revealed himself now. Meanwhile, the people who now live in peace could have been sacrificed in the civil war that followed. But the princess objected that the end should not justify the means, and that Christian committed a terrible act. Julia affirmed that in the empire, there are national laws to which everyone must submit, including the Marquis. In response, Hilary asked why, following the laws, her husband had not been punished for his crimes. For a moment, Julia fell silent, and the Marchioness also froze, waiting for her to answer precisely and correctly. Because if Julia accepts his point of view, the legitimacy of her position will be put in danger, which she achieved thanks to the Marquis. But if she decides to deny it, it will be absurd that she condemned a completely innocent Christian. Either way, regardless of her answer, the princess will expose her hypocrisy to the world. Julia lowered her head in reflection, not knowing how to act correctly in such a situation. Then the Countess intervened and proposed that the Marchioness drop the conversation. Although she understood that she was worried about her husband, Pamela considered that Hilary had expressed herself somewhat offensively, which might annoy Her Highness. The princess did not expect the Countess to defend her like that, and even hoped for a favorable outcome. Hilary did not argue, and simply apologized to the prince's wife for having offended her. She also begged the princess to have mercy on her for her bold words, since she was only worried about her husband. The young woman added that she got a little agitated, as it was her first time at such an event, and she requested permission to go get some air. As she left, the Marchioness thought that everything was going according to plan. She had handled Julia, and the Countess supported her afterward. Upon going outside, Hilary found a comfortable bench where she sat down to rest, just as the tea party was about to end. For a long time, she had wanted to spray the princess with cold cider, as she herself used to do in the novel. The Marchioness started murmuring this to herself when the Crown Prince approached her. He noticed that Hilary was alone, and it seemed to him that she was worried, so he decided to approach and ask her. His appearance was unexpected for the Marchioness, and she became alarmed that he might have overheard some of her murmur. But he gave no sign of having heard. He just kept standing proudly next to the girl waiting for her greeting. Hilary didn't know where to start, and all kinds of crazy thoughts ran through her head. That lasted only a second. And then John leaned over her with an expression as if he were about to interrogate her. She felt a bit uncomfortable because of this proximity, so she leaned back as much as the backrest allowed. Then, John stopped being silent and asked why she hadn't even greeted him upon approaching. He even suggested that due to her supernatural powers, she started behaving arrogantly. Hilary decided not to argue with him and apologized. But he considered it too late. Then, John became curious why she was alone there while the princess was having her tea. The Crown Prince suspected that something might have happened between them, as he knew his wife well. In response, Hilary decided to ask him a question and asked him what he was doing there. He explained that he was heading to the tea room when he heard deep sighs and came to see if there was a problem. The girl understood that he had decided to support Julia only because he is her husband. And yet he didn't try to hide it. However, Hillary admitted that she showed disrespect to the princess and went out to get some air. John was intrigued by what she had said to his wife to cause this disrespect. The Marchioness explained that she wanted to restore her husband's honor, and thus accidentally offended the princess. The prince began to realize that Hillary was using Christian to confront Julia indirectly. That annoyed him, but the young woman explained the reason why she had spoken to the princess about her husband. The reason was the same why the crown prince was now questioning her. John reflected for an instant, and then supposed that the Marchioness simply loved her husband very much. While trying to give an adequate answer, the Marchioness looked away without realizing that Christian was near them. A few hours before that, when Hillary left the tea party, a letter arrived at the Marchioness's house. It was a message from the emperor requesting that she visit the imperial palace whenever she wanted, even if it was today. His Majesty wanted to resolve the issue regarding the ownership rights of the lands Hillary had recovered. Christian reflected that, until now, he hadn't had a proper conversation with the emperor. But he feared running into Julia again. These thoughts did not leave him in peace, and the butler, noticing it, worried about his master. William thought at first that the Marquis was unwell and decided to call a doctor for him. Meanwhile, the Marquis hoped that the princess would not be in the Lion Palace, since she was at a tea party. However, his wife's words asking him to come and support her would not leave his mind. After thinking a little more, and because of that, the Marquis decided to go to the Lion Palace anyway. And a short time later, Christian was already standing in front of the throne, on which sat Emperor Dominic. He explained why he had called the Marquis that day, as he actually wanted to talk about his wife. Now it seemed appropriate to him, as previously they had only dealt with urgent matters. Christian understood that the territories were just a pretext, and that Dominic was interested in why he had married in such a rush. The emperor also insinuated, with a reprimand, that the marriage had happened so quickly that he hadn't even informed him. Christian could not confess directly that it was because of the prince and the princess, so he mentioned a little about the Marchioness's abilities. Furthermore, the Marquis explained that Hillary sincerely cared for him, and he couldn't refuse her. Dominic listened to the speaker and understood that the young woman truly loved her husband. Upon hearing the words about love, Christian thought again for a moment, recalling how Hillary called him her treasure. It was still unclear to him what made him fall in love with someone he had never met before. Moreover, the Marquis still didn't know exactly what pushed him to commit actions in his favor. Recalling everything the Marchioness had done, Christian understood that this was true love. After speaking with His Majesty, the Marquis returned the same way, where he heard the Crown Prince's voice. It seemed curious to him, as he also heard his wife's voice, so he approached to find out everything. It was unclear to Christian why Hillary, who should have been at the tea party at that moment, was there. Then he heard John ask why she loved the Marquis so much, if she had never met him before. The girl blushed a little, as she didn't know how to answer the prince or how to do it credibly. But then she decided to attack herself, and began to explain that it would take her at least a week to clarify the reasons. Then she started listing how beautiful Christian's eyes and hair were. Especially, she focused on describing his hair. Hillary also began to talk about the Marquis's qualities, which were so good that they were rare in a human being. Then she explained that her husband had a very strong heart, besides being able to do many things. All of this started to bore the prince, so he asked the Marchioness to stop, although she had already gotten carried away. At that moment, Christian, who was behind a tall bush, understood that he didn't want to discover the reasons for her love so much. But after thinking a little, the Marquis concluded that this girl truly loved him very much. The prince insisted that she stop, and then they returned to have tea, since he wanted to personally supervise Julia. After the gathering, as the Marchioness was leaving, she planned to ask Pamela about public opinion regarding the princess. In any case, her initial plan worked well, and suddenly, Hillary noticed the carriage where Christian was. He also saw his wife, and decided to approach immediately to ask what she was doing there. The Marquis explained that he had come for a meeting with the Emperor, and then chose to wait for Hilary to return home together. Moreover, Christian called her affectionately by her name, which surprised the young woman a little, since he hadn't done it before. The Marchioness loved that situation, as it was the best event of the day. But she understood that she had to appear reserved. The young woman never imagined that the Marquis would use an affectionate nickname to refer to her. Upon hearing it, her heart almost jumped out of her chest and her legs trembled, but she tried to remain calm. Furthermore, she was intrigued why he decided to call her that, and also wait for her to return home together. When the coachman offered her his hand to get into the carriage, she noticed it was shaking, and concluded that she was tired. But the young woman reassured him, telling him that everything was fine and she was ready to leave before taking her seat. Suddenly, it occurred to Hilary that she had never told Christian that the tea party would be in the main palace. Now she didn't understand how he had guessed where to wait for her, although she didn't decide to ask him. The Marquis, for his part, wondered why that woman wouldn't ask for his help if she truly loved him. Upon arriving at the mansion, Christian was already extending his hand to his wife to help her down from the carriage. The young woman made a subtle insinuation that it wasn't her birthday today, so that he would dedicate so much attention to her. But the Marquis didn't fully understand her. It felt a little awkward for her to lean on his hand like that, although she also liked it very much. When offering his hand to his wife, Hilary politely thanked him for his attention and care. At that moment, when the Marchioness looked at him, he seemed extraordinarily gallant and attractive. That night, the young woman felt very happy, and that literally intoxicated her. From then on, Hilary remembered what happened to her rather vaguely. She didn't even notice how she got to her room. She also didn't remember having dinner, or how the maids helped her take off her top clothes. It seemed incredible to the young woman to be so happy, since she only strived for Christian, not for herself. Before returning from the tea party, the Marchioness planned to organize her diary and draw up new plans. But now she had no time for that. Hilary liked her mood, and she decided to fall asleep like that. She didn't even remember being so happy in all the time she had been in this story. But she also wholeheartedly wished Christian to be happy, and that those who tormented him would kneel before him. Meanwhile, in the palace, the princess recalled the moment of the tea party where Hilary had mentioned the Marquis to her. She told herself that she had really been wrong, and the prince noticed her unease. John noticed that after the party, his wife had become quiet and sad. But he didn't understand what he might have done wrong. Then, Julia admitted that the Marchioness was wondering why her husband had not been punished according to the laws of the country. The prince also recalled Hilary's words that she only wanted to restore her husband's honor. Despite everything, the princess was sure that Christian had acted wrongly then. But she couldn't answer the Marchioness. Julia didn't understand why she hadn't condemned the Marchioness then, and now she saw a reproach in Hilary's words. The prince decided to support his wife, explaining that one cannot easily judge everyone by a single moral standard. Christian at one point performed an action for Julia and the whole empire, but she didn't condemn him immediately. This fact meant that over time, she could change the whole situation as before. After that, the three of them could be friends again as before, but something still interfered. Due to his pride, Prince John lost the only close friend who had been with him all his life. Now he stood in front of his wife and kept silent, feeling his own guilt in this situation. Julia noticed that he blushed and couldn't fully understand why he was behaving this way. And she herself became sad. The princess hoped that John would assure her that he wasn't wrong in his choice then. Then the prince raised his head and proposed to his wife to reconcile with Christian again. He explained that they truly owed it to the Marchioness, and he recalled that she considered offering him her life. John also remembered that before, they were all good friends, and now he couldn't behave so coldly and distant. But Julia clarified that she lived her whole life as a person, and as a saint, never abandoning her beliefs. Now she couldn't even imagine what her life would be like if she decided to forgive Christian. The prince noticed that this saddened her even more, and decided to immediately retract his proposal. He didn't want the princess to cry and asked her to forget everything he had told her. Julia didn't know what to answer her husband. A huge lump was stuck in her throat. A few days later, the butler called Hilary and notified her that 2 letters had arrived for her. He also explained that one was from Mrs. Elizabeth's drawing room and the other from His Highness, the Crown Prince. The Marchioness was surprised to see why the prince had written to her, as no event was approaching. In the letter, John informed her that he knew what she had done at the tea party with the princess. He also understood that it was useless to ask her, as she herself had admitted her rudeness. John expected her to soon go to the princess to ask for forgiveness. The young woman got very angry and instinctively crumpled it. William noticed that his lady was showing perplexity, but he didn't want to ask so as not to fall under her wrath. Hilary didn't understand why the prince was asking her for something like that, as the tea party had ended in a friendly atmosphere. Also, the young woman supposed that after all that, rumors might spread about her dispute with the princess. In those rumors, it was discussed that the crown prince's wife still despised the aristocracy. Hilary had invested so much effort in diverting public opinion from Julia. Although she thought it would be better to simply ignore all those rumors and the prince's request. But she understood that otherwise they could arrest her for insulting the imperial family. Furthermore, the Marchioness had many pending tasks, but she decided to request an audience with the princess anyway. The butler saw the state the Marchioness was in and was very intrigued by the content of that letter. William wanted to offer his help to the lady, understanding that any detail could be useful. But he decided not to sadden her further, and remembering that she hadn't had anything to drink all day. He offered to prepare her an excellent coffee. The butler hurried to prepare a drink for the Marchioness, without even listening to Hilary's pleas not to do it. He was quite fast at his work, and managed to leave the room before the lady realized she was alone. He didn't call her again and decided that, while she wasn't there, he would read Madame Elizabeth's letter. The Marchioness began to read the lines on the paper attentively, and it spoke of a lesson there, which surprised Hilary a bit. Meanwhile, William had already prepared the drink and was about to take it to his lady. But then, another maid appeared in his path, claiming that taking hot drinks to the Marchioness was her duty. The butler still wanted to personally take the tray to Hilary, but the maid refused to let him do it. At that moment, while they were arguing, the Marchioness sped past them, almost knocking them to the floor. The 2 servants noticed her immediately and asked why she was rushing so much without even having had coffee. Hilary didn't have time to explain anything to them, so she simply asked them to leave the drink in her room. Then she ran off again, leaving the servants speculating about what urgency she might have. Meanwhile, the Marquis was drawing when Hilary literally rushed into his room. He was also intrigued why his wife didn't enter as usual, but burst in very desperately. The young woman even stood still, because the way she was holding the brush seemed incredibly beautiful to him. Christian interrupted his daydreams, insisting on asking what had happened with his wife. The young woman really cared about his reason, since in the letter the lady mentioned that the temple had started openly criticizing the Marchioness. The letter stated that, according to the temple, this young woman was blind to profit and ignored any humanity. Hilary understood that they had decided to humiliate her publicly, since they lacked the courage to confront her openly. She also understood that, if the nobles rose against Julia, the prince and the temple firmly protected her from behind. The Marchioness began searching her memory for something that could deliver a strong blow to the temple. The original role of that temple in this world was to cure common people who could not afford specialized doctors. Doctors cost a lot and worked mainly for the royal family or aristocrats. The existence of Julia, who could use the divine healing power, further strengthened the temple's position. Now Hilary thought it would be good if she could prevent people from going to the temple. The idea came to her mind that people would stop going to the temple if they didn't get sick. Since if there is no illness, there is no reason to go. This idea seemed brilliant to the Marchioness, and now she went to talk to her husband about personal hygiene methods. Christian didn't quite understand what his wife intended at first, and she explained that this way many diseases could be prevented. The first thing she proposed was to give people the opportunity to wash their hands with soap, which was a luxury and only available to aristocrats. The young woman proposed simply not to add essential oils to the soap, which would allow it to be sold at a lower price. In this way, the Marchioness intended to help the people, although she understood that it would take time to prepare everything. For this, it was necessary to gather artisans who knew how to make soap and set up a factory. Upon hearing his wife, the Marquis understood that she wanted to open a common soap factory. But the girl did not exactly intend that. Hilary immediately clarified that the Marquis did not have to worry about anything, as she would take care of everything. She knew that her husband's name would follow her everywhere. That's why she went to ask for permission to act in his name. Then, with some modesty, the girl added that for this matter, a certain capital would also be needed. The Marquis replied that it would not be necessary, since in the liberated land there was a workshop. Hilary felt a little intrigued and thought he could offer it to her. Then, Christian proposed to his wife to go together and examine it closely. The young woman found it hard to believe that the Marquis offered it to her in person. She even asked again to make sure she wasn't mistaken. Her mind stopped for an instant and needed a few seconds to recover. Christian noticed something strange in his wife and wanted to help her, but she only asked for a moment. She needed to catch her breath, so she returned to the room and hid behind the door. She kept repeating under her breath that her beloved had offered it to her, like a prayer. She also hoped that by proposing it, it meant that he was feeling much better. Hilary felt like going out with him from the palace and tried to imagine how everything would end. But Christian interrupted her thoughts by getting worried and approaching to see how she was. For a moment, he even thought the Marchioness didn't want to go with him and clarified that she didn't have to. But she contradicted him and explained that she liked going with him. She just didn't want to bother him. Hilary wanted her husband to be comfortable, and she alone could go inspect the workshop. Then, Christian added that there were rumors that he was very ill, especially because of his sudden wedding. Now people thought that, since the lady was taking care of all the domestic affairs, the Marquis was actually not well. Christian decided that if he started appearing in crowded places, all those rumors would quickly disappear. At that moment, Hilary thought she wasn't managing her affairs well, but her husband immediately added something. He knew that she managed the internal affairs well, and that the inhabitants were very grateful. So, the Marquis also added his own gratitude for the effort she was making for him. Upon hearing these words from Christian, all traces of worry instantly disappeared from Hilary's mind, as if it had never existed. Then she expressed her gratitude to him and reiterated that all those rumors were pure gossip. Furthermore, she understood that on the trip they would meet many people, and she worried that the Marquis would find it hard to face memories of the past. Christian insisted on the trip, so the Marchioness decided it was necessary to bring a first aid kit. The girl's actions somehow reminded him of himself at that moment, and he understood that he must respond to her efforts. And when Hilary finally stopped talking, Christian proposed to take the trip next week. Then, he remembered that he had to meet Julia to apologize. Now he had to make a rather difficult decision, but the trip with Christian seemed much more important to her. Although, on the other hand, if she chose the trip, it would mean that she had directly ignored the Crown Prince's word. Then, Christian, as if reading his wife's thoughts, proposed traveling at a later time if she had urgent matters. Hilary did not want to postpone this trip and promised she would conclude her business very quickly. And very soon, the Marchioness was already on her way to the palace to meet the princess, who did not expect to see her so early. Julia was even surprised by how quickly Hilary wanted the audience and confessed that her conscience tormented her. The Marchioness was still glad that the princess agreed to receive her, but in reality, the young woman had another plan. Verbally, Hilary expressed her regret that the Crown Prince's wife had been disappointed. She also promised to go to the temple soon to repent and reflect on her sins. Julia listened to the Marchioness, who spoke with great sincerity and believed her words. Hilary also remembered that she had to return as soon as possible, and she hurried to say goodbye. But the princess was not willing to let her leave so soon and asked her to stay. Julia remembered the prophecy that her majesty would soon fall and asked if she had seen anything else. Hilary was perplexed, as a thought crossed her mind that something terrible had happened. Then the princess confessed that the previous night the emperor suffered from dizziness and lost consciousness. Julia was there at that moment and immediately applied her healing skills. Hilary thought that if a major incident had been avoided, now there was no need to ask her for a vision. But looking at the princess, the Marchioness supposed that problems were beginning to arise with her powers. Julia immediately protested and assured that with her divine gift everything was fine. But her face showed that she was hiding something. And Hilary understood that, as a saint, she was weakening more and more. The only difference now was that Julia acted immediately when the emperor felt unwell. But the Marchioness understood that her body had not managed to heal completely, and now Julia was asking for her advice. The Marchioness began to apologize, stating that she did not intend to belittle the princess's abilities, since she had recently had a vision. Hilary acknowledged that this event is significant and that she initially thought she should talk about it with the crown prince. But since the princess was also involved, the Marchioness now felt she should talk to her first. So, Hilary revealed a terrible truth to the princess, that in less than 2 years her divine strength would disappear. Upon hearing it, Julia turned pale and her breathing stopped immediately, as this was what she valued most. The princess also couldn't believe it, as she was convinced that this strength was granted to her by God. But Hilary assured her that she only related what she saw and had not exaggerated anything. The Marchioness added that her ability to foresee was also granted by God, and that she also worried. Then Hilary remembered that her gift was demonstrated when she spoke about the border area. Meanwhile, in her thoughts, the Marchioness was only happy that the princess would now have to accept that she was no longer a saint. Afterward, the young woman made an ashamed expression and confessed that she felt very sad seeing that. Now Hilary couldn't even find the right words to tell the prince everything. Julia was quite impressed, but the Marchioness thought the prince should not remain ignorant. So the princess began to ask Hilary to keep quiet for now, and that she herself would tell her husband. Juliana insisted because it concerned her own identity, so she should be the one to do it. Hilary saw genuine fear in the princess's eyes and understood that she was willing to run away. Just like before, the Marchioness decided to yield to her request and promised to keep quiet, as soon as she saw her so insistent. Then Hilary chose to give the crown prince's wife advice on how to hide it for as long as possible. The Marchioness approached. She whispered a few words in her ear. Then she said she was in a hurry and said goodbye. Until now, Juliana's answers had been firm, and this time too she should not hesitate to tell the prince everything. Now Hilary was interested in whether the three of them could overcome this conflict together and how the princess would feel afterward. The girl who had always been a saint, but also a commoner and possessed a gift of healing. Before, she believed that the Holy Father might be concerned, since he barely had power with her common origin. But then the prince and Christian assured her that her gifts were valuable and that God had chosen her for her reason. The Marchioness insisted that Juliana was special, which motivated her to carry on. People began to come to her to be healed, and they sincerely thanked her, praying to her in return. A short time later, Julia became the crown prince's wife, and since then her life changed. At that time, she still didn't know everything that awaited her and hoped her life would be very happy. The prince himself chose her as his wife and also greatly valued her abilities. Now Julia couldn't believe that God would abandon her and that she would lose her gift. The princess calmed herself thinking that everything would turn out well, as she was the wife of the crown prince of this empire. Meanwhile, the Marchioness had already returned home, and the next day they left on a trip with Christian. The Marquis noticed that his wife was worried about something, but the young woman simply looked back at her husband. Although she remembered that because of this trip, the house was a mess, as she had tried to gather everything she might need. Furthermore, the young woman was thrilled to have been able to deliver an unexpected blow to the princess. And now on the road, Hillary understood that with all those thoughts she seemed restless. The Marchioness remembered that in the novel, those lands they were heading to were the main setting for the important actions of Christian. And Julia. Once, the Marquis invited her there for a date, and there he helped a child begging for alms. Julia discovered that the child was doing it because his parents were sick, and she decided to go heal them. That's why the Marchioness now understood that this place could be dangerous due to the princess's memories. Furthermore, she herself had to face those memories, but she was prepared for that encounter. Then the Marquis suddenly remembered that his wife had already been here with William. And he thought the situation must be very bad. But the girl hurried to contradict him and assured him that it was an excellent place, and that she had come only to take a look. The area was wide and stretched along a large river. Furthermore, trade was also very developed here. Everything was the same as the book described. And Hillary remembered again how Julia had healed the child's parents. Meanwhile, Christian felt a certain shame because she had seen how a child was begging in his lands. So, Hillary repeated the princess's words from the book, that here people felt that they lived and worked to the fullest. Christian didn't understand how his wife could repeat Julia's exact words, the same ones that she had said in the past. The girl admitted that she had said it unintentionally. She had simply become so absorbed that the words came out on their own. Now she scolded herself and didn't know how to justify herself to avoid suspicion. At that moment, the cart shook, and the girl fell onto the seat, although she possibly did it on purpose to distract the Marquis. She explained that, although she had been traveling in carts for some time, she couldn't get used to that noise. Christian, noticing his wife's state, worried about her, while she observed more closely how he was behaving. Finally, Hillary reassured him, assuring him that she was fine, but she noticed in his gaze that he didn't completely believe her. The Marquis noticed that her hair ribbon had come loose and decided to fix it to help her. The girl couldn't believe that Christian would do something for her, and at that instant the cart shook again. The Marquis failed to stay steady and almost fell onto Hillary, but managed to grab hold of the seat back in time. The Marchioness got a little scared by the situation, and Christian immediately began to apologize for not having kept his balance, and prepared to move away. But the bumps in the road didn't stop, and he decided that for now it was safer to stay in that position. The Marquis simply didn't want Hillary to fall off the seat and get hurt, while she curled up like a ball. However, she soon noticed that her hair, which hung over her, began to lightly itch her skin. Her heart beat so hard at that moment that she thought she would die from it popping out of her chest. At that instant, Christian was intrigued if the Marchioness could see that situation in her visions. The young woman didn't understand at first what he was talking about, and the Marquis clarified that he meant the situation when she was with Julia. Hillary didn't understand how her husband, in such a situation, could still think about that. But she confirmed that she had seen it, but a long time ago. Now, Christian understood why he felt the Marchioness knew the past better than the future. She herself knew that if he thought about it, it meant he was still psychologically weak. And she had to be more careful with her words. Soon the cart stopped, and the coachman knocked, asking if he could open the door. Since they had arrived, the Marchioness asked them to wait a minute, as she wanted to fix her dress, not realizing how quickly they had arrived. When she opened the door, the coachman expressed concern that she hadn't come out sooner. But she felt perfectly fine, and the only thing that wouldn't leave her mind was the Marquis. After getting out of the cart, she managed to distract her thoughts by seeing what was in front of her. In the courtyard in front of the building entrance, there was a large table with benches, a place where one could sit outdoors for a while. The Marquis immediately explained to his wife that it was a place for entertainment, and that she could do whatever she wanted there. Then he showed her the interior space and clarified that 20 workers ready to start immediately could fit. Also, transportation in this place was well developed for moving materials and products. Furthermore, there was a large warehouse for storing goods, and the young woman wondered why the place was still empty. In any case, she liked the place and supposed there would be no problems with mass production. The young woman did not forget that she had to take care of the Marquis, and he, in turn, asked if she had gathered all the soap makers. Hillary felt a little ashamed to admit to him that, in reality, everyone had shown disapproval. Soap here was made by hand, and for them it was something like a work of art. Then the young woman thought that the workers were simply uncomfortable, making so much soap at once. Not even the effort of Jeremy, who was helping her, managed to convince the workers to attend. The Marquis didn't remember instantly, and Hillary reminded him that he was the tailor who had made her dress. Then Christian became interested in knowing how close she had become with him, and clarified that she could entrust this work to him. It seemed to him that, given his profession and skills, artisans in this sector should know him well. So the Marquis didn't understand why it was difficult for that man to find artisans for the soap factory. Then he decided that, if the tailor couldn't solve it, it was up to him to gather them. And talk. He also promised his wife that he would quickly gather the workers for that factory so she wouldn't worry. The young woman felt enthusiastic again, although she couldn't understand why Christian had taken care of this matter. When it seemed to him that Hillary didn't want his help, she hurried to protest, explaining that he had already helped her enough. Again, she insisted that the Marquis should not overexert himself because of her. Nor did she wish to disturb his tranquility. Then, the Marquis added that he was also doing it for those lands, as he suspected that problems arose from weakening his control. It seemed strange to the girl that a husband would help his wife in such matters. And she felt self-conscious. At that moment, the coachman arrived and stood next to them, as if awaiting the continuation of the dialogue. Christian asked why they had come to see him, and they informed him that a visitor had arrived. Upon hearing it, the Marquis was a little surprised, since the factory had been empty for so long. And suddenly had a visitor. While they were trying to explain, a man immediately entered who addressed the Marquis. And the Marchioness. It was old Carl, who was worried about not arriving on time, and hurried there upon hearing the carriage. He was also intrigued why the lords were in such a humble place and not in the residence. And he became uneasy in case something was happening. Then, the coachman announced with some enthusiasm that the mayor of those lands had arrived. Always so lively. The Marchioness immediately addressed him, explaining that he shouldn't have run so fast. But he only greeted her respectfully. The girl didn't want Carl to strain his sick knees, but he insisted that he cared about them. Christian observed his wife's interaction with this man, and it seemed to him that with him. She was closer than with him. But Hillary had approached the mayor because they frequently exchanged news as those responsible for internal affairs. So Carl finally asked what had brought the lords to the old factory that had been empty for some time. Then Christian explained that they had come so that she could see the place she intended to use. Hillary was pleasantly surprised that the Marquis called her wife, in front of everyone. And not just wife, but his wife. And again, the girl's thoughts got tangled. Then she remembered that on paper they were indeed married. And she herself called him husband in front of others. Now Hillary reflected whether she could consider herself somewhat recognized after being called his wife. Without realizing it, the girl began to squeeze her fists with joy, while the Marquis thought she was plotting something. At that moment, Carl approached her and asked her to tell him what machinery she planned to use. Until then, Hillary had managed internal affairs well, and now the mayor wished to help her. The girl thanked the old man for his effort in preparing the place, so that they could soon open the factory. She also thanked the Marquis, as now she had received a reward for her efforts. Christian, by calling her his wife again, also expressed admiration because she had managed the affairs of his properties well. Hillary found it hard to get used to her new title, but it caused her genuine joy. The mayor also admitted that now, he loved how the riverbank had been restored. The young woman explained to the Marquis that, after last year's disaster, she decided to fix some things after inspecting it with William. That was also the disaster that marked the beginning of Julia and John's romance, and these lands suffered the least damage. However, the riverbank was the worst affected, and a considerable amount had to be invested in its repair. The mayor was very happy that the Marchioness had taken care of all that. Then they went to the residence, where Carl suggested taking a look at the construction book. and the accounting reports. The Marquis noticed that Hilary had mainly taken care of everything, although he thought William would handle those matters. Afterward, Christian reflected that his wife achieved it thanks to his participation. But he liked that she managed on her own. The young woman also decided to take a look, explaining that she hadn't received the report on it yet. The Marquis did not object, since she had taken care of everything, and he handed her the book. Hilary began to examine the contents closely, and even Christian thought something was wrong. The Marchioness only pointed out some deviations from the initial amount, but they were not large. Her husband believed that he had already dealt with that before, but Hilary clarified that she had other matters. She hadn't worked with something like this before, but the butler helped her a lot. And it seemed to the Marquis that his wife already knew this type of business. The young woman only assured him that she learned quickly, as she was a Marchioness and should know how to do it. Then she instructed the mayor to annually inspect the repaired embankments. Carl was a sincere person and never lied for his own benefit, so he could be trusted. That kind of trust is only achieved with those who help, and Hilary also managed to attract others with her charm and skill. After that, the mayor suggested to the lords that they go inspect the riverbank, where they had also leveled the dike. The girl thought it was an excellent idea, since she could compare the budget that way and check everything. Furthermore, Hilary considered that in that place the Marquis and the princess might have walked, and that would bring her memories. She felt like inspecting everything there, but she couldn't take Christian, so she decided to postpone it for another occasion. As soon as she expressed her refusal, the Marquis at that moment said he was willing to go and take a look. Christian explained that he wanted to see it with his own eyes, as it was the result of their efforts. And he himself considered the dike a very picturesque place, even before they repaired it after the flood. The Marquis also decided that it was a good time to appear in public as a married couple. So Christian took his wife's hand and proposed going there together, without postponing it. At first, the young woman even thought it was a dream. But since she entered this story, 3 years had already passed. She knew it wasn't a dream. But continuing to be Hilary was still just a dream for her. Now she could enjoy that dream. Especially today, when everything really seemed like a dream. Soon they went to see the rebuilt dam and other nearby places. The young woman noticed that she was walking next to the Marquis, while the others kept a certain distance. Looking back, she saw the looks of the companions, which showed that they understood. And they didn't want to bother the couple. She was also surprised that Christian agreed to come, and now she was walking holding his hand. Her thoughts were filled again with her beloved, but then she remembered something else. The dam was already there when she came to see the riverbank before. Furthermore, the Marchioness knew that the view was beautiful, as Christian had told her. She also thought that the Marchioness was flooded with emotions because of this place. But she couldn't do anything and could only wait, walking slowly next to him. Suddenly, the Marquis decided to ask her if she knew that she had been here before with Julia. Hilary was a little surprised, but admitted, although not immediately, that she knew. Then Christian pointed out that nothing could be hidden from him, but that didn't bother him. The young woman was surprised again, even more this time, not knowing what else her husband would say. But then she decided to ask him that in that case, she didn't have to pretend that everything was fine. Then, the Marquis remembered that Julia was a really good person, who always lit up the world around her. He recalled the moment when they were by the river. The princess had noticed something in the water and asked him to come closer to see. Christian approached, but saw nothing, and Julia clarified that the sun was shining beautifully on the water. The princess loved it so much that she also fervently wished the Marquis could see that beauty. She herself shone so much that day that Christian didn't dare to touch her. When she said it, Hilary felt a lump in her throat and struggled with difficulty to swallow it. The Marquis noticed that the young woman felt uncomfortable with those conversations, but the Marchioness reminded him again that, thanks to Julia, she had lived an unforgettable, loving experience. Now she herself couldn't feel uncomfortable about that, admitting that the princess was a truly pure person. Hilary also noticed that this world dazzled with its complexity and entanglement. And Julia always knew what to look at. After listening to his wife, the Marquis decided that, in that case, they themselves were looking too intently at this world. But the young woman believed that a simple life was enough, and Christian's was quite hard. Since he, more than anyone in the world, wished to be recognized, but the person he loved only censored him. That's why Hillary hated her. But that didn't mean for her that Christian should hate her too. The Marchioness hoped it would remain just a pleasant memory and not leave deep wounds. Looking at her husband, Hillary proposed trying to live a simpler life. She also thought that the Marquis could free her from difficult and complex tasks. Christian, who listened to her attentively, even found it amusing, but didn't dare say so. However, seeing her expression, the young woman noticed that he found it funny and blushed immediately. Hillary even felt for a moment that she was burning with shame for her words and didn't know where to hide. Then she looked again at her husband's hair, longer than hers, and didn't understand why. But in any case, Christian was still her favorite person, and she felt sad that he wasn't real. In her thoughts, Hillary stroked his hair and noticed that it was still messy, which saddened her a little. Suddenly, the Marquis approached and asked her if it wasn't too late to say those words she had just spoken. The young woman didn't understand him, so the Marquis clarified that she herself had already done everything for him. Meanwhile, Christian gently arranged his wife's hair so she wouldn't look so disheveled. Then he added that, furthermore, he thanked her for many other things she did for him. Now Hillary felt a state of immobility again, unable to utter a word or move. Afterward, she noticed that Christian, while fixing her hair, was leaning closer and closer to her. However, the next instant, she felt him tying a ribbon at the nape of her neck, so the wind would no longer move her hair. Then, the Marquis adjusted it a little more so it looked prettier, and hoped she would like it. Hillary also noticed that something had been added to her hair and reached out to check. Upon touching, she discovered one of her favorite hairpins, which now decorated her head. The young woman had completely forgotten it, and understood that the hairpin had stayed with the Marquis since their carriage swayed. Her thoughts were interrupted again by Christian, who acknowledged that the riverbank was truly well restored. The young woman explained that it was thanks to the Marquis approving the correct budget in time. But Christian interrupted her again, saying that he was the one who should thank her. And a lot. For a moment, the young woman thought it could be the end of the novel, but she couldn't leave it yet. Now the story unfolded a little differently, and she had to find the meaning of life there. A meaning not only for her as a person, but for the heroine Hillary, whose goal was Christian. A short time later, after inspecting the place, the Marquis proposed to his wife that they return home. For a while she walked in silence, as she was very grateful to her husband for many things. Especially today. All that time she knew that, apart from her beloved, the rest was just meaningless text to her. A few days later, after visiting the lands, the Marchioness received a visit from Madame Elizabeth. She immediately admitted that she knew Hillary had been there with her husband. She also admitted that in the most select circles they only talked about that, so she couldn't ignore it. Hillary had been very busy with recent matters, so she had to miss several classes. But she understood that rumors had spread quickly, and then she understood that the teacher was specifically interested in her meeting. The young woman clarified that it wasn't a date, but that they simply went to inspect a workshop located on his domains. Then, Elizabeth remembered that the Marchioness had recently asked Jeremy to gather soap makers. And now she understood why. She also observed that they were quite stubborn and difficult to convince, and the Marchioness confirmed that no one accepted. The tutor wanted to offer her help, but she assured her that everything was already resolved. Hillary admitted that Christian, almost magically, managed to quickly gather the artisans. Even two of them decided to bring their apprentices for a future factory, so they could perfect their skills there. The Marquis also considered that, once soap production was established, it would be necessary to hire people from the poor districts and pay them a salary. Furthermore, he was sure that, once the artisans finished developing the technology, everything would flow smoothly. The young woman was enthusiastic that her husband could thus provide work for those most in need. Mrs. Elizabeth was surprised to see that the Marquis had solved the problem so easily. Hillary confirmed that thanks to her husband, matters related to soap production were indeed going well. Furthermore, it made her happy that, despite the scandal she caused during the tea party with the princess, the lady had sent her a letter talking about the temple. The young woman really liked that Elizabeth made sure there was no hostility or uncomfortable situations towards the Marchioness. With all this, Hilary understood that the lady's relationship with Julia had changed, and she decided to find out how. Then she thanked the tutor for the letter and apologized for not having had time to send her a thank you note. But Elizabeth was not worried about that, since she didn't expect a reply, and the Marchioness wanted to know how the lady had spent that time. Then she confessed that the reason for her visit was the Crown Prince's husband. Hilary immediately thought something serious had happened and prepared to listen attentively. The lady decided to share this information only with the Marchioness, and added that the princess still hadn't gotten used to living in the imperial family. The young woman understood that Elizabeth couldn't say such things without a reason and began to question her further. Then, the tutor also revealed that, according to rumors, Mrs. Marian had decided to leave the imperial palace. Hilary couldn't believe that woman, who was the guardian of the palace, would decide to leave her home. Elizabeth added, however, that at that moment the emperor and the crown prince immediately stopped her. But her intentions remained firm. The lady also considered that the causes could be old age and illnesses, but she feared it was probably because of the princess. So, Hilary remembered that Marian's influence was not noticeable at the tea party, and she thought she had already decided to leave. Elizabeth also observed that it was not a coincidence, and remembered how the Marchioness had been brave when speaking to Julia. The lady suspected that Marian could no longer stand the crown prince's wife due to her advanced age. The Marchioness considered that Mrs. Marian's role was now more important, and she should ask the princess to behave more carefully. Elizabeth confessed that, since she found out, she couldn't find her place or calm down. Now Hilary understood that her tutor had given up on Julia and suddenly decided to make a plea to the Marchioness. The young woman didn't understand why the lady, who herself had given up on Julia, was now asking her for a favor. Elizabeth confessed that she wished to distance herself from Her Highness, but for that, she needed the Marchioness's help. The lady hoped that she could talk to the princess and somehow influence it. Hilary openly expressed surprise at such a request, but the lady was sure that everything would turn out well, since she had done many things until now. However, the young woman explained to her tutor that she wasn't sure she could talk to the crown prince's wife about this. She was also sure that the princess had distanced herself from her after what happened at the tea party. However, Elizabeth insisted that one mistake did not mean that the Marchioness could no longer show concern for her. The lady was also sure that only Hilary could influence Her Highness. Furthermore, she is the only one who dares to speak plainly. Not knowing what to answer, the young woman asked for a few minutes to think about it, as it was not a simple plea. In recent times, Julia had become more aggressive and took everything too seriously. And emotionally, Mrs. Elizabeth remembered that she decided to talk to the princess about Marian. But she didn't even want to listen. The tutor also understood that if Her Highness continued that way, she would soon lose her authority. She also hoped that the Marchioness did not hate the princess, and that the incident at the tea party was meant to reconcile Julia and Christian. Furthermore, Hilary had already gained Her Highness's trust. She even became her helper. And now Julia needed her more than ever. The Marchioness was also intrigued whether the lady would have asked her for something like that if she hadn't known about the incident at the tea party. This request also meant that Hilary would have to assume both the initiative and the responsibility herself. On the other hand, the young woman understood that Julia's condition was now so serious that she wouldn't even listen to Mrs. Elizabeth. The Marchioness also understood that, according to the princess's actions, she now had conflicts with John too. Moreover, the crown prince had not yet called Hilary, which meant he didn't know yet that his wife would lose her divine strength. So, the Marchioness confessed to Mrs. Elizabeth that she couldn't resist such a moving plea. But in return, the young woman asked the tutor to also do her a favor at some point. In fact, the Marchioness didn't plan to help Julia, even under the threat of her own death. At that moment, inside the palace, the prince was walking in the garden and reflecting on why Mrs. Marian had decided to leave. He remembered that woman since he was a child, and how she took care of him instead of his mother then. Marian was always loyal to the imperial family and was always proud of her work. In fact, the crown prince always saw that woman not as a servant, but as a family member. He decided to visit her recently to try to dissuade her from that decision. When John arrived, she was already holding her suitcase again, but he insisted on talking to her. But Madame Marian believed that His Highness would manage to become a pious ruler, and that God would take care of him without her. So the prince ventured that it was because of Julia, but Madame kept insisting that she was just tired. Marian didn't want to reveal or admit that the real reason for her departure was the princess. For Julia, old ladies were a symbol of luxury, so she organized a social tea to express her convictions. But since the princess was first in the imperial family, Marian couldn't allow her dignity to be offended. So she blushed and stopped assuming her main responsibilities in the imperial palace. The prince remained convinced that the reason for her departure was Julia, and he knew that others understood it too. He noticed that his wife had changed and no longer took care of the garden where she now walked. Before, the princess claimed that she felt calm seeing beautiful flowers. She also advised her husband to try to find calm by observing them. The prince began to wonder what to do if the flowers didn't work. And Julia planned to devise another solution. At that moment, remembering, it seemed to him that the princess was calling him. He turned around instantly, as the voice sounded modest and sweet. However, he didn't see his wife in front of him, but the Marchioness was there trying to contact him. Noticing that His Highness did not react immediately, the Marchioness even thought something had happened to him. John couldn't confess to that young woman that he was simply overwhelmed by events and daydreaming about the princess. Nevertheless, his appearance worried Hilary, who tried to guess what was happening. But nothing came to her mind. John was surprised to realize that the Marchioness had arrived at a bad time, and that at that instant, he didn't want to see anyone else but Julia. He also considered that perhaps he was losing his mind, as he believed it was the princess who was calling him. However, he understood that Hilary hadn't come to visit his wife, and became interested in why she had sought him out. The young woman, after receiving Mrs. Elizabeth's request, did not plan to meet the princess personally. Hilary planned to proceed differently, and had now come to speak directly with John. In fact, she didn't even expect to run into him in the garden, on his way to his office. Since he was absorbed in that way, the Marchioness managed to read on his face that something had happened. But she still hesitated whether that bothered him, whether it was because of Madame Marian or the Emperor's health. The prince himself considered it opportune that the Marchioness had visited him, as he also intended to speak with her. Hilary instantly thought that Julia had told her husband something about the problems with her sacred power. But instead, John became interested in whether it was true that the Marquis had decided to leave home and check his possessions. The young woman was very surprised by that question, as she didn't expect it at all. And she had another expectation. Although the Marchioness explained to the prince that she herself had business there, which is why they decided to go together. Then the prince asked about the Marchioness's condition, assuming she was already better. Hilary explained that they had brought a doctor with them, and the prince understood that Christian's condition was still not good. It seemed strange to the Marchioness, because before, while the prince was occupied with Julia, he never cared about her well-being. Suddenly, now that he was alone, he decided to worry about her health and show interest. In one thing, Hilary was sure upon seeing the prince's reaction. Julia was secretly keeping her prediction. The young woman was even interested in how much longer the princess would keep that secret. But now, being in front of the prince, the Marchioness began by thanking him for worrying about her husband. Then she confessed that today he didn't look like usual, but seemed very distressed. She then added that clearly it was because John worried greatly about His Majesty the Emperor. She also confessed that she had heard from his wife that the prediction about the Emperor finally came true. And the princess immediately applied her sacred power. But the prince still looked pale and anxious. The Marchioness also added that she knew the result before anyone else, so John didn't need to hide anything from her. The prince explained that the emperor had some difficulty moving, even after receiving strength from Julia. The young woman stated with concern in her voice that she knew His Highness still hadn't fully recovered. This moved him quite a bit, and he wondered how the Marchioness knew. Then Hilary feigned fear and suggested loudly that the princess had not yet told him anything. John couldn't understand what the Marchioness meant or why his wife was involved. But Hilary only declared that her prediction had come true and that she would not bother him anymore. That angered the prince, as he believed the Marchioness had decided to renounce her duty to him. As she walked away, Hilary only explained that the princess would soon open up to him. But that worried her. She also added that Julia, evidently, had problems again with Mrs. Marion, even though both tried to dissuade her. And perhaps the princess had suspected it. It was now difficult to determine who was the most authoritarian in the palace. The prince became even angrier and demanded that the Marchioness end the conversation. But before leaving, she expressed her regret for John's many mistakes. It referred to the emperor, whose illness could not be cured, his secret with Julia, and the change of authorities in the palace ranks. But he hoped that the prince, so intelligent and perceptive, would have understood where she wanted to go. John understood that the Marchioness was throwing every step in the princess's face, and on this occasion, he could ignore her words. At the same time, she was a meticulous person, and John knew that Hilary wouldn't have told him all that without a reason. The prince began to be tormented by suspicions of what his wife was hiding from him, and he feared admitting it. During all that time, she continued to act as always and still smiled at him. Shortly after, John went to visit the princess, and she received him smiling as if she had no secrets. Julia had just prepared tea and immediately offered a cup to her husband. The prince did not want tea and confessed that he had come with a very important request, and she noticed he was not in a good mood. John did not hesitate and asked his wife to heal his father one more time with her divine power. When he said it, the princess almost dropped the teapot, as she knew how it could end. But then she decided to control herself, and so as not to give herself away, burst out laughing, adding that he had scared her. Then, Julia promised that she would help the emperor and that she would visit him today at noon. The prince thought he had been mistaken in his fears and apologized to Julia for bothering her. Then he wondered if it would be excessive, since she used her power on the emperor in the morning. And at night, the princess saw his sadness and reassured him, saying he shouldn't worry, as she hadn't lost her strength. She also asked her husband not to doubt her divine power or her abilities. Then, affectionately, she took her husband's hands and promised him that His Majesty the Emperor would recover soon. The prince found it a bit suspicious that the princess was so convincing when assuring that everything would turn out well. He was about to ask her something more, but their conversation was interrupted by an unexpected knock on the door. Then the maid entered and announced that the first priests, whom the princess was expecting, had already arrived and were waiting for her in the hall. Julia saw this as an opportunity to avoid the awkward dialogue and hurried out to greet them. The princess explained to her husband that she had a meeting with these men and asked him to meet her later. When they went out into the hallway, the crown prince's wife quickly headed to the meeting, as if she were late. The maid noticed it and didn't understand why the lady was rushing so much, as if someone were chasing her. Meanwhile, the princess tried to understand why her husband had decided to tell her about her power, something she had never doubted before. For a moment, she felt like she already knew about the terrible prophecy and feared that the Marchioness had told him everything. She even considered returning and talking openly with the prince, but something stopped her. Julia convinced herself that it wasn't time to give up yet, since the divine power had not completely disappeared. She decided to confess everything to the prince when that power completely disappeared, convinced that the prophecy might not come true. Anyway, everyone would find out when her divine power disappeared, something she couldn't hide. At that moment, John sank back into his thoughts about how everyone he trusted was distancing themselves from him. Moreover, his father's health was worsening, and his dear wife had become suspicious. And all these events led him to Hillary, although he didn't understand how she could be involved. Then he decided that it was her problem and that he couldn't see it through to the end. Before, when things got so tense and suffocating, Christian was always by his side, offering support. This brought many memories to the prince, and he decided he needed to meet the Marquis. After some time, the Marchioness finally received a call from Countess Pamela to meet her. She confessed to the Marchioness by letter that, after the tea party, she had become the only married noblewoman there. Thanks to her. Also that, thanks to her friendship with Julia, high society was giving gifts to Her Highness. And other attentions. Hillary understood that everything was going better than expected, although the Countess wrote that Her Highness was not easy to get to know. The same applied to Madame Marion, and even more so upon hearing the news after Elizabeth. In the letter, the Countess asked Hillary for her opinion on what else to do in such a situation. Pamela also did not know that Madame Elizabeth was in charge of the Marchioness's education. That's why she decided that maintaining contact and a relationship with her would be beneficial for her. Before, Hillary hoped that the Countess would become closer to the princess than Elizabeth. But if that wasn't the case, now she could only change her approach. So, the Marchioness replied that she understood her concerns and advised replacing the young ladies surrounding Her Highness. Hillary believed that, to recruit new young aristocrats, the Countess would be more effective than her. A commoner. The young woman also mentioned that among those ladies, there would be those who could not compete with Julia's stubbornness and austerity. Then Pamela will understand for herself what she should focus on and how to act. While preparing to send this letter, the Marchioness also considered that Prince John had been unusually quiet. The young woman was intrigued whether he had spoken with his wife, and whether they had resolved that misunderstanding. In any case, John would have called the Marchioness at that moment, although she didn't want to see either of them. Now she wished for everything to unfold according to her plan, so she began to imagine how it could happen. A few days later, she was already with the prince and her husband, who were staring intently at each other, as if competing in appearance. This meeting took place in a discreet imperial palace, which was the prince's secret villa. In reality, the Marchioness didn't understand why the meeting was scheduled precisely in that place. But the fact remained that now they were all together, under the same roof with Christian and John. After a brief silence, the Marquis suggested to the prince that he step away a little and talk. The young woman didn't know what plans they had, but she was uneasy about her husband and asked him to call her if necessary. The prince replied that someone might think he was going to devour the Marquis upon hearing something like that. However, Hillary was not surprised, as she clearly remembered how the last time they spoke alone ended. She was also annoyed and worried about the fact that John had suddenly called the Marquis. A couple of days earlier, Christian approached his wife and admitted that he had received an order from John, and that now he had to meet him. The Marquis couldn't ignore it, as it was an official order from the Crown Prince. Hillary didn't understand why it was an order. Then she thought he feared the Marquis's rejection for not attending the meeting. Christian became interested in what ideas his wife had on the matter, since she had recently been with the prince. She only explained that, in her opinion, the prince was exhausted, and perhaps that's why he wanted to meet. She also reported that, although John had prestige, the emperor's condition did not improve. She associated this fact with Mrs. Marion leaving the imperial palace. But to herself, she noticed that the prince became very sensitive when they talked about the problem of Julia's sacred power. It also bothered her that, in their last meeting, the Marquis couldn't control his emotions. And now he doesn't want to meet either. It also annoyed the Marquis that, when his wife was unwell, the prince didn't even show up. And now he orders him to go. Christian noticed that his wife was getting angry, but he also noticed that he himself, for some reason, was calming down. But the Marquis liked that Hillary addressed the prince exclusively by his title, and not by his name. And then the Marchioness declared that she also wanted to go to that meeting with her husband. Christian agreed that his wife and the doctor should travel with him, only for health reasons. Before the trip, The Marchioness didn't even suspect that the meeting place would be that secret villa from the romance. But this way, she understood that the prince decided to meet with Christian without informing the princess. And now, while the two men walked away to talk, Dr. Mark reassured the Marchioness, assuring her that her husband was fine. Quite some time had passed since the conversation began, and the young woman remained uneasy. The doctor noticed her state and supposed he would have to give her Christian's medicine. But then the Marquis appeared behind her, and Mark immediately asked about his well-being. And Hilary immediately got up, scared that something had happened to her husband during the conversation, or that the prince had hurt him. Getting closer, the young woman noticed that he had a very pale complexion, which did not bode well. Following the Marquis, the Crown Prince returned to the room with a slightly annoyed expression. But he said nothing. John called his servant and informed him that it was time to return to the palace. The doctor approached Christian and offered him the medicine that usually helped him. But the Marquis pushed the medicine aside and addressed his wife with the intention of asking her something. Now Hilary saw that the Marquis's condition was totally unusual and tried to guess what they had talked about. Then Christian asked why she had asked the prince to give them the lands of Attica in exchange for a prediction. The young woman turned pale upon hearing him mention it, but she couldn't tell her husband that it wasn't true. Furthermore, Christian had learned from the prince that Hilary had asked for her husband to obtain the title of duke. The Marchioness saw that her husband was confused, but she herself was already planning to tell him. Only she had chosen a more suitable time. Now Christian stood over her, as if she were a wayward student, and concluded that she herself wished to obtain the title of countess. It even occurred to the Marquis that his wife might be related to Countess Caroline in some way. The Count's daughter. The young woman didn't know what to say, and the rough knot got stuck in her throat again, preventing her from uttering a word. During the conversation, a little earlier, the prince confessed that he had issued his order because he understood that the Marquis would not want to meet him. He then asked Christian for forgiveness, clarifying that one does not act like that with friends and he recognizes it. But the Marquis now cared little about that and became interested in the real reason why John had called him. He also treated him formally, since he had come by order and by moral obligation. John began by saying that Christian had always been his friend, in whom he trusted without reservation. Now he understood that, even if the Marquis had moved so far away, he had no one else to trust. Then Christian noticed that his wife was right, and the prince was indeed exhausted, although it bothered him to hear that from an old friend. Then he explained to John that trusting someone or not should be his own decision. The prince understood that his friend was right, but doubted whether he could now trust Julia. Christian noticed that His Majesty fell silent and thoughtful, and believed he had no more questions for him. Then he hurried his farewell, as his wife was waiting outside, and the prince was even surprised that the Marquis called Hilary his wife. John also observed that his old friend fully trusted that girl, despite knowing that she had asked for something in return for the prediction. He then shared that the Marchioness's request was quite bold, and he also wondered if Christian could trust her after that. The Marquis did not understand what the prince meant, and he explained all the conditions Hilary had demanded. Now, after hearing it, Christian decided that his wife was actually greedy and sought wealth. Meanwhile, he remembered how she insisted that she had no interest in his properties, since she wasn't a swindler, and now he simply felt lost, as he understood that the prince also couldn't lie to him about something like that. That's why Christian thought that his wife might be related to the Duchess in some way. At that moment, the young woman noticed that his face had changed a lot, and she understood it was her fault. She also turned very pale and began to scold herself with all her might, while the Marquis tried to understand what was wrong with her. Meanwhile, the doctor, seeing that Christian's health was not in danger, decided to wait outside so they could talk. Hilary knew she couldn't live if the Marquis misunderstood her, and started thinking about how to resolve this misunderstanding. She immediately stated that she had no connection with the late Duchess, and reminded him that she had told him about the prince and the princess. She wished that they would apologize to Christian and repent for having acted that way towards him. Only for that reason, Hilary decided to demand the lands of Attica and admitted that she had no hidden intentions. For a moment, the Marquis remained silent, trying to process his wife's words. And those seconds seemed like an eternity to him. Then he finally wondered on what basis he should believe her, since without an oath anyone could say something like that. The girl immediately remembered that the original novel mentioned something about an oath. And she decided to swear to her husband, taking his hands as she spoke with total sincerity. Hilary wanted the Marquis to become an indispensable pillar in this empire, and for his life to be great. The young woman tried to explain that this country could not recover without him, and that she was willing to organize everything for it. Furthermore, she begged him to accept her words and did not let go of his hand until he did. Then Hilary hopefully looked into her husband's eyes, wishing her words would help, and that he would stop being angry with her. But the Marquis only suggested that she return home, and at the same time let go of her hand. At that moment, Hilary not only felt terrible, but wished to disappear underground upon seeing that things had come to that. Christian, for his part, had already left the room, where the doctor met him in the hallway, who wondered why he was alone, but the Marquis did not answer him and walked on. While Mark noticed that his face had clearly flushed, Christian then remembered the conversation with the prince about trust, and that he alone would decide whether to trust or not. Now, the Marquis found himself in a similar situation, still not knowing what decision to make. Upon returning home, Hilary even feared that the Marquis would throw her out of his residence. But he didn't. However, he also didn't speak to her again, which saddened her deeply. Only through the butler could she find out how the Marquis was feeling, who reported on the master's condition. Hilary waited every day for her husband to throw her out, still hoping to see him at least one more time. The soap samples that arrived shortly after helped alleviate her sadness. The girl saw an opportunity to talk to the Marquis in them and went to his study. But she still didn't dare to knock on the door. But then she gathered her courage, raised her fist towards the door, and prepared the soap samples to discuss them with him. Furthermore, Hilary did not forget that first she had to find out his mood and how he felt. As soon as the girl was about to knock, the door opened immediately and the Marquis, surprised to see his wife, appeared in front of her. Hilary froze again, forgetting all her words upon seeing her beloved's face, whom she hadn't seen in so long. The Marquis asked why she was standing in front of the door, and the first idea that came to her mind was to suggest a walk. But Christian was going to the library to find a book, and he would only see the walk if it were through the living room. Then the girl remembered the samples and decided to show the Marquis while trying to catch her breath. Her husband agreed and soon noticed that the samples had been made quite quickly. Talking about soap, Hilary noticed that his condition hadn't worsened and now he wasn't avoiding her. Then the girl thought that perhaps he was simply absorbed in reading. As William always told her, deep in her heart, the Marchioness began to hope that Christian had decided to trust her after that misunderstanding. And she also prayed that he would forget that moment when she kissed his hand. As a sign of forgiveness, the Marquis still only considered the samples that the artisans had made, of several types, and noticed that one had no scent, another was harder. There was also a soft and colorful one. The Marquis thought that the soft soap would wear out quickly, so it was better to use the hard one and add a little scent. He also supposed that the commoners, who admire the nobility, would want their soap to look like theirs. Upon hearing her husband, the young woman sincerely rejoiced at his reasoning and considered him very intelligent. Then Hilary was about to send a response to the artisans, although she couldn't stop admiring her husband. Meanwhile, the Marquis wondered if everything was fine with his wife, since he himself had been busy with books and organizing his thoughts. He then decided to share rumors that artisans were starting to make soap for personal hygiene. Christian thought that it would be difficult for commoners to get used to it, as they had never used it. And Larry agreed, since if the soap was cheap, it would just pile up uselessly in homes. To solve this, an idea came to the young woman's mind, and she immediately consulted her husband. Later she met with Helen and Paul, the best theater actors in the capital, and also the most handsome. They were multifaceted people who wrote their own plays, and right now they were at the Marquis's residence. She knew that in this story, people believed that diseases were punishment. And not even soap would change their view. That's why Hillary devised a way to boost the sales of the soap they were making. She proposed approaching Helen and Paul to create an advertising campaign with their help. To achieve this, she thought of sponsoring movies and series like in their real world. Thanks to the performance of these actors, Hillary could promote how to use this soap. Instead of sponsorships, she suggested including the use of her product directly in the play. The Marchioness hoped that the actors would set an example so that everyone would use the soap. Paul, after listening to Hillary, felt thoughtful, as he could not accept a sponsorship under these conditions. He explained that the play for the inhabitants of these lands was already written, rehearsed, and scheduled. He considered it unwise to add new content at the end and change the script. Although the actors would be delighted to receive support from the Marquis, this time there was no way to change anything. Hillary also expressed regret for having presented the proposal so suddenly, and asked them to respond later. The Marchioness gave them a contract and asked them to read it carefully and consider her proposal well. For a while, she waited for the actors to review the text, but they still believed that nothing would change. Before, when the Marchioness explained the plan to her husband, he was interested in advertising through play sponsorship. He wanted to show people how to use it so that it would become part of their lifestyle and be interesting. He added that trends in food, clothing, or other things are born in the same way. Christian liked the idea, accepted what his wife proposed, and gave her money for the sponsorship. The young woman remembered that she also didn't know how much advertising cost in this world, and she wasn't sure if the amount the Marquis gave her was adequate. Although she understood that the cost of advertising varied greatly, depending on various factors. However, now she had actors in front of her whose reputation was the best in this empire. And now, when Helen and Paul were reviewing the contract, the actress, without thinking too much, borrowed a pen from her colleague. Then she also quickly signed the documents and thanked the Marchioness. Hillary was glad to have convinced these people, while the Marquis later considered that he should have given more money. And when he added an additional amount, the actors enthusiastically committed to promoting the soap. The Marchioness, on the other hand, had to spend time paying attention, attending to matters, and reviewing the play's script. The young woman was grateful that, with so much workload, she didn't yet have classes with Mrs. Elizabeth or important social events. Recalling the events, the Marchioness was interested in how the Countess was doing with persuading the young ladies around the princess. She thought she should meet with her, but also remembered that it was time for John to invite her too. And a short time after Hillary thought about it, the prince invited her for a visit. The young woman didn't delay in acting. She quickly prepared herself and headed to his palace. He immediately offered her a seat, without even deigning to greet her. Hillary was also interested in whether her emotional state had changed after meeting Christian. But John began by admitting that he didn't believe her much before because of his confrontations with Julia. Moreover, he recalled that Hillary also showed him open hostility. Even so, the prince acknowledged that her predictions were very accurate and, furthermore, extremely important for the destiny of the empire. The young woman listened to him attentively, but still couldn't grasp what he wanted to tell her. Then, the crown prince continued by saying that, despite his skepticism, Hillary forced them to admit that they needed her skills. At the same time, the Marchioness noticed that there was usually sarcasm in his voice. But today, he really seemed worried. And not just worried, the prince seemed to feel defeat and powerlessness, as well as a certain humility. Then John continued by saying that, although he didn't fully trust her, precisely for that reason he appointed her his assistant. And in a recent conversation, the prince thought again about her situation and decided to be quite honest with her. Approaching the Marchioness, John asked her to tell him everything she had told his wife. Then he repeated her words, but added that as his boss and crown prince of this empire, he ordered her to do it. The Marchioness couldn't believe that someone so intelligent still didn't know that Julia was having problems with her power. Hilary couldn't disobey the prince's order, but she also remembered her promise to the princess. So she admitted that she had conveyed an important prophecy to him, but His Highness ordered her to keep quiet. And now the young woman understood that Julia hadn't told her husband this. John was intrigued whether this prophecy was related to the emperor's condition. But the Marchioness sincerely confessed that her vision was that Julia's strength would disappear in the next 2 years. Upon hearing such a prediction, the prince was greatly shocked, as he too had placed high hopes on his wife's powers. Hilary, for her part, remembered from the original book that the princess obtained her power when, as a child, she prayed to the gods. Julia simply saw how many poor people suffered, especially children, and she wished to help them somehow. The Marchioness clarified to the prince that it was a gift granted by the gods, and that the rest depended solely on divine will. However, these words from the Marchioness did not reassure John, as he was worried about the emperor's health. Meanwhile, he remembered that previously all the Marchioness's words had been true. And now she was interested in knowing what he planned to do next. John didn't know what to do now, and all he could do was wait. Furthermore, he could check how true the prediction about Julia was. Then, the prince asked what would happen to Hilary's own abilities. And she confessed that her powers would also disappear someday. Meanwhile, the young woman did not forget that, unlike the princess, she did not possess any gift. She had simply become a regressor. But at the end of the conversation, the prince asked the Marchioness to report every new vision she had to him first. Afterward, the young woman returned to her mansion, when the sun was already leaning towards dusk. A short time later, a letter was delivered to both of them, and the butler, upon delivering it, reported that it was from the actors. Christian first thought they had some problem, and began reading the letter attentively. However, the opposite happened, as they praised their sponsors because thanks to them, Helen and Paul can now create unique pieces. The actors also praised the Marquises for their humanism and interest in art, which would bring great development to it. Attached to the letter of thanks, there were also 2 tickets with the best seats for their next theatrical performance. Soon Christian told his wife about this, and upon learning that she had free time, he suggested they go together. The young woman was simply delighted that the Marquis had proposed going to the show together. And she even got a little nervous. However, she was already planning to attend the theater, but only to observe the reaction to the soap announcement. She had seen the rehearsal before, so she had an idea of what would happen there. But knowing they would go together, her feelings were different now, and she immediately went to the tailor. She confessed to him that she would go to the theater with her husband, so the dress had to be the best. And when Jeremy showed her several sketches, Hilary even imagined it would be more like a date. And after some time, when everything was ready, they left for the theater, where the performance would soon begin. There the actors immediately greeted them and welcomed them as appropriate, expressing their gratitude again. They were pleased that the Marquis and Marchioness had taken the time to see their performance. Christian noticed at that moment that the theater was actually much more than he had previously imagined. Helen and Paul admitted that thanks to the sponsorship, they were able to rent such a large space for a while. The actors also noticed that something was wrong with the Marchioness, as if she were very nervous. But Christian assured that his wife always behaved like that, and that there was nothing to worry about. Then the gentlemen decided to head to their seats, but the actress asked the Marchioness to stay for a moment. Helen pointed to where the well-dressed girls were, and boasted that they were noblewomen. Furthermore, the actress admitted that her play had become so popular that even aristocrats came to see it. Then Helen reassured the Marchioness, so she wouldn't worry, and assured her that the soap promotion would be a success. Meanwhile, Hilary tried to concentrate on the fact that she had come for business, but thoughts that it was a date kept arising. With this, the actors said goodbye to them and went to the dressing room, wishing the Marchioness a good experience. Thinking it was just business, the Marchioness managed to calm down a bit and proposed to her husband that they go to their seats. Noticing it, she observed that Christian wanted to tell her something, but he was only worried about Hilary's exhaustion in recent days. And that even in the morning, the Marchioness had been very tense, and now she looked much better. Meanwhile, the young woman thought that it was her first event as a married couple. Christian kept looking at her, expecting an answer, but she swallowed her words again for a moment. The Marquis decided to stop tormenting his wife with the wait and simply invited her into the hall to take their seats. The young woman was so thrilled that she felt like she was burning inside, but she tried to maintain her composure and repeated to herself that they were there only for business. Christian, seeing her reaction, thought that the Marchioness didn't like something and decided to withdraw his hand. Meanwhile, the Marquis wondered how such an attractive young woman had unintentionally caught his eye. Shortly after, they saw Helen playing the role of a woman who lied by claiming to be the daughter of a hidden nobleman. At that moment, she was wearing very simple clothes, but she had to do something to stand out among the others. Helen took the remaining soap she received instead of money for sewing, disgusted that it was not edible. But with that soap, the actress would rub her body and thus look like a lady of high birth. Christian, upon seeing the play, commented that soap was not enough to look noble. Hilary retorted that people look and smell better when they are clean. The Marquis nodded, convinced that this campaign would be effective and would greatly help production. The Marchioness pointed out that the plot was simple, where the lie of a commoner kept accumulating. She lied to everyone, and in the end she even deceived herself. The actress insisted that if no one discovered her lie, she could live as an aristocrat. While watching the play, Hilary observed that this story reminded her of her own life. In this world, she became a supporting character, and everything she said, from her name to her personality, was a lie. The Marquis noticed that his wife was again sinking into her thoughts, and this worried him a little. But the young woman assured him that everything was fine, only that she was fascinated by a very interesting show. She couldn't be wrong about anything and had to pretend that she really had a gift, doing everything for her beloved. The only thing that differentiated her from the play was that, in it, the protagonist would stay with the heroine until the end. To herself, Hilary understood that, at the end of her story in this world, she would have no one left. A short time later, by selling the soap used in the show, they made small discounts for another advertising campaign. People marveled that the soap not only smelled pleasant, but was also used by famous actors. Hilary, for her part, was glad that the play had been a success and that it greatly helped soap sales. She particularly liked how the soap was demonstrated, which meant that no problems should arise in sales. Christian, upon observing his wife after the show, asked her if she liked it. She admitted that the actor's performance had been magnificent, but at the same time, she thought that the Marquis was displeased with something. He assured her that everything had gone well for him too, although something bothered him. However, Christian did not finish speaking, as at that moment the actors called them. Helen and Paul ran towards them, overflowing with joy from the audience's excitement. And now they thanked the Marquises again for their support, thanks to which they could offer such a high-level show. Especially the actress, after the performance, was quite excited, although also very happy. Then she confessed that, despite her attempts to dissuade them, many people wanted to greet the Marquises and followed them. Immediately, thanks rained down on Christian and Hilary from the insistent fans for their help with the presentation. While trying to shake off her insistent fans, she noticed her husband was to one side. At first she thought something was saddening him, but then she understood that his state was normal. Christian himself reflected that, having contributed nothing, it was better for him to leave. So the Marchioness decided to spend a moment with the grateful spectators, to promote the soap somehow as well. The Marquis began to suspect that his wife was still hiding something from him, as during the whole play she showed no emotion. He even thought she had no feelings at all, just a lifeless expression. Looking at her at that moment, one might think that the play and the advertising had nothing to do with her. Then Christian remembered that when he met her, she had exactly the same expression. He knew that his wife worried a lot about the play and the soap business. But he didn't understand why she appeared like that. At that instant, he questioned his trust in her again, although he remembered having given his oath. The Marquis began to suspect that his wife was still hiding many things from him, but hoped that someday she would tell him everything. A little later, upon entering the café, the Marquis noticed that Hilary seemed quite tired and exhausted. She admitted that afterward, more people had gathered who wanted to see the actors, and that the Marquis had done well to leave earlier. Christian remembered that in the morning the girl had been very nervous, although he couldn't confess that it was because she had to go with him. His wife told him that she had been working a lot lately, but now there were no reasons to worry. Suddenly, they heard someone behind them, highly praising the protagonist of the play. Turning around, the Marchioness recognized that they were the noble ladies whom Helen had pointed out. Then, Hilary listened attentively and discovered that they were also talking about the Crown Prince himself. The girls commented that lately he usually took care of matters instead of his father. One of them became agitated thinking something had happened to His Majesty, while another mentioned that he had health problems. They also talked about the saint being with the Emperor, although His Majesty had been ill a long time ago. Hilary noticed that the rumors continued to spread, and that soon everyone would start suspecting that the princess lacked strength. But then she heard that one of the aristocrats had a meeting with Her Highness today. The other one was also there, and commented that she enjoyed talking with Mrs. Pamela. Upon hearing their conversation, the Marchioness understood that the princess was still forcing people to live the right way. However, Hilary was also happy that the Countess found it beneficial to influence the young women, and she hoped that everything would turn out well. The Marchioness noticed that her conversation had been overheard by the Marquis, who commented that the temple's teachings were not as good for these girls as they were for the princess. At that moment, Hilary realized that she was slightly annoyed that her husband acknowledged Julia as a princess. But her worries were interrupted again by Christian, who admitted that he planned to request an audience with His Majesty, the Emperor. The Marchioness was a little surprised, as she didn't understand why her husband was in such a hurry to meet him. At that moment, they were sitting in a small secluded cafe, through whose windows the sun's rays filtered. That sentence about the Marchioness needing to meet the Emperor slightly clouded the pleasant atmosphere between them. But Christian clarified to his wife that he had been resting for too long, and now he planned to resume his work. Hilary worried again, since her husband had not yet fully recovered. And he didn't need to hurry back so much, especially since, due to the Emperor's current condition, the princess would be constantly by his side. The girl feared that when Christian met her again, he might feel worse. Again, the Marquis reassured his wife, assuring her that Julia meant nothing to him. And he certainly didn't plan to go alone. Hilary immediately became intrigued whom he planned to go with, and the Marquis confessed that with her. The girl's ideas flared up like a volcano again, since before she thought one thing. And now her husband surprised her again. However, the Marchioness controlled herself, and soon both stood before the great Dominican Emperor. Christian, upon returning from the cafe, simply didn't wait and requested an audience with His Majesty immediately. The Emperor immediately went to meet him, as he was probably also expecting the Marquis's return. Initially, Hilary tried in every way to dissuade her husband, convincing him that he still needed rest. But she achieved nothing. Upon reaching the Emperor, Christian introduced his wife to His Majesty, and it turned out that this was the main reason he wanted to meet. Although the Marquis considered it a bit late for that, the Emperor had been like a father to him since childhood. That's why he decided to formally introduce his wife, and after that, Hilary could no longer keep trying to dissuade him. The only thing worrying the young woman now was that her husband wouldn't push himself too hard and take breaks. But that wasn't all. Upon reaching the Emperor, John and Julia were already there. The Marchioness noticed that her husband felt quite secure and understood that he was already much better. Then, the Emperor decided to clarify if Hilary was really the prince's assistant. He had also heard that she was highly praised for what she achieved in Christian's domains, and considered her very talented. The young woman simply blushed shyly, thinking it was just exaggerated rumors. The prince, however, observed that if it was an exaggeration, it had lasted long enough to seem real. The girl wanted to remain calm, but as soon as she opened her mouth, sharp comments came out. In response, the prince remembered that days ago the Marquis had gone with a doctor, and now he doubted whether he could resume his duties. John even suggested that Christian's unexpected return had been influenced by the Marchioness. The woman became agitated, but the Marquis immediately acknowledged that his wife had dissuaded him, worried about his health. But he himself convinced her that he felt much better now and was ready to resume his obligations. Hilary found it hard to believe that the Marquis had taken her side against his best childhood friend. And above all, against his first lover. Even she herself was intrigued by his expression at that moment and looking at her husband. She tried to guess it through his gaze. Christian decided to divert the conversation, and right now he asked about the emperor's health. He admitted that at first he didn't believe the common rumors, but upon seeing Dominique, today he became worried. The Marquis also hoped that his concerns were unfounded and that the saintly maiden was using her healing powers. The emperor assured them that there was no need to worry, as he was getting old and nothing could be done about it. He explained the rumors, pointing out that the prince attends his meetings. But he believed he just needed to gain experience. Then Christian decided that they shouldn't worry so much about the welfare of the empire if Dominique was healthy. Especially since the princess, who possesses divine power, is always by his side. Deliberately mentioning the emperor's health problem was a way to warn John. And Julia. He clearly saw that the emperor still looked ill, which meant that his majesty was suffering from a serious illness. Christian also enjoyed the absolute trust of the emperor, and there was nothing he couldn't tell him. That's why he deliberately brought up the issue of Julia's power and his majesty's health, thus expressing his loyalty. Now Hilary understood that, with such behavior in front of the prince, the Marquis no longer considered him his friend. And now John and his wife would worry about something, but the Marchioness saw an opportunity for her to intervene. Hilary immediately added that she was happy about the emperor's health, but she also believed that the country needed someone loyal. Dominic considered it enough that the Marquis had returned, and the prince was trying to understand where the Marchioness wanted to go. And when he understood, Hilary was already starting to say that it would be better for her husband to have the title of duke. A short time later, the couple was returning home, and Christian was intrigued why she had mentioned that title. The young woman honestly confessed that she couldn't trust the crown prince, as she hated him. That's why she believed that a plan was needed for unexpected circumstances. There, Christian leaned over a little, and the Marchioness thought he felt unwell again. But it was only drowsiness from fatigue. Then, Hilary suggested to her husband that he take a short nap, while she remembered their conversation about the title of duke. Everyone was surprised, but especially the princess, who considered it blatant arrogance. Then, Hilary remembered what Duke Oliver's family did, abusing their power. The Marchioness addressed the emperor, saying he must ensure that nothing like that happens again. That's why she opined that the most loyal servant should be promoted to the highest rank. Then the prince intervened, suggesting postponing that conversation, as it was not the right time. Seeing John start to shout, the Marchioness understood that he was desperate. But not trusting him, she decided to attack first. At that moment, what interested her most was how the emperor would react, wishing he would accept her intentions. His Majesty commented that the Marquis had found the ideal support in the figure of his wife. He also acknowledged that, after the meeting with Christian, his son and daughter-in-law had informed him in detail about their circumstances. Since then, the emperor had been secretly worried about his complicated relationships. But now that burden had disappeared from his heart. After that, regarding the Marchioness's request, Dominic proposed discussing it together with the crown prince. The emperor added, moreover, that her appointment as assistant greatly improved the situation. Meanwhile, Hilary watched the prince and noticed his impatience that his father praised her. However, after the emperor's speech, neither John nor Julia expressed objections, and the Marchioness wished to change the topic to something lighter. But the princess decided to leave the meeting, and then His Majesty suggested that the rest also withdraw. Now Hilary watched her husband sleeping, a scene that seemed simply wonderful to her. The girl strongly wished she had her phone at that moment, but she calmed down when she realized she might wake the Marchioness. Moreover, today Christian behaved really well in front of the prince and the princess, as if they truly didn't care. He also conversed well with the emperor. Especially she liked his warning. Now that he was asleep, Hilary decided to ask the coachman to slow down so as not to disturb her husband's sleep. A little later, the emperor returned to bed, and his son sat beside him, while Dominic acknowledged that it hadn't been easy for him. His Majesty also understood that the Marquis had perceived his condition, and then he asked his son not to let the princess work so hard. The emperor knew perfectly well that he received his healing power from her every day. And now he decided to talk about it with John. Later, the prince addressed his wife, who was just about to apply her holy power on his Majesty. Meanwhile, the princess criticized the Marchioness for not being able to stay still and brought up the duke title. John still remained silent, recalling the conversation with the emperor about her, who had said that Julia had fully integrated into his family's life. His Majesty wished that his son would also protect his wife, as he noticed she had been worrying lately. Dominic knew that, besides her powers, the prince should be with his wife, as she would be his empress. While John reflected, the princess thought that he wasn't doing well either. But he assured her that he was fine. Even so, the princess proposed that he receive some holy power after returning from seeing Her Highness. John also recalled the forecast that her healing power was slowly fading, and he didn't want it to happen too quickly. Then the prince felt a slight dizziness, and Julia became very uneasy, thinking he was tired because of the Marchioness. John also understood that, when together, they weren't enjoying each other, but rather talking about the emperor's health, or about the Marchioness. The prince was bored by all this and asked his wife to stop, but she didn't understand his intention. Then John confessed that he knew everything. That's why he asked to stop and stop hiding it. At that moment, Hilary and Christian arrived home, and upon exiting the carriage, the Marquis decided to add something else. He pointed out that it wouldn't have been prudent to go that far when she mentioned the duke title. He also added that it didn't mean he didn't trust her, but that he considered the emperor was not obliged to do so. Just then, a waiter came to invite them to dinner, but Christian wanted to go out for a walk for a moment first. Hilary liked the idea, although she felt a little nervous, until she calmed down upon learning that her husband trusted her. So, the young woman decided to confess that she had a prediction she needed to reveal. Meanwhile, the princess tried to convince her husband that she didn't understand what he was talking about, assuring him that she was fine. But the prince also understood that, even if Julia turned the whole world into her enemy, he had to support her. Then he mentioned that her sacred power was disappearing, and that His Majesty the Emperor also suspected it. Since the princess spent more time on the treatment, but the emperor's condition didn't improve, Julia immediately understood that her husband had heard that from the Marchioness, as no one else knew that secret. The prince confessed that Hilary had told him, but what was truly important to him was that his wife was well. Then, the princess also admitted that she had promised to keep silent. And now it seemed more like a trap. John was a little surprised, because according to the Marchioness, it was Julia herself who ordered that prediction not to be mentioned. The princess immediately became nervous and began to assert that she had never given such an order. Now the prince understood that one of those girls was lying, because both had said different things. And he was intrigued why his wife followed the advice that she disliked so much. Julia admitted that she didn't believe in the disappearance of the sacred power, only that for a time it had been weak. That's why she waited until that moment. Furthermore, she began to reassure her husband, assuring him that she didn't believe in that prophecy or the possibility of her power disappearing. The princess also didn't understand why the prince believed the words of that girl more than those of his own wife. John thought that if Julia truly didn't believe in the prophecy, she would have told her husband immediately. It also seemed suspicious to him why she hid the truth if she didn't believe the Marchioness. Moreover, he himself believed that the prophecy was not false. And then the princess got angry upon seeing that he was on that girl's side. The prince tried to calm his wife, assuring her that he loved her and would always protect her. Then he asked her to believe him, but also never to hide anything again. John hugged his wife, and she thought that if he truly loved her, he should trust her in everything. A little later, at Hilary's palace, she was preparing for bed and vaguely recalling how busy today had been. Besides meeting the emperor, she was pleased to have walked with her husband. She also remembered telling him about the prophecy that there would be a provocation at the border. Christian was surprised, as he thought the issue with the enemies was already resolved. Then the Marchioness explained to him that there would be another attack, which this time would be bigger. Hilary had already told the prince about the problems at the border. But then he thought they were mountain bandits. In reality, they were enemy forces, and thanks to this foresight, the prince recognized the Marchioness's worth. And thanks to that, the young woman could claim the lands of the deceased Duke Oliver. And the title of Duke. Now she convinced her husband that she would save this empire with her own hands. And she would proudly accept this title. The young woman remembered how, before her rebirth, an armed conflict broke out. And everyone missed Christian, who had disappeared due to his depression. At that time, John, to stop the war, allowed enemy merchants to do business in the empire's land. However, she, the Marchioness, was sure that this would not happen if Christian acted as a diplomat in the negotiations. Since the enemy empire's goal was this country's economy, and they would undoubtedly demand the right to trade. Hilary wasn't trying to say that the prince was incapable at all, only that he wasn't as strong as Christian. Furthermore, John at that time did all the work for the emperor, who had fallen ill. And now it wasn't easy for John when he found himself between the influence of the aristocracy and Julia. Then the Marquis accepted that no one could object to him becoming duke if it didn't lead to war. But at the same time, Christian feared a little making a mistake as a diplomat. Hilary's head ached again after hearing him, as she couldn't believe her beloved wouldn't succeed. So she decided she had offered him that too soon, and that the Marquis still needed time to rest. Christian found it strange that his wife reacted this way, as every human being can make mistakes, including himself. But Hilary insisted that the Marquis should not do anything against his will, and that his health was very important to her. She also proposed that she could take care of everything, provided that Christian wouldn't be upset. The Marquis pondered for a few seconds, understanding that his wife had already achieved a lot, and successfully so. However, at that moment, he did not believe he should take on such a task, and decided to resolve the situation himself. Hilary kept insisting, adding that for her, it was an opportunity to learn something new. Christian understood that what his wife wanted most was what was best for him. But he advised her to calm down first. He even covered her mouth with his hand, just so she would keep quiet for a few moments. And when he withdrew his hand, the girl felt a little shy, but also an intense desire. However, the Marquis did not dwell on this gesture, and proposed resuming the conversation later, since it was now time for dinner. After dinner, Hilary lay down on her bed, with a shiver, recalling the events of that night. She couldn't even eat dinner peacefully, as she kept thinking about the moment the Marquis touched her face. She also remembered how in the novel, Christian had never approached Julia as closely as he had approached her tonight. But it was because he liked her so much that he always acted very cautiously. In any case, at that moment the Marchioness didn't care, as she felt very happy. Then, suddenly, she wondered how things were now between the prince and the princess. At that moment, they had a conversation in which John asked his wife not to visit his father again or use her divine power on him. Moreover, that night, the prince asked his wife to go to sleep without him, since he still had pending matters. But the princess didn't understand why, after all, he had told her that he loved her, and that he would always be with her. Furthermore, in his words, she clearly heard that her husband no longer trusted her. And that saddened her. That night, the princess felt abandoned, even though little time had passed since the wedding. Now Julia wondered if, knowing the ending, she would have chosen Christian as her partner. She remembered that for him, she had been his whole world, and that he had been very good to her, even if he himself was cruel and cold. Meanwhile, the Marquis always supported her silently and always believed in her. And now a terrible idea came to mind. After everything that happened to her that night, the princess decided that she had to win Christian back. At that time, Hilary kept thinking about the prince's wife, hoping she would fervently beg God for mercy. But Julia convinced herself that there was nothing to fear and that God would always be with her. And she believed that he would never abandon her. However, the Marchioness understood at that moment that no God would answer the princess now, and that she was only praying and hoping in vain. Some time later, while reading the book, the Marchioness remembered that in the original novel, the library had been one of the romantic places for John and Julia. They spent a good time there. They even had a little fun. And in the original version, they also had a great love. Now the Marchioness went to that same library, as a few days earlier her husband had planned to go there. He wanted to visit the Imperial Palace Library before returning to his state obligations. Hilary became very worried upon hearing those words and followed him. But only people selected by the emperor could enter there. That's why, without having permission to enter, the young woman decided to wait for the Marchioness in the common library. While flipping through the books, the Marchioness did not expect to come across a novel that Julia had read in the original version. Hilary knew that in reality, the princess had read that novel so that the prince could joke with her. There she heard a voice asking if that was all the Marchioness would be interested in the emperor's library. Hilary began to nod, but immediately realized that the prince was really there next to her. The young woman didn't understand why he was there at that moment, as John should be working now. But she greeted him anyway. He acknowledged that he had gone to look for certain information, but he also considered it fortuitous that they had met. The prince wanted to talk to her, and the Marchioness thought he was offended upon learning that she had mentioned her husband before the emperor. Meanwhile, Hilary had already thought about how to defend herself when John decided to express his displeasure about it. But the prince acknowledged that he couldn't do anything when she didn't trust the memo with the crown prince's seal. The young woman didn't understand what he was referring to, assuming he didn't want to talk about it with her. John went on and asked the Marchioness to hide her predictions from the princess from now on. Now that Hilary was paying attention to his face, she understood that things between them were really bad. Then the Marchioness objected that she couldn't be a bad advisor to Julia, since he himself listened to her advice. John then expressed his conviction that his wife did not believe in those predictions. Hilary clarified that if that were true, Julia would have told her husband immediately. The Marchioness considered that conversation absurd, as she understood that the prince already knew who was lying to him. He admitted that the girl was right, but then simply asked if there was any new prediction. It was evident to Hilary that the prince was uneasy about the topic, but for now, she decided to remain silent about the threat of war. To John, she only communicated that, shortly, clothing trends would change considerably. Seeing that John did not seem satisfied with her prediction, the Marchioness chose to clarify it a bit. She advised him not to obsess over predictions, as they were only her visions. And if the prince constantly expected them, he could lose something important. She also apologized for her comment, since John had seemed very impatient to her. Although she remembered that the heir had shown interest in her predictions before. While expressing her opinion, a moment of silence fell between them. Hilary decided to interrupt first and asked permission to leave if the prince had nothing more to say. The young woman clarified that she was there only waiting for her husband, and John became enraged upon learning that Christian was in the secret archive. The prince immediately prepared to go there right away, but the Marchioness suddenly decided to stop him, and even grabbed his hand. John instinctively turned to let go of her hand, but Hilary had already gained momentum. And when the prince stopped, the Marchioness crashed her face against his chest, since she failed to stop in time. At that very moment, Christian came out of the archive and saw a rather impressive scene in front of him. Normally, in novels, similar scenes were clichés where the heroine got into awkward situations. They also served as a plot for the protagonist to express his feelings. However, now Hilary felt horrible and didn't understand why her husband came out right at that moment. She immediately pushed the prince away and then tried to explain everything to Christian, telling him the truth. Hilary also knew that the scene could be misinterpreted, but she told the Marquis the pure truth. To her surprise, Christian didn't throw a scene of jealousy. He only suggested she return home. At that moment, The young woman even lost the ability to speak, as her beloved acted as if nothing had happened. Then she finally reacted and ran to catch up with her husband, leaving the prince alone in the library. At home, Hilary was glad that the Marquis had understood everything correctly. And now she could take care of her affairs. Before sleeping, she decided to organize her fan notes and added details about her meeting with the prince, in which she discovered that Julia had revealed her secret. At that moment, the Marchioness only didn't know whether she herself had discovered it, or if someone simply couldn't stand the interrogation, although she understood why the prince had decided to stop dealing with her divine power uselessly. Furthermore, John was ready to mock the Marchioness. That's why she took the trouble to confirm her advice. But what comforted Hilary most was that the prince no longer trusted the princess as before. Although their love hadn't completely broken, as the Marchioness hoped, love and trust are different things. Hilary knew that the prince would continue to love Julia, only he wouldn't entrust his heart to her anymore. Then she started thinking about her beloved and was glad that the day had gone well. Even so, she felt sad, because she knew she shouldn't deceive herself by believing she was lucky with her partner. Hilary clearly remembered that it was just a novel, not reality, and they weren't even married by contract. Christian, for his part, was in his room, and certain thoughts wouldn't stop bothering him. The Marquis couldn't forget the moment he saw his wife and the prince in the library. At that moment, he remembered a past event, when in a similar situation, he saw John with Julia in the same place. At that time, his beloved had smiled sweetly at his friend. Now next to him, he saw his wife. Suddenly, Christian was intrigued how the crown prince ended up in the library. And he thought that once again, he was trying to steal his wife away. Then, the Marquis almost misunderstood everything, but the disdainful expression on his face wouldn't leave his thoughts. Furthermore, Hilary began to justify herself in front of him, as if she were just a silly girl. But Christian also realized that everything could be understood just by her look when she directed it towards him. The Marquis also noticed that Hilary had a strange ability to make people feel calm. And so, in deep thoughts, the Marquis and Marchioness spent their night, each in their own room. The next day, Hilary met Madame Elizabeth, who told her very interesting news. The news surprised her so much that she couldn't stand it and dropped her teacup. Madame also held in her hands an envelope containing an invitation to a tea party from the prince and His Majesty. The Marchioness also learned that the invitation was precisely for her. Furthermore, she was surprised that it was Julia who sent it. Madame also didn't understand this very well, especially after what happened recently. Until then, Hilary thought that the princess already had enough worries about John, and apparently only wanted to see her now. Elizabeth confirmed that she herself wanted to talk to Julia about this topic. But it was Julia who first delivered the invitation. However, the Marchioness didn't understand why Madame was so happy about this event, and hoped she would agree to go. For Hilary, too, it was more suspicious that the princess was the first to mention it. Elizabeth also hoped that the Marchioness could talk to Her Highness and help her with her problems. The young woman retorted, explaining that she was precisely the person the princess feared more than anyone. She also knew that Julia didn't want to see her yet and saw little benefit in her visit. Hilary remembered that originally, the lady tended to maintain a cold distance towards aristocrats. Furthermore, she wished for all people to live in peace and harmony, and believed that Julia could help in this. Elizabeth was someone who never sought conflict, and now she was asking for help for the second time. The lady's friendship with the princess seemed surprising to Hilary, but she believed that because of this, the lady could support her. She decided to tell her tutor something, and what she shared greatly surprised Elizabeth. The Marchioness confessed that she didn't want to worry her without reason. That's why she didn't mention it. Before, she failed to meet Her Highness personally, even though the lady requested it. Furthermore, Hilary said that the prince cares a lot about his wife, and that her visit to Julia might upset him. That's why John might get so angry that the Marchioness would lose him, and the lady would worry. Now that Elizabeth is asking again for her to visit the princess, it is difficult for her to answer affirmatively. But the Marchioness knew that if the lady requested it, something serious must have happened to Julia. Then she asked what had happened to act carefully with Her Highness. Elizabeth recounted that some time ago, the ladies had distanced themselves from the princess, and now she had almost no one close. The Marchioness understood that Countess Pamela had already managed to convince almost everyone to her side. But that was still not all. The lady also commented that something serious happened to the princess in her relations with His Highness the Prince. The young woman was so happy about the news, which meant that their relationship had deteriorated so much that even the tutor noticed it. To the lady, Hilary expressed her understanding of her concern, because the princess's position would no longer be the same as before. But besides this, Julia still had the support of the temple, which could help her if something happened. The Marchioness couldn't believe that the aristocrats would stand idly by and watch as the temple protects her power. If this happens, the imperial family will be criticized and condemned by the aristocrats for collaborating with the temple. It wasn't even that civil society was hostile towards the temple, as there were many devotees among them. Simply put, the politicization of religion is a totally different matter from adopting a personal belief. And the aristocrats did not want their competitors to increase. The Marchioness acknowledged to the lady that, since she also belongs to the nobility, she does not wish to achieve something like that by relying on the temple's power. And if the aristocrats resist, it will be impossible to avoid the appearance of a second Duke Oliver. She also asserted that her marquisate would not suffer the same fate. And primarily, her husband is an old friend of the prince. But all this could become a big problem if the temple really tries to increase its power using Her Highness. After all this, Hilary expressed her wish that, because of this, she considered it necessary to make public the inventory of the temple's assets. She also acknowledged keeping her work secret and hoped the lady could carefully gather the public opinion of the nobility. Hilary also did not believe that the temple had acted unjustly, but she thought it would be better to exert some pressure on it. In the end, the Marchioness expressed her confidence in Elizabeth. That's why she asked this of her, knowing it would be difficult for her to refuse. The lady hesitated a little, but in the end agreed to fulfill the Marchioness's request, at least to try. Then the young woman feigned enthusiasm, saying she needed to reflect again on all of that. After that, they chatted for a while longer, and then Mrs. Elizabeth left the estate. Hilary, left alone, recalled the entire conversation and thought that the lady had decided to give the princess one last chance. Then she noticed that the invitation to the tea party was still there, on the table, and another idea came to her mind. The young woman considered that it was not right to simply refuse Her Highness, although deep down she didn't want to go there. So the Marchioness opened the envelope and began to read the text of the letter attentively, which surprised her a little. Her thoughts became entangled again, destabilizing her, and she became even more angry with the princess. A little later, the butler decided to suggest some ideas about the Marchioness's appearance for the tea party. He suggested everything in black, but the maid Emma disagreed, thinking that the lady would look like the prince. She proposed a more elegant dress, but Jeremy offered his own unique style of clothing. The Marchioness observed how they discussed the event, as if it were the most important day of her lady's life. Meanwhile, Hilary was unsure of the true plans behind the invitation. But she understood that it was definitely not to reconcile. This day was set to start tomorrow, and the Marchioness planned to go see Julia perfectly prepared. To do this, the young woman called those who could best handle her wardrobe. Christian would also take care of choosing a beautiful dress for her, and the Marchioness didn't fully understand why he needed to participate. The Marquis also saw that his wife was trying with all her might to evade Julia's insults, and he was quite intrigued that the Marchioness was now going to have tea with Her Highness. The young woman clarified that she herself had invited him. Furthermore, her close ladies will be present. Now the young woman didn't want to take time away from her husband, understanding that he might be busy with political matters. Meanwhile, the servants continued to speculate about the reason for the princess's invitation, suspecting that the intentions were not good. The Marchioness, for her part, imagined that Julia would scold her again, but she couldn't ignore the invitation either. Then, Christian supposed that his wife was accepting this exclusively for her own reasons. Then he reminded his wife that he planned to make the prince and princess apologize to him. The Marquis also understood that Hilary was doing it because he was her loved one. Then he wondered if it was worth doing, if suddenly he didn't need their apologies. Christian acknowledged that, thanks to his wife, he no longer felt anything negative seeing those two. He also clarified that his suicide attempt was just his personal decision. But Hilary objected, as she was sure that it was precisely they who convinced him to make that decision. The fault was entirely theirs, as they had harmed the Marquis, even if they hadn't done it intentionally. The Marchioness believed that if the prince and princess repented their mistakes, her husband's wounds would heal a little. The young woman admitted that she was willing to do it, and that she would have no regrets afterward. Christian wanted to ask something more, but at that moment the Marchioness was called to try on a dress. The young woman didn't wait and left to see how her new dress would look on her. The Marquis stayed to reflect once more on the entire conversation and the reason for his wife's visit to the princess. The dress now offered to Hilary was very splendid and also suited her well. The servants immediately noticed that blue suited their lady very well, and they were glad they hadn't been mistaken in their choice. They also decided that now it was necessary to choose which jewelry to combine so that the look would be perfect. Christian, upon seeing his wife in that attire, also noticed that she was very beautiful. But her neck looked empty, and all the servants began to offer various adornments for the Marchioness to choose the most suitable one. Christian also decided to participate and helped his wife place a necklace on her slender neck. At that moment, the Marquis thought that it wasn't about him not trusting her, but about love. He clearly noticed that his wife's love was very different from what he knew, and it seemed to him that she was healing his wounds not to be with him. But that was her only intention. Then Christian reflected on what would happen after the Marchioness achieved her goal. At that moment, Hilary started laughing because the necklace was itching her neck a little. And then she noticed that it was precisely her husband who put the necklace on her, but she didn't see it because she was adjusting her dress. The young woman blushed upon realizing that she hadn't noticed how her husband had approached her. While he kept thinking, Christian was now very worried about what his relationship with Hilary would be like after she achieved her purpose. At that moment, Jeremy proposed adjusting the neckline cut according to her age, so that it would resemble that of other ladies. The girl was even more annoyed and blushed, especially because her husband heard those suggestions. Christian even stopped, as he didn't fully understand why his wife needed to show off so much if she was going to a tea party with the princess. The tailor waved his hands to clarify that he had no inappropriate intentions, only that in his opinion it would look nicer. He also added that the lady was a beautiful woman and proposed including more adornments. And if she showed her shoulders more, the Marchioness could express herself differently. The Marchioness didn't like the idea either, but she decided not to intervene since Christian was the first to react. Then she heard Jeremy also suggest drawing something on the skin, and she couldn't believe that in this story there were tattoos. Meanwhile, the tailor explained that he wanted to use pigments that would not spread upon contact with liquids. Furthermore, after a certain time, this paint can be removed quite easily. To start, Jeremy proposed drawing a design that would extend the entire length of the hand. One of the maids immediately expressed her idea that a floral design would adapt very well to this purpose. The second added that if the decorations turned out not very eye-catching, they could also draw jewelry that would sparkle. Seeing their discussion, the Marchioness even found a certain entertaining touch in them, considering each one's idea the best. However, she liked the idea of the design, and since she was meeting Julia, she decided that drawing a snake would be appropriate. This way, Hilary could take a strong first step. But if she made a mistake, the princess would look even more unpleasant. That's why the Marchioness discarded the idea of the snake and thought flowers would look beautiful. The young woman dreamed of how she would look, and, absorbed in her thoughts, didn't notice how the Marquis appeared next to her. Christian simply watched his wife in silence, which made her feel uncomfortable. The next day, Hilary was ready to go to the palace, and there the aristocrats who arrived immediately assessed her. Mrs. Elizabeth was extremely surprised to learn that the Marchioness had decided to paint her body, something she had never seen before. Hilary admitted that the result was thanks to a talented designer, and the blue color enhanced everything. The blue flame that now adorned her arm was Christian's idea, although she didn't know why that color. Other girls nearby, who also liked the drawing, began to ask how they had applied it. Although Hilary remembered that in the entire palace, there was no one who didn't know that she didn't have a good relationship with the princess. But there were also people who now spoke to her with enthusiasm. And all thanks to the Countess. There were also quite a few people who continued to avoid the Marchioness. But that didn't worry her yet. Now, Hilary explained that Her Highness Julia always emphasized modesty. That's why she rejected luxurious adornments. But to add a touch to the outfit, she decided to use her skin as a canvas. Then she confessed that it was her husband who suggested drawing precisely that design. The aristocrats gasped again and no longer doubted that the Marquis loved his wife. Hilary added that her husband fully recognized her as his companion, whom he could trust. Or assign something. The young woman knew that the princess's friends would be there, and now she perceived a rather cold expression on them. Madame Elizabeth, who was the first to notice the drawing, now also paid attention to the Marquis's signet ring. That lady knew that Hilary was in charge of all the Marquis's affairs, but she was surprised that they had even given her the seal for important matters. Shortly after, the princess herself appeared, looking quite cheerful. The aristocrats greeted her appropriately, while the Marchioness wondered again why she had been called there. However, she didn't come just to endure, but for now decided to greet Julia along with everyone else. Meanwhile, Christian, sitting in his study, thought that the tea should start by now. He also remembered the drawing on his wife's hands. A blue flame that was actually as hot as a red flame, although it looked cold. The Marquis knew the Marchioness's character quite well, and he was sure that fire suited her ideally. Christian also understood that if Julia was like warm sunlight, Hilary was completely different. To him, the Marchioness was like that fire that never went out. However, soon Hilary was sitting drenched in tea, while an angry princess stood menacingly over her. Elizabeth was even frightened by what happened, as she never imagined Julia was capable of such a thing. The other aristocrats immediately started helping the Marchioness, and prepared to dry the liquid on her face with a handkerchief. The princess remained standing in front of her, holding an empty cup in her hand, and fell silent for a moment. It seemed that the crown prince's wife even regretted having acted that way towards her guest. But there was no turning back now. It happened minutes after they started a rather pleasant conversation in the garden. The Marchioness also expressed that it was an honor to be among the princess's friends, while the latter pointed out that anyone could have that opportunity. Hilary understood that the princess was lying, since such tea gatherings were only organized with close friends. She also noticed that the tea remained tasteless and cheap, so unpleasant that it was even uncomfortable to look at. Hilary supposed that Julia had already sharpened her knives, given the urgency with which she had called her. The Marchioness knew perfectly well that this meeting was not to reconcile, and now she tried to find out the real reason. The princess began the conversation about the soap manufacturing business that the Marchioness runs for the inhabitants of her lands. Hilary did not deny, and confirmed that she sells soap to the inhabitants at a rather low price. The lady also confirmed that the quality of the soap is still very good, and that people are very satisfied. The Marchioness admitted that she herself was a commoner before, which is why she wants to share good things with people. Furthermore, she always wanted to help the inhabitants maintain the purity of body and soul, considering that physical cleanliness is important for getting closer to God. One of the aristocrats acknowledged that she recently saw a maid buying soap near the palace. That maid praised the soap, saying it is cheap and has a pleasant aroma. And now she uses it every day. Hilary observed that this lady also uses the soap, but for some reason doesn't want to admit it. Then, the Marchioness looked at the princess, and it seemed to her that she wanted to say something. But another young woman continued praising the incredible ingenuity of the Marchioness. Furthermore, that young woman mentioned again the drawing on Hillary's hands, and that the Marchioness had given her advice on managing the business. The aristocrat was also impressed that the Marchioness had been recognized as a cold Christian. At that moment, Hillary understood that the princess had started the conversation about soap to attack her. But the product was selling successfully. Now, the Marchioness didn't understand what Julia wanted to cling to in that matter. She herself confirmed that her husband's advice was very helpful, and the product became of the highest quality. Here, Julia decided to express her opinion that in this way the Marchioness was trying to turn common people into nobles. The girl noticed the princess's hopeless expression and understood that her words had hurt her. So now she could continue. The princess insisted that the scent had no importance in the cleaning capacity of the soap. Then, Julia suggested that without scent they could sell the soap even cheaper or even give it away. Now it seemed that the princess was annoyed that the Marchioness was selling scented soap, which usually only nobles use. Julia interpreted it as people now having to admire and long for a noble life. She considered all of this regrettable, mentioning that this way the Marchioness was trying to deny her origins. Hilary thought that she believed it was wrong to have bought a title with money to raise her status. The Marchioness considered that precisely in that they resembled the princess, to which Julia reacted ambiguously. Then Hilary remembered that she took the princess's place after having been a simple church servant. Julia started to defend herself, asserting that she hadn't made efforts to become noble, but only did what was within her reach. In the end, she simply celebrated a marriage engagement with the prince, unlike her, who married deliberately. The Marchioness didn't understand why the princess considered her marriage wrong, implying that she rejected any kind of arranged marriage. But Julia asserted that the Marchioness's marriage differed from the rest because it was celebrated out of necessity. The princess also wondered what Christian had gained, since Hilary had obtained everything. As the adopted daughter of Lord Adam, Madame Elizabeth noticed that the princess was going too far and began to beg her to stop it. But she objected. Julia added that the Marchioness took advantage of the situation when she married John, and Christian was left alone. The princess asserted that Hilary used a plan to get close to the Marchioness and satisfy her base desires. When Julia fell, the Marchioness also decided to remind her of something that many knew. But they kept quiet. Then Hilary pointed to the teacup and asked if everyone liked that tasteless tea. She also noticed that some time had passed since the beginning, but no one had touched the drink yet. She indicated that the princess served a low-quality tea, even worse than the one she drank. Being a common person, she couldn't believe Julia offered that to her guests, and then she proposed inviting her for tea at another time. After those words, the princess even stood up, as she was deeply offended. But the Marchioness continued. Hilary suggested that, according to Julia, drinking delicious tea was just a sin of greed. Another aristocrat intervened, asserting that the Marchioness had gone too far with that interpretation. Then she explained that Her Highness only wanted to demonstrate her simplicity and humility with that tea. Hilary just smiled disdainfully, but confirmed that she completely agreed with those words. I saw no problem in commoners using scented soap, she argued. The Marchioness also considered that marriages of convenience were not deception, but just circumstances. The girl also saw nothing wrong with a commoner aspiring to a better life. Then she asked Julia if she thought that getting out of the common ranks went beyond the allowed limits. Hilary meant that she herself had successfully climbed the ladder and couldn't believe she now had arrogant thoughts. The aristocrats immediately defended the princess, saying that the Marchioness had distorted her words, and considered it a great rudeness. But Hilary just watched how at that moment Julia couldn't say a word in her defense. Then the lady intervened, indicating that everyone had gotten a little emotional, and proposed changing the topic. But Hilary couldn't calm down. She was interested in knowing where Mrs. Marion, who devoted her life to the imperial family, was now. At that moment, the princess couldn't take it anymore and spilled the tea from her cup onto the Marchioness's face. But Hilary remained satisfied that she understood the meaning of her words and that Julia could never be as loyal as Marion. The Marchioness even suggested that she might have kicked out the lady just as she had kicked her out now. And there the princess started shouting at her. However, at that moment the prince approached, who demanded that they explain to him what was happening. No one expected John to appear here, especially surprised was the Marchioness. And then she understood that he came for his wife. The prince himself explained that he was worried about the fact that his wife had invited Hilary. The Marchioness, from his look, understood that he had already grasped the situation and what had happened. The princess immediately began to give him an account, saying that she only had a small argument with the Marchioness. She tried to look innocent in his eyes, but John understood that the dispute was not about something trivial. Even so, he didn't say anything in front of the others. He just asked her to leave with him. The tea party came to an end, and Hilary hastily returned home, where the Marquis was already waiting impatiently for her. He acknowledged that he had worried about her, since he heard that she had hurt herself. Although he commented that her mood was good. The young woman still didn't know how to tell her husband that Julia had acted like that, and that she had even raised her voice against the lady. Furthermore, she was especially pleased that the prince had witnessed the whole scene, and that the Marchioness was satisfied with the tea party. At that moment, the summoned doctor also arrived, and the Marquis began to question him about where exactly his wife had injured herself. The doctor reassured him and assured him that the infusion spilled by the princess had almost cooled. However, Mark added that the Marchioness's face was still burning and itching, so he intended to apply a remedy to her. The remedy had to be applied to the face, and then the doctor remembered that he had an urgent matter to attend to. Then he kindly asked them to understand, and that the Marquis should apply it himself. After that, the doctor quickly left. And Hilary didn't understand why he hadn't done it himself. While she was reflecting, the Marquis had already taken out the ointment and began to rub it on her face. Hilary felt a little uncomfortable with the contact and blushed intensely, as if she felt ashamed. The Marquis noticed that his wife's face had flushed even more and decided that it was necessary to call the doctor again. But the girl asserted that she was really fine, only that the fever hadn't broken yet. Christian then decided to apply more medicine, although the Marchioness claimed that she could do it herself. However, the girl thought it was better to thank him 1,000 times later for taking such good care of her. Then, Hilary tried to control herself and strove to think of something different. But for some reason, it occurred to her that Christian was only healing her, and felt nothing for her. It also occurred to her, for no apparent reason, that she was a person with a heart as dark as hers. The Marchioness didn't understand why she thought that, but she shifted her thoughts back to more pleasant ideas. Furthermore, she convinced herself that there was nothing romantic in the situation, only that the Marquis was healing her. The girl tried not to notice anything and imagined herself as just an inert object. Christian noticed that his wife frowned slightly and bit her lips. He advised her not to do it, as she could hurt herself even more, and he didn't wish that. At that moment, while touching her lips, Hilary wished to disappear underground, feeling a little embarrassed. Even so, she enjoyed the attention her husband gave her and didn't want him to think something bad of her. The Marquis had just finished applying the ointment and pointing out that it was late. He proposed to Hilary that she rest well. The girl felt very confused again upon seeing how the situation suddenly changed. A speck of romantic dust had just floated between them, but now the Marchioness was alone again on the sofa. Meanwhile, she felt her heart about to burst out of her chest and was beating wildly. But she didn't know that the Marquis felt something similar, and that's why he hurried to leave her and retire to his room. Christian again thought about his relationship with Hilary, although he didn't want to ruin the existing ones. The Marquis also considered that tomorrow he would feel awkward in front of his wife. But she was busy right now. Hilary met with actors and then had to check the soap production. And soon, tired, she leaned on her desk, remembering what she still had to do that day. The Marquis still had to organize letters and answer some. Furthermore, Mrs. Elizabeth visited Hilary and apologized for what happened at the tea party. In reality, the lady couldn't imagine that Her Highness would act like that, and now regretted her request. But Hilary asserted that it wasn't her fault, although the Marquis understood that the princess hated her even more than expected. However, Elizabeth was surprised, since Gullia had never been so rude to her guests. Not even to acquaintances. Hilary clarified that people change, especially when they manage to obtain something they always lacked. She added that sometimes they don't know how to be grateful and reveal their true essence. The Marchioness also noticed that this time the lady didn't defend the princess with the same insistence as before. Now the young woman understood that her tutor had become completely disappointed in Julia. And now she sat in front of her with feelings of guilt. This also indicated to the Marchioness that the lady would act even more actively in the promulgation of the church's assets after that. Furthermore, she knew that the rate of diseases in her territories would significantly decrease soon. And when that difference widened with the capital, then they could start the plan concerning the temple. Hilary even felt anticipation that the capital and the church would soon weaken greatly. In a few days, the young woman planned to go on a trip with her husband, ensuring she had packed everything necessary in the bag. She also did not forget the essential medicines, which she kept in her coat pocket. Then she begged him that, if he needed her, he should leave the meeting room immediately, where she would wait for him the whole time next to the door. Christian did not understand why his wife worried so much, as if she were leaving a child on the seashore. Simply put, the Marchioness was very anxious, as the day had finally arrived when her husband would return to the ministerial cabinet. Moreover, she couldn't stop admiring how well her husband looked, as he hadn't dressed like that for a long time. And although they had already arrived at the place, Hilary remained nervous. But the Marquis asked her to calm down and was about to enter the room. However, Christian had been restless these days, fearing that their relationship would become strange after that incident. But everything remained the same, although his spirits were inexplicably less cheerful than he would have wished. Since the Marquis disappeared behind the door, quite some time passed, and Hilary even started to worry even more. A young man approached her and, first of all, apologized for interrupting her thoughts. But he had an important task for her, and then he handed her a letter from Baron Fortos. The young woman was surprised by that letter, but at that moment the door to the hall opened, and the prince came out. Hilary understood that, since the crown prince was leaving, the meeting had already ended. And she hoped her husband would also come out soon. Moreover, seeing John's look, she understood that a dispute might arise. But she simply turned around. Meanwhile, the young emissary kept handing him the letter while looking for Christian in the crowd. When he appeared, he ran towards him and promised the emissary that he would answer the letter later. The young woman was deeply worried about her husband's condition and didn't want to leave him alone even for a moment. She understood that, after that long meeting, the Marquis might be tired and began to question him about his well-being. She was even prepared to call a doctor upon returning home, and the Marquis thought she was exaggerating by worrying so much. Nevertheless, he didn't protest about it and decided to share a thought that had recently occurred to him with his wife. Then he clarified that he needed her help and asked to lean on her. Hilary was delighted to help him, but she noticed again that the Marquis was getting too close. Christian perceived her unease and thought something was wrong, although she always tried to help him. Although she blushed, she didn't resist and offered him her shoulder, only asking him to hurry. The Marquis only observed his wife's efforts and liked that she was always willing to lend him her shoulder. He also noticed that the road ahead of them was quite long, but it didn't seem like Hilary was willing to back down. Upon returning to the palace, she showed Christian the message received from Baron Fortos. Something that surprised him a little. The Marchioness explained that a servant delivered it to her at the palace and that it was an invitation. Christian was also intrigued why she decided to show him precisely that message. He remembered from the original story that Baron was a secondary aristocrat, although it wasn't the main thing. Before, when checking the newspapers day by day to find out news about the Marquis, he read about a merchant ship. That ship belonged precisely to Baron Fortos, and now she knew it would sink during a typhoon. To her husband, Hilary presented this news as another omen, and that the Baron would suffer great losses. Moreover, she acknowledged that there was another problem, much more serious than this one. According to rumors, many aristocrats had invested in that ship, as the Baron decided to attract more investors this time. The damage would be colossal. But the Baron, instead of paying his debts, would simply run away one night. Then Hillary proposed that, if the investors were identified, they could try to help those affected. The Marquis explained that the Baron is not experienced in investments, but he should also know the risks he would face. Furthermore, Christian considered that the Marchioness should not use her gift to try to prevent something like that. The girl understood her husband's feelings, but still wished to obtain the information about the investors that the Baron possessed. Then, Christian saw nothing wrong in responding to the Baron by inviting him, and the girl decided to write to him immediately. But before he left, the Marquis asked if this would help with the matter he had planned. Hillary smiled and accepted that she could take advantage of this opportunity for her purposes. 3 days after the Marchioness replied to the invitation, she and Christian left for the Baron's estate. He received them quite kindly, as it was a great honor for him to receive people like the Marquis. And the Marchioness. She didn't even believe it when she thought that they would agree to visit him, and now she almost curtsied to the ground. The girl knew that he loved attracting investors at all costs, and thought that now he had decided to focus on Christian. Then the Marchioness remembered that, besides the rumors about the sinking of a merchant ship, other things were also said about the Baron. Afterwards, a young woman came out to meet them and also received the arriving guests with hospitality. After greeting them, the young woman expressed her wish that they spend a good time there. While looking at him, Hillary remembered other rumors about Baron Joseph Fortos, and they were his son and daughter. His daughter Donna was also the Baron's advisor and had access to the imperial palace. The Marchioness also recalled that Fortos tried to attract the Crown Prince's attention through his daughter. Meanwhile, the Baron completely ignored Princess Julia, who was a commoner. Now they have invited the Marchioness to the table, where the Baron's wife also joined. And their children. Hillary noticed that, even at the beginning of the friendly conversation, this whole family was staring brazenly at her husband. The Baroness observed that the Marchioness was young, and she, in turn, understood what she meant. The young woman understood that the invitation was not so much about investments, but rather about arranging a date. The Baroness's behavior made it clear that she intended to marry the Marchioness off again to her daughter. The Marchioness understood that if they didn't value the princess, they might value her even less now. But then, Christian asked when the Baron planned to send the next merchant ship. Fortos expressed his regret that his funds were not yet fully secured, so the ship's dispatch was not yet defined. The Baroness added that the last sea voyage had ended recently, and her daughter proposed discussing it after lunch. Then Donna observed the Marchioness, who seemed thinner since the last meeting, and clarified that she was worried about it. Christian insisted on continuing the topic of the ship, as his wife was interested in it. The Marchioness couldn't believe what she was hearing, especially since she was pleased that he hadn't answered Donna's question. At that moment, the Baron acknowledged that they had the funds now, just like last time. But the next project would be more ambitious. He also clarified that this is why they were looking for investors, and suggested that the Marchioness would also be interested. The young woman confirmed that she considered the matter profitable, and Fortes promised that, in that case, she would get double the benefits. The Marchioness pretended to enjoy all of it very much, but at the same time felt a little fear. Because not everything always went according to plan. Fortes asserted that everything was thought out and secure, especially if the investor was a high-ranking aristocrat. The Baron's son intervened in the conversation and confirmed that they expected a large capital in the future. It seemed strange to the Marchioness that this young man had kept quiet until then, and only became encouraged to speak when investments were mentioned. Now the young woman was sure why they had fled under the cloak of night, since the ship with such funds sank. The Baron's daughter failed to secure a place near the Crown Prince, so they had no reason to stay there. However, Hillary had no intention of warning them about the disaster. She only repeated that she was still a little worried. Then, feigning interest, she asked for the names of the other investors. That surprised the Baron. But his first answer was that some investors preferred not to reveal their identity. The Marchioness guaranteed him confidentiality, clarifying that she only needed that to calm her doubts. Fortes hesitated, because, although he tried, he could not give her the list of all investors. Then, Christian proposed that they could invest beforehand, so that he would believe in her guarantee of confidentiality. This idea changed the Baron's mind, and soon he asked his son to bring the required list. He also gave his wife freedom to manage the investments according to her judgment. And if necessary, he would add more. The young woman thanked her husband, and once again confirmed that problems with greed are only solved with money. Before that, Hilary was determined to argue with the Baron for some time. But thanks to Christian's support, everything ended quickly. When the Marquis announced that his wife was handling this matter, the Baron stopped speaking to her with disdain. Afterwards, Donna intervened suddenly. Determined that the conversation about business was over, she proposed talking about something simpler again. But Christian objected, since he had come here for the sake of his wife, and proposed ending the meeting. The Marquis also planned to leave his lands as soon as they received the list of investors. Finally, Christian decided to clarify another point and specified that, in reality, it was the first time he had seen Donna Hoy. He also advised her to review how to maintain distance from others, which confused her. But the young Baroness did not protest and only politely bowed her head to the guest. At that moment, Hilary realized that the Marquis had only been polite to Julia. And there, he had slighted her with a single word. Then, an idea came to the girl's mind, considering that her essence had not changed compared to the original. The Marchioness decided that, if Christian decided to look for a new love, he would unconsciously look for similarities with Julia in this girl. The next day, the Marchioness saw that the list of investors was common and only included names of aristocrats from the capital. That's why the girl even felt a little disappointed, but then she decided to do something else. And she addressed her husband. But upon seeing the Marquis reading with glasses, she even forgot for a moment what she wanted to tell him. Christian explained that lately his eyes got tired when reading, so he had decided on glasses. Then he asked what happened, and Hilary suddenly remembered that she hadn't even knocked on the door. And she began to apologize. She also explained that today she had a meeting with the Countess and heard something very interesting. During the meeting, Pamela acknowledged that she already knew that Hilary had invested in Baron Fortos's merchant ship. Other aristocrats also admitted they had heard about it and considered it a very significant investment. They also decided to trust the Marchioness's intuition and invest in that ship too. Christian understood that those aristocrats had decided to use them as a sales strategy. Meanwhile, Hilary remembered that they had asked the Baron to keep his decision to invest secret. But for some reason, the Marquis decided that things were not so bad, which surprised his wife. Christian, knowing from the beginning that the ship would sink, was not planning to invest. And the conversations with the Baron were a trap. The girl still didn't understand where this was going, as she didn't intend to seriously invest in it. Then the Marquis clarified that, since they had broken their promise, they could now refuse to invest. Since they were disappointed, Christian also supposed that if everything went well, they could even recover the initial investments. Then he proposed to his wife that she immediately write a letter to the Baron. And the young woman understood that her husband was right now. If the Baron hastily corrects the rumors about his investment, potential investors will also withdraw. And Fortos, finding himself in a delicate situation, will ask the Marchioness to calm those investors. Then, the young woman could agree to this under a certain condition, but she couldn't decide what it would be yet. It would be good for Hilary if there was someone known on the list. But since there wasn't, she decided she could include him. What the Marchioness wanted most was for the princess to suffer losses, so she decided to propose to her to invest in that ship. Moreover, for the Baron, it would be more advantageous if the imperial family invested, not the Marchioness. When Hilary returned from her thoughts, she saw her husband right in front of her, who couldn't reach her. The young woman acknowledged that she had just organized her thoughts, thanks to him. But Christian was also very grateful to his wife, and then he noticed that Hillary couldn't contain her laughter. The young woman still couldn't reveal her plans to him, and only confessed that she simply remembered how he thanked her for the first time. Then she remembered how, as a token of gratitude, she asked for a teacher for herself. Then, the Marquis remembered that just before that request, Hillary was about to tell him something. But she never did. The young woman hesitated for a moment, and Christian leaned towards her again to repeat his question. Afterwards, Hillary realized again that her husband was very close, so close that his glasses were touching her cheek. Involuntarily, she even screamed, but he himself understood that he had put her in an awkward situation. And he immediately moved away. But the Marchioness still felt strange, as if she had fallen into a state of shock again. Then, suddenly, she got up and, as if hypnotized, began to murmur that it was time to leave. The Marchioness, in the same state, said she would listen to his words and then added that she was happy to have him by her side. She also murmured that, thanks to her husband, she could still strike a blow against the Crown Prince and his wife. But then the girl suddenly realized that she was saying inappropriate things, and she wanted to leave. But the Marquis grabbed her arm. Hillary didn't understand what else he wanted from her, but she stopped anyway to listen. Christian didn't hurry his pace, as if still pondering, and then asked her not to do it. The girl didn't fully understand, so the Marquis clarified that he was already grateful for everything she had done. He also observed that sometimes his wife seemed obsessed with the prince and the princess, and couldn't stop. Looking at her husband, Hillary still didn't understand what he meant by that. He acknowledged that he didn't believe she expected anything in return while acting. But he also considered that sacrificing one's life for another person, just for love, is not normal. He knows it better than anyone. And now, thanks to his wife, he regained his health and returned to normal life. That's why he thinks that now, his wife must first think of herself and act for herself. Not for him. Hillary didn't expect to hear that. And upon hearing it, she couldn't hold back a tear in her eyes. Christian noticed that the girl was very shaken and immediately approached to calm her. The Marchioness wished to confess that she didn't know why she got involved in this romance, or why she couldn't get out of it. She also didn't know why the Marquis died in front of her, and then resurrected just as suddenly. But it was her only reason for having survived in this world without regrets. Now the young woman even felt annoyed, not understanding why her husband no longer desired her help. And although Christian called her, she prayed that he would no longer call her by name if he said such things. At the same time, the Marchioness felt like telling him that directly to his face and letting her emotions out. Angrily. But the girl understood that if those words hadn't yet left her lips, it was because she really didn't want to say harsh words to Christian. Hillary also understood that she could hurt him with such harshness, something she didn't wish for, even if she herself was very sad. But the Marquis's words were so shocking to her that she kept crying until she fell asleep from exhaustion. But Christian said those words to her because he saw in her his past, given to a beloved person without asking for anything in return. And that person believed that the Marquis was happy just by giving, without properly caring for his body, and ultimately choosing death. After Hillary fell asleep, the Marquis stayed by her bed without moving away for a moment. And then she murmured his name. He still didn't understand why his wife, after so much crying, still wished to take revenge on the prince and the princess. She was also interested in knowing what would happen to her when she achieved her goal of revenge. The Marquis was genuinely worried about his wife and now felt sorry that she was in such a state. But he also wanted to know if she would stay with him after achieving her goal and taking revenge. Hillary, even in dreams, was uneasy about what her husband had told her. She didn't understand how she had even come to think such a thing. Before her appeared again the demon and the little angel, who immediately started giving her various advice. The Marchioness confessed to them that Christian was the only reason she lived there. And now she didn't know what to do. The young woman didn't want to exist without having a purpose in life, and dark thoughts began to arise in her mind. Hillary believed that, if things had taken this turn, it would be best to simply die so as not to feel so much pain. But suddenly she heard the words of her double, who appeared before her, and insisted that she shouldn't do it. The young double touched Hillary's head, as if trying to instill only the most positive thoughts in her. The Marchioness thought at first that something strange was happening. She knew she was dreaming, but she didn't want to keep sleeping. At that moment, her double also advised her to return and continue with what she had to do. Then Hillary opened her eyes and saw the ceiling of her room in front of her, and she remembered talking to her husband before that. The young woman tried to remember what she had dreamed, but she couldn't manage and only knew it had been a nightmare. Then Christian suddenly appeared before her, noticing that she had finally woken up. Hillary even jumped out of bed frightened and asked her husband not to appear so suddenly. The Marquis apologized, as he hadn't meant to scare her, and then began to ask her forgiveness for the previous day. Christian acknowledged that the day before he had spoken carelessly, without even thinking about his wife's feelings. The girl understood that he had been there the whole time and couldn't believe he had waited for her to wake up to apologize. Now the Marchioness decided to confess to him that what she did for him, she also did for herself. That's why she hopes the Marquis can understand her and believe in everything she does. Furthermore, the girl understood that yesterday her thoughts were completely disordered. But today she feels somehow even very light. Christian also said that she went to sleep very early and that now William has just finished cooking. Afterwards, the Marquis approached his wife, extended his hand, and proposed that they go eat together. Hillary was delighted with the proposal and immediately accepted, thinking that this conversation would end on a good note. Christian's return to the governmental post meant two things. One of them, the improvement of their economic situation. The second was that now meetings with Prince John were inevitable. But the Marquis was not worried about that. In one of those meetings, Christian noticed that his crown prince was very tired. Although Hillary had asked him not to talk to John about personal matters, the Marquis understood that it was difficult for the prince, since the emperor was spending more and more time in bed. He also noticed that John was trying to tell him something, but still couldn't decide. However, the prince formulated his question, which concerned the Marchioness's health. And that surprised Christian a little. John clarified that, when they last saw each other, she suffered because of the tea spilled by the princess. Furthermore, the prince knew that the tea was quite hot, which is why he was worried about the Marchioness. Christian advised him not to worry so much about his wife, implying that he shouldn't meddle in matters that do not concern him. The Marquis reminded him that he had many more important matters than those unnecessary worries. However, Christian conveyed to the prince a prediction from his wife about a war on the borderlands. Upon hearing the Marquis, the prince did not understand what he meant by war, since he believed everything there was already resolved. Then, Christian added that the previous prediction was not the end, and that the second attack would be much stronger. John became uneasy, as his father had not yet recovered, and decided that he must call Hillary to ask her for more details. But the Marquis objected, saying that it was unnecessary, and that from now on he himself would convey his words to the prince. So there was no need for them to see each other. A little later, the Marchioness was thinking precisely about meeting the crown prince, and she informed her husband about it. He didn't understand why she needed that, and reacted with a mood that wasn't entirely good, which the Marchioness found strange. She began to talk about the Baron and his daughter, how ambitious they were, but in any case, they probably wouldn't act as she wished. Also, Hillary shared her plans to involve the Baron, the sunken ship, and the princess in this matter. And for that she had already done a lot of work, starting by sending letters to Fortos, to the Countess and Madame Elizabeth. The Marchioness reprimanded the Baron for breaking his promise and for spreading rumors about the Marquis's investments. She asked Elizabeth to stop those rumors, and commented to the Countess that the Baron's daughter wished to take a place next to the prince, or the Marquis. Soon the answer Hillary expected arrived, and now she knew that the perceptive gossip Pamela would take care of everything. Now all that remained was to wait for the scandalous rumors about Donna to spread throughout high society. Then the Baron's daughter would run to the Marchioness, who could manipulate her at will. Hillary knew that the Baron would find it difficult to convince the princess to invest, as she had never followed others' advice. That's why the Marchioness wished to meet the Crown Prince and prepare something. After hearing his wife, Christian confessed to having informed His Highness about the military threat. But she assured him that everything was fine. The Marquis also confessed that the prince planned to call Hilary to coax more details about that prediction from her. However, Christian could not prevent his wife from going. That's why he told her that out of jealousy. She observed that her husband was submerged in deep reasoning. For an instant, it even seemed to her that he had crumbled. Hilary also knew that the relationship between John and the princess continued to worsen, while the emperor still hadn't recovered. The Marchioness supposed that the prince was very distressed after hearing the latest prediction about the war. Then, Hilary deduced that His Highness had decided to complain and shamelessly rely on her husband. The Marquis did not understand what she meant, so he clarified that the prince had no one left to trust. That's why he chose to vent. She was convinced, but Christian considered that his wife judged John too lightly. As a response, Hilary wished to add something more, but she remained silent for a moment, trying to choose more appropriate words. However, in the end, she announced to her husband that the next day she would request an audience with His Highness. After that, the girl got up and left the dining room where they had eaten, leaving her husband alone. And Larry went to her room, where she instantly curled up on the bed, understanding that she couldn't tell Christian anything more. Since she believed that, as a reader of that novel, she knew well the psychological state of all the characters. But in the original, not all details of their lives were described, and only those who lived in that world knew those things. Christian also didn't know everything about the prince and the princess, and now the Marchioness felt the same. Even so, the girl knew that in relationships time is needed to understand each other and to get to know each other. And in this world, the Marchioness only knew the end of the novel and the story that followed. Now Hilary was the most distant person from those individuals, but she also understood that her husband was right. And now she had to be more careful, as in reality she didn't know much about John. Shortly after, upon arriving at the meeting, the prince asked if she had hurt herself badly at the tea party. The girl was surprised why His Highness had decided to worry about her health. Hilary had also gone to the palace when it was pouring rain, minutes before the prince's question. At first, John thought that the Marchioness had a serious matter with him for having come in such weather. But she clarified that she could not judge how serious or important the predictions were. Then he decided that Hilary had seen something new about the borderlands. But she wasn't there for that. Then the Marchioness handed the prince a letter, assuring him that he must know something urgent. She had come to the palace, despite the heavy rain, precisely because of this letter. And in it, there was another forecast. There, John read that Baron Fortos's ship would wreck, and he also confessed that he had recently met with him. The Baron admitted that many people had invested in the ship, but he wanted to attract more. Now the prince understood the magnitude of the damage that could be caused, but he didn't understand why the Marchioness had informed him personally. Everything seemed strange to John, and at that moment, Hilary watched him attentively without diverting her gaze. The only reason was that the Marchioness wanted the princess to invest in that ship. Moreover, His Highness John still trusted her, although he looked at her with suspicion. The young woman also knew that the princess did not believe her and did not plan to do so. The Marchioness was now sure that, upon hearing John's forecast, Julia would oppose him. Princess Hilary confessed that at first she thought of warning all the investors of that ship. But then she added that Christian stopped her and asked her not to do it, which confused the prince now. The Marchioness understood that, even if they broke their friendship, John would still trust her, who considered that investments were always a risk. Christian understood that ships could sink, and if the investment volume was large, it would equal a loss for the entire empire. The young woman proposed to the prince to prevent the investors from contributing funds, but she knew that it could not be proven just by a vision. The Marchioness understood that losses could not be completely avoided, although at least they could be minimized. She would do everything possible to convince her acquaintances not to invest in that merchant ship. All Hilary had left was to wait for the prince to tell his wife. The Marchioness decided to return home, but then noticed that John's face had changed drastically. The prince changed the subject and asked if Hilary had hurt herself badly the last time they met. After the meeting, the Marchioness told her husband everything, including that matter. Christian was intrigued why the prince worried so much, and the Marchioness thought that the tea incident had bothered him. The Marquis asked why his old friend had mentioned other things, and she told him that things were not going well with Julia. The prince confessed that he then tried to talk about the tea with the princess, but she always evaded the conversation. And all he could do was ask the servants how the meeting of the aristocrats went. John considered the Marchioness's comments unnecessary and compared them as an offense to both him and the princess. Hilary agreed and was now prepared to apologize, aware that His Highness would not apologize for offending her husband. However, John apologized, but she didn't want it to come from another person. Finally, Hilary asked how much longer the prince planned to do all the work for the princess. She understood that this sounded abrupt now, but if Julia doesn't change her attitude, the prince will always have to clean up her messes. Then, Hilary advised that His Highness should quickly convince the princess to change her mind. The prince acknowledged that the Marchioness spoke so directly that it even annoyed him. But she only took it as a compliment. Then, John added that he actually envied the Marquis, as he had done very well with his wife. Christian found it quite difficult to hear this, as he didn't expect anything like this from his old friend. The Marchioness also commented that it was much harder for the prince to communicate with Julia than she had thought before. Then, Hilary repeated that the prince considered them a very good couple, and smiled broadly as she said it. Christian understood that the prince had decided to trust his wife, since she dared to talk about the conflict in the imperial family. The woman agreed, but then noticed that her husband's face was very red, and she became worried about his health. However, the Marquis assured her that everything was fine. He only thought that the rain would intensify, although Hilary didn't understand how the rain related to the face. Then the girl thought that the Marquis was afraid of the storm and proposed to hold his hand until he fell asleep. Hilary said it as a joke, but he took it very seriously and even agreed. The Marchioness felt uncomfortable again, as she had gotten herself into that situation right now. But she didn't dare to retract either, so she confirmed her proposal. A little later, scolding herself for her words, she changed clothes and went to her husband's room, not daring to enter yet. Before, Emma had prepared a bath for him with a much more pleasant scent than usual. But the young woman tried to calm her nerves, thinking that the Marquis only considered her a doll left by the bed at night. Imagining herself as an inanimate doll, Hilary tried to calm down. And then she opened the door and crossed the threshold of the room. She thought her husband would already be in bed preparing to sleep, but she saw that everything was covered in rose petals. The Marquis himself was to one side, waiting for his wife's arrival, and he greeted her with a soft voice. And pleasant. Hilary felt a great shock, something she not only didn't expect, but didn't even dare to imagine. Even so, she managed to articulate a few words and asked Christian what all this meant. The Marquis admitted that the butler, upon learning of Hilary's visit, decided to prepare everything. At a certain point, both were surprised by William's excess and sat on opposite ends of the bed. Christian thought he should have lied about not having hidden motives, but right now he felt that all this weighed on him. Then the Marquis looked at his wife and noticed that she looked worse than usual, although for some reason she was gathering petals in handfuls. An idea occurred to Hilary, and she drew a line on the bed with the petals, which she proposed he not cross. Christian understood that his wife also felt pressure in this situation, and proposed sleeping in separate rooms. But Hilary assured him that everything was fine, and thus she would spend the night safe, although he didn't know she had been in danger before. Hilary also promised him that she would never put him in an awkward situation. She also assured him that everything would be fine, and that the Marquis only needed to trust her and lie down calmly. Christian didn't want to argue with her, and lay down on the edge of the bed so as not to touch the row of rose petals. Then he decided to talk to her about how he had organized the maintenance of the sewage system in her lands. The woman did take care of that, but in a way that kept it within budget. However, she couldn't believe that Christian decided to talk precisely now and thought he had found some problems. But on the contrary, he was glad that the inhabitants were now happy. Because the bad smell had disappeared from the streets. Hillary was so glad that her husband liked her idea that she impulsively hugged him. Even so, she stopped in time, aware that she had let her emotions flow, and returned to her side of the bed. The woman scolded herself for giving in to emotions, while the Marquis thought she was happy about his success in the matter. Hillary believed that with better hygiene there would be fewer diseases, and therefore, the number of temple visitors would decrease. But she clarified to her husband that it was very important for her that the inhabitants were healthy and did not fall ill. Christian agreed that, since the soap deliveries began, diseases really decreased. While Christian was still murmuring, the woman fell asleep unnoticed, and she understood that lately she had been very tired. He also understood why Hillary had been very nervous lately, but her eyes shone as soon as they started talking about work. For a moment, the Marquis even thought that his wife considered him less important than work. But still, he couldn't get angry with her. Christian lay beside her for a while longer, adjusting a strand of her hair so it wouldn't bother her sight. But his thoughts wouldn't leave him alone, and he sat up on the bed, trying to decipher why Hillary didn't understand others' feelings. The Marquis also tried to guess if a day would come when Hillary would be even crueler than today. At dawn, the young woman woke up and saw that her husband was sitting on a chair in front of the bed. She guessed he hadn't slept all night, although he clarified that he had decided to read for a while. Since he couldn't fall asleep, Hillary thought it was her fault, as sometimes she talked in her sleep. The Marquis assured her it wasn't her fault and that he really wanted to read, and the young woman promised it wouldn't happen again. The next time, nothing special happened between them, only that the weather remained quite bad for a while. She even missed the good weather. But her melancholy dissipated with the visit of the Baron's daughter. Donna believed she had caused a big misunderstanding. That's why she came hoping that the Marchioness would stop being angry. Hillary understood that the Countess had made a good effort, so now things would flow even better. In front of the Baroness, the young woman pretended not to understand anything and asked her to get up from her knees. The Marchioness hinted that if someone saw her, they might misinterpret the situation. But Donna begged them to listen to her explanation first, hoping to regain the Marchioness's goodwill. The Baroness swore that she had no shameful intentions and begged forgiveness for her behavior that day. Donna had no embarrassing intentions and was very confused when rumors started circulating. The Baroness thought that Hillary, who is a commoner, is now very happy that a noble is kneeling before her. Hillary understood what Donna was thinking, as if reading her thoughts, and gave her a hint about it, even in her voice. Then she clarified that she herself knew how the Marchioness became a noble, being a commoner. Hillary also felt a little disappointed that she didn't understand the path she had taken to achieve it. Hillary asked her to leave if she had nothing more to say, as she had a lot to do. Donna asked her to stop. Now she remembered how her father scolded her, not understanding what she was doing that these rumors arose. It only caused problems for the Baron, since gathering funds for a merchant ship was already difficult for him. The Baroness tried to explain to her father that it wasn't her fault, but he kept shouting at her. Then Fortos sent his daughter to the Marchioness to beg for forgiveness, as his family depended on it. And now, standing in front of the Marchioness, Donna was ready to do anything as long as she forgave her. Hillary stopped. Then she approached the Baroness again, and another idea came to her mind. The Marchioness leaned towards Donna and whispered a few words in her ear that surprised her a little. Meanwhile, the prince was in his study reviewing business documents, and he saw that some matters were going well. Another document handed to him by the Marquis contained the data organized in a table. So now everything was understandable at first glance. Christian acknowledged that his wife helped him with that, and John thought that joining the cabinet wouldn't be bad for her either. But the Marquis asserted that his wife dedicates all her strength to an excellent administration of her properties. And if she joined the cabinet, she wouldn't have enough time or strength for everything. Meanwhile, the prince was bewildered, as he had said that as a joke. and the Marquis took it seriously. Although, on the other hand, there was also a serious part in his words, as the Marchioness could become a powerful help for the Empire. John also understood that, since his return, the Marquis had smoothly managed any task thanks to her support. Then, the prince praised again that Christian had found an ideal partner. He himself, when he got married, thought that his marriage to the princess would be ideal for him. At that time, he felt compassion for Christian, but he thought he could return the favor by showing how happy they were. But a year had already passed without improvement, and during that time, he gave up his friendship for Julia. Now the prince even felt a little envious of the Marquis for having found someone who would confidently confess her love to him. For a moment, John even imagined that he wouldn't mind having such a wife by his side. But then he felt ashamed. The prince understood that he had acted greedily, as he even drove his friend to murder while blinded by love for the princess. Then he decided to focus on more serious matters to finish quickly and be able to rest. At that moment, he was holding a document about the scheduled dinner, to which all diplomats residing in the empire would be invited. Since ancient times, similar dinners were held under the supervision of the crown princess's wife. Now John couldn't help but worry when thinking about Julia's obsession with austerity. Although the prince could not take away her right to carry out ceremonies, he hoped to avoid catastrophe. A little later, the prince called a servant and asked what the princess was doing at that moment. The servant reported that Lady Donna had requested an audience and that they were already talking. That visit seemed strange to the prince, considering the Baron, and then he remembered that the merchant ship was supposed to sink. John knew that Julia was very frugal and would not invest in that ship, but he was still worried. At that moment, the princess had just decided to invest in that ship and communicated it to the young Baroness. Donna came to Julia several hours ago with this proposal, and she even showed interest. But the princess also didn't remember having such a close relationship with the Baroness for her to tell her something like that. Donna observed that now the image of the prince's wife was different from that of the holy maiden she had heard mentioned. But now she remembered the Marchioness's instruction, who had ordered her to do it in such a way that the princess would agree to invest. Only if the Baroness managed to do it could Hilary forgive her and accept her apologies, and those of her father. The Marchioness had also asked her to keep her request secret so that nothing would hinder convincing Her Highness. Furthermore, Donna had to prove that she was skilled enough for Hilary to forget that unpleasant incident. The Marchioness added that she worried about her family and that their investments might not be enough. That's why she recommended that it would be good if the princess also contributed funds to the project. Maria accepted, since this way her reputation in high society would also recover. But it seemed strange to her anyway. The Baroness knew that Hilary did not have a good relationship with the princess, and she experienced a bad premonition. The Marchioness noticed that she hesitated and asserted that if she refused, she would never accept apologies from the Baron's family. When Maria accepted, Hilary expressed the hope that the Baroness would visit her next time with good news. She promised not to disappoint and, in turn, hoped that the Marchioness would believe in her sincerity and that of her father. Now, sitting in front of the princess, she decided to confess that, because of the Marchioness, her business was on the verge of bankruptcy. Maria shared that Hilary had agreed to invest in her family business. But now things were not going well. The Baroness also explained that initially the guarantor was Christian, but in the end the Marchioness kept doubting. And she didn't hurry. Meanwhile, Maria remembered her father's words, who considered it a good opportunity if the imperial family joined the business. Fortrose considered that if the princess accepted, they could easily attract more investors. The Baron also reminded his daughter that the Marchioness had asked to keep her recommendations secret and not mention her name. She knew that the princess did not have a good relationship with Hilary, so the Baroness declared that nothing could be entrusted to her. Afterwards, Maria confessed that other investors had also rejected them after rumors circulated. The Baroness spoke as her father advised her, and she relied on the Marchioness's name in the conversation. The princess, upon hearing the guest, understood the situation she was in. which made Donna happy. Julia was really pleased that someone who had suffered because of Hillary appeared. And now she decided that she could take advantage of it. The princess believed that the Marchioness attracted nobles to her, while rejecting weak people. She considered Hillary to be a cunning and two-faced person, whose actions could not be compared to anyone. While Julia reflected, the Baroness kept asking that she needed her support. And her father. Donna asserted that this way they would recover their business and reveal to everyone the princess's shrewdness regarding the brazen Marchioness. Then, the Baroness mentioned that Julia was favored by the gods, and that through her divine blessing, her investments would double. At that moment, the princess decided to accept the proposal, which greatly pleased Donna. Julia also decided to seal her promise with a signet ring, which excited her guest. On the way back, the Baroness reflected on how she would share the good news with her father. Now, her family did not need the Marchioness to invest in their ship. Walking down the corridor and dreaming about it, Donna ran into the prince himself. She didn't expect something like that, but she held back instantly and politely greeted John. He, for his part, understood that the Baroness had already spoken to his wife and wished to question her about it. But he decided not to do so. He simply walked past, while Donna tried to understand what was happening to her. The princess, satisfied with the success of her deal, decided to cheer up too with the scent of beautiful roses. Her activity was interrupted by the prince, who had arrived precisely to talk to her about that ship. Julia decided to start the conversation, wondering why she was there if she should be working at that moment. Meanwhile, the princess didn't even turn towards him, which only aggravated the prince's bad feelings even more. So now it was always like this, since they had an argument over healing powers. Now John confessed that he had found Mrs. Donna on the way, and the princess clarified that they had chatted a bit. Then, the prince decided to ask his wife directly if she had agreed to invest funds in the merchant ship. And before the princess answered, he also decided to tell her something else and handed her a letter. John clarified that in this letter there was a prediction from Hillary and that the Baron's merchant ship would sink. And he considered it inadmissible that his wife had decided to join that matter. But that only enraged the princess, as she once again thought that the prince trusted the Marchioness, and not her. In turn, John tried to clarify that he understood that the Marchioness was not pleasing to him, but that, nevertheless, he should trust those predictions. The prince also added that Hillary's predictions were not as ambiguous as those of oracles, and they pointed to specific events. John also added that up to that moment, everything the Marchioness had said turned out to be true. Suddenly, he noticed that his wife had changed her facial expression and thought she was feeling unwell. But she was just disappointed. The princess confessed that Donna really had come to ask for an investment and had accepted the proposal. John was a little shaken and immediately demanded that his wife cancel that promise. The princess clarified that because of the Marchioness, Baron Fortos had suffered huge losses, and she could not let it go. Moreover, Julia did not believe in his predictions, and his wife had asked him to trust God's words more. John saw that his wife seemed on the verge of madness, but he didn't know what to say at that moment. And for an instant, there was silence between them. He didn't really want to fight with Julia, but it happened again, as if a great wall had grown between them. So he decided to act differently, and, as crown prince, he ordered her not to spend imperial funds on those investments. He could not allow the treasury to be emptied, even if he loved his wife. The prince decided to conclude the conversation and left the princess's room, leaving her confused. Julia didn't understand how he dared to give her orders, when before she thought he loved her. Now the princess felt humiliated and desperate about how her husband acted towards her. She again decided that everything was Hillary's fault, because of whom the prince and the marquis had acted strangely. Now the princess decided that, after all, she had to reveal to the world that the Marchioness was wrong. A few days later, the butler William, upon arriving at the lady's office, noticed that she was quite cheerful. Hillary couldn't help being happy, because Donna had told her that the princess had agreed to invest in her merchant ship. Moreover, Julia gave her word in the name of the crown princess, and Baron Fortos spread the news throughout the region. Now, the Marchioness was satisfied that everything was progressing exactly as she wished. Furthermore, a few days earlier she had visited the Countess, who had invited her for tea. Pamela was sincerely surprised that the princess had agreed to invest such a large sum. But what surprised the Countess most was that, when the prince found out, he ordered that treasury funds not be spent. Since Julia had given her word, she had to find those funds by any means. The Marchioness also understood that Julia was not going to allocate funds for bribes, since it was not her style. And now there was only one place Julia could turn to with this matter: the temple. Furthermore, the Marchioness eagerly awaited the moment when the list of church assets would be disclosed, and its accounting book. But Hilary needed a suitable pretext to reveal this data, and Elizabeth was helping her with that. At that moment, William handed the lady a report indicating that, even after the rainy season, the disease rate was very low. She considered it excellent news, since in other regions people were getting sick as usual. Now the Marchioness decided to take advantage of it and demand an explanation from the temple as to why the epidemic had not subsided. Moreover, Hilary asked the butler to find out how many sick people there currently were in the capital. The girl advised him that when collecting information, to cover his nose and mouth with dense fabric so as not to catch the disease. And those who helped William obtain information should wash their hands with soap mandatorily. Hilary was glad that her preparation was over, but upon hearing someone ask if she was busy, she was surprised. Instinctively, she shouted that she was busy, but instantly she saw her husband and got scared again. She was a little annoyed to see that the Marquis had come again without warning, although he hadn't knocked, since William was leaving at that moment. Then Christian acknowledged that he hadn't come by chance, but because a letter had arrived from the palace requesting them to come and submit a report. She didn't understand why her husband decided to inform her about this, if he was traveling there periodically with reports anyway. But the Marquis clarified that this time he also had to accompany her, which surprised her a little. A little later, Hilary was already standing in front of the prince, along with her husband. It seemed suspicious to her that he had called her, even for a report, and she prepared herself for anything. The Marquis did not want to bring his wife here, but he could not disobey the prince's request either. Then John acknowledged that he had no bad intentions, and that now he only needed the Marchioness's wisdom. The prince had a very sincere expression, and Christian did not object. They brought coffee to the table where they were sitting, which surprised Hilary greatly, since it was usually tea. She felt so curious that she couldn't contain herself and asked the prince why precisely coffee. John admitted that he knew Hilary loved that brew, which surprised the young woman again. The Marchioness knew that if John prepared coffee for her, the situation must be very serious. For a moment she considered that it might be poisoned, but she didn't show it. The prince was also surprised by her reaction, as he had never been so kind to her before. Hilary noticed John's unusual behavior and his way of pausing constantly. Christian decided to intervene to clarify why his wife had to come there. The prince could no longer hide that it was an official dinner with ambassadors. The Marchionesses exchanged glances, as they knew the princess was supposed to be in charge. Then John revealed that his wife had suggested he obtain the support of a goddess. Hilary understood that Julia's austerity had worsened, but it did not affect the dinner. Such an event could not be simple, as it would influence the imperial prestige. Now the prince was begging them to save the dinner that Julia planned to ruin. The Marchioness understood that John was trying to buy her support with coffee, but she feared the princess's reaction. Moreover, it did not concern the imperial authority, and Hilary could not carelessly get involved. She did not want to see her husband in trouble, but John did not stop begging. The Marquis found it somewhat amusing, because in the original the prince was unmatched. And now he cannot organize even one event. Furthermore, John insists on asking his subjects to help him with his wisdom. The young woman also couldn't believe it was because of the words of his beloved, whom he always admired. In any case, Hilary had no intention of helping him, since that would serve her husband in no way. But she suggested to him that there was a solution if the princess replaced the official dinner with a lunch. Christian noticed that if the lunch was something light, it wouldn't seem like a sign of disrespect. Then, the Marquis also proposed that they receive the guests not in the palace, but on his property. There, Hilary became interested in how the princess herself would react, who also knows that dinner is more important than lunch. The Marquis believed that Julia would not fully accept it, and suggested creating the image that the empire did everything possible for the diplomats. Hilary was a little surprised that her husband was too hardworking, but at that moment she couldn't refuse him. She only added that this would not endanger her relationship with the princess, and the prince added that she wasn't kind to him either. Even so, John accepted the Marquis's proposal and asked his subordinates to inform him when they drafted the plan. Then, the conversation ended, and the Marquis and his wife left the prince's office. Hilary walked thoughtfully for a while and began to lag a little behind her husband. Christian noticed it and stopped himself to ask her what was worrying her, because she seemed very serious. The Marchioness acknowledged that she needed to talk about something else with His Highness. From her look, Christian understood that she wanted to talk alone and agreed to wait for her in the Imperial Library. The girl thanked her husband and immediately returned to the prince's office, even quickening her pace. Something was worrying Hilary, and she couldn't go home with that, thinking that even though John was a prince, that didn't mean everything was permitted to him. Without bothering to knock, the Marchioness abruptly opened the door and immediately demanded His Highness's attention. The prince was very surprised to see Hilary returning, especially by the brazen way she did it. But the Marchioness was completely indifferent to it now, as she couldn't calm down until she told him what she wanted. Approaching John, Hilary demanded that he answer why he had decided to involve precisely her partner in this. Hilary knew that he had had a conflict with the princess, but she didn't understand why the prince had chosen both of them as his rivals. She also insisted that she herself could handle all this to confront her. She also doubted whether the Marquis had completely overcome his feelings, as she had always been the most beautiful for him. The princess taught him to love and also left him precious memories. Now Hilary understood that everything could be ruined, and she didn't want her husband to be brought to shame. She considered that the prince was acting unscrupulously, involving Christian, even if his relationship with his wife was bad. She also reminded him that the Marquis had not forgotten why he had broken up with them. The Marchioness understood that now she was shouting at the prince, but if she hadn't done it, her husband might have suffered. And now she was even willing to face punishment for her behavior, although she didn't plan to repent. While waiting for the prince's anger, Hilary heard only his apologies, which surprised her enormously. John acknowledged that he had no excuses, neither in front of her nor in front of Christian. But he had no other option, and even if it was shameful, he had to extend his hand to them. The prince clarified that he could not entrust this matter to other nobles, and that she, along with the Marquis, had the right to confront Julia. The young woman did not expect at all that John would admit that she and her husband had the right to criticize him. And the princess. Hilary also noticed that now his voice showed no hostility, unlike his previous behavior. And at that moment, he was sincerely apologizing to the Marchioness, and she decided that at that instant she could get everything she desired. So she accepted the prince's request, but indicated that she wished he would also apologize to Christian. Upon hearing this, John had no more doubts that the Marchioness loved her husband, and that everything they had said about them was true. Hilary didn't understand why the prince still doubted it, and decided to continue explaining why he pleased her. But John asked her not to do it, and then again acknowledged that he was actually envious of Christian. The prince touched the Marchioness's head as if he were about to caress her, treating her like a small child. But the young woman considered it unnecessary. Moreover, she didn't want his attention at all. Also, the girl feared that her husband might see them again, and now she didn't know how to justify herself. So she simply ran away. As she walked, she kept mentally cursing the prince for daring to touch her hair. Now she considered him not only an insolent person who offended her husband, but also a madman. Hilary fled in such a hurry that she was breathless, and stopped in a corridor leading to the lily garden to catch her breath. She needed to control herself, and the Marchioness understood that she must immediately reject any idea John might have. Hilary decided that nothing would change on her path to her goal, and she would continue with what she had always done. Now she was preparing to go to her husband's library, but she felt a headache from the smell of lilies. Upon going outside, she immediately saw Christian, standing not far away, talking to someone. Hilary tried to understand what he was doing there, since the Marquis had said he would wait for her in the library. Approaching, the Marchioness was surprised to see the princess next to her husband. Julia's presence there didn't surprise her, as she had always loved lilies. But it deeply annoyed her that they were talking again, although she knew she should trust Christian. She even thought of sneaking away, but noticed that her legs had paralyzed. At that moment, Christian saw her, and Hilary supposed he would get angry, believing she was following him. But the Marquis noticed that his wife had turned pale and asked her how she felt. The woman tried to explain to her husband that nothing serious had happened to her, but her tongue still wouldn't obey her. Then she saw Julia's face, whose expression clearly revealed that the Marchioness's presence there had enraged her. But the princess did not approach them. She simply turned around and left in the opposite direction. Christian didn't even pay attention to Julia anymore, as his mind was occupied by his wife's health condition. He thought perhaps she was hurt, but since she had no fever, his concern lessened. Hilary knew that Christian was still the man whose love had been so painful that it destroyed her life. And she imagined that now it hurt him a lot to be near the princess, besides worrying about his wife. Now the Marchioness could only apologize to him, but Christian didn't understand why she should. The woman explained that she had forgotten that it was the Lily Palace and that she should not have left him alone. Moreover, Hilary always said she did everything for him, but at the same time tried to run away and abandon him in a situation he couldn't handle. But the Marquis clarified to his wife that Julia was the woman he had loved before, but that now there was nothing between them, and he felt nothing for her. Christian also clarified that he had found the princess by chance when going to the library, and she was only interested in his health. The Marquis confessed that he had loved Julia so much before, but now he felt nothing for her. And it seemed strange to him. He even started to think that all his past feelings for her had not been sincere, but just an attachment. At the same time, Christian acknowledged that this worried him a little, because of the princess, he had been capable of committing a terrible act. Right now, Hilary thought that the Marquis was even ashamed that the princess smiled at him and greeted as if nothing had happened. But the Marchioness also couldn't help noticing that her emotions continued to filter through the wounds received. And now painful memories detach like illusions, making way only for joyful emotions. Hilary reaffirmed that the Marquis truly loved the princess, so now it didn't matter what pain she had endured. The Marchioness believed that Christian was a strong and brave man, so he should not regret anything. The Marquis agreed with his wife's words, but also added that all this was only thanks to her. Now the girl felt better. Christian noticed it, which pleased him. But then he suddenly acknowledged that after all, he was a little disappointed in her. And the girl feared she had made a mistake. The Marquis considered that she saw him as a piece of trash who abandoned his wife and gave his heart to another woman. The girl started to protest. She had never thought that, and she had no intention of doing so. She also added that they were only a couple on paper, and that in about a year she would lose her gift. Now she didn't know what she would do afterwards. She added that she still had time until she lost the gift, and that she would take advantage of it to do everything she planned. The Marquis agreed, but also asked what she would do afterwards. What would everything be like if her strength disappeared? Hilary hesitated. She had never considered it, especially since she actually had no gift. She only returned to the past, and according to similar novels, the reason is usually deaths. The young woman also understood that if she continued with this topic, Christian might discover her secret. That's why she proposed to her husband that he go back, justifying it with the fact that she was already quite tired today. But the Marquis noticed that the Marchioness knew exactly what she meant at that moment, although he decided not to insist on an answer for now. He only asked her that, when he asked again, she should give him the answer he wanted to hear. Upon returning home, Hillary went to her room and, before sleeping, decided to reflect again on her husband's words. At that moment, Christian looked as sad as if it were the most important thing in his life. At that very moment, the young woman sincerely hoped that her husband's wish would come true, and he would get a clear answer about the future. She also firmly trusted that she could tell him everything, and he would understand, or simply answer the way he liked. But for now, both had to fulfill the prince's task, as they turned out to be responsible for preparing the banquet for the ambassadors. Then Julia's plan was also sent to them, which surprised the Marchioness, and she couldn't believe it could be applied in a real event. The young woman carefully examined the documents and now understood the meaning of that divine protection that His Highness had spoken of. Hillary clearly saw that, even if she didn't understand those issues, it was evident to her that everything was very wrong. The plan consisted of 4 sheets, and mostly indicated that something would be done under the direction of the temple. The event had to begin with a ceremony presided over by a priest, and on the menu, only vegetable dishes. And it had to conclude, without fail, with one more prayer in the temple. The girl understood that, unlike this plan, the dinner at the Marquis's house would be valued much more. The Marquis considered that showing hospitality was enough, and it was not necessary to do it like in the palaces. Christian acknowledged that similar celebrations had already taken place in this house when he was a child. Hillary remained uneasy and suggested that they should refuse the prince's permission to hold the party. The Marquis began to calm his wife, saying that everything would be fine and that they would prepare together. The Marchioness, however, decided that it wouldn't hurt to ask Countess Pamela for help. And Mrs. Elizabeth. Christian understood his wife's nervousness, but instead believed that it was unnecessary to call outside people. A little later, the butler arrived, reporting that the 5 ambassadors of different nationalities had already arrived. And they had decorated the hall with attention to detail. The maid Emma added that, unlike the palace, they would serve a more luxurious table, including meat and fish dishes. The Marquis considered the idea excellent, but also opined that boxes should be prepared so that the guests could take them away. Listening to her husband, the Marchioness was even surprised not to have thought of that. And she had completely forgotten that they had 2 experts in the house. Now the girl understood why Christian was so confident in proposing to hold the party at home. She also understood why he insisted that there was no need to ask those 2 ladies for help. In the novel, Christian had always had the habit of solving problems by himself, and never accepted help from anyone. He even worked alone when the main characters gathered at night, making sure no one worried about the prince's absence. The Marquis now views the post-romance world as something personal and no longer sacrifices his comfort for the main couple. Hillary was sure that now she could interact with those around him, and her thoughts were interrupted again by her husband. The young woman was distracted from her thoughts, but the Marquis also noticed that her mood had improved considerably. Then he shared that the best chocolate is precisely at the store he has a deal with. The Marchioness even imagined that if there was a large quantity, it could be made to flow like a waterfall. Hearing these ideas, the butler noted that it could cost a fortune. But the young woman assured him that the budget for all expenses comes from the palace, so there was no need to save. And at that moment, while they were spending that budget generously and preparing themselves, a guest arrived that no one expected. Hillary felt a little disoriented because Mrs. Elizabeth visited her, but she just smiled kindly. Even so, the Marchioness thanked her for her visit and assured her that they would not bother them at all, inviting her to the living room. It was also very awkward for the Marchioness in front of the guest, as there was quite a mess in the house due to the preparations. Elizabeth, on the contrary, thought that she herself was to blame, as she had arrived without prior notice. Then the lady admitted that she was surprised to learn that the Marquis was organizing a reception in his own house. The Marchioness clarified that in the palace, the princess was also preparing a good lunch, and that there they were doing everything not to cause annoyance to the palace. Then the young woman observed that the lady was quite pale, and she admitted that the number of priests in the palace had increased considerably. She also heard that the princess was going to have dinner with those priests, and Hilary understood that Julia had not accepted Madame's help. Elizabeth also said that Her Highness had moved her office to the Lion Palace. Afterwards, the princess replaced all the maids of the Lily Palace with priests from the temple. The Marchioness understood that the prince had moved his office due to his obligations. But she also suspected that it might be due to her relationship with Julia. In any case, it was good news for Hilary, and she was also intrigued to know what high society would think about it. But then, Madame Elizabeth reported that many people believed that this had to do with the fall of His Highness. The Marchioness, of course, expected the rumors to be about that when the corruption of the church was revealed. But everything started much earlier. Then she asked Madame if the princess herself knew about it. But she denied Elizabeth an audience and did not answer her letters. Hilary again thought about the princess's rudeness, as she had kicked her out. And Madame Elizabeth after Christian. Here, the Marchioness feigned concern and commented to Madame that the heiress would have to move away from the temple soon. She also inquired about how public opinion was regarding the revelation of ecclesiastical assets. Elizabeth reported that the matter was gaining momentum, and since then the priests had begun to crowd the palace. More people also appeared showing their distrust, and the Marchioness decided that she needed to investigate something else. Hilary confessed that information had arrived that the temple was focused on accumulating wealth. In reality, no such information existed, but apparently, the young woman found it strange that nothing had come to light yet. But the Marchioness told the lady that, due to the spreading infection. Some claimed that the temple was inactive. Many sick people went to the temple, but no matter how much they paid, their illness did not improve. At the same time, the inhabitants of the Marchioness's territories avoided the epidemic. And now she didn't know whether to worry about Julia or show her anger. Then she confessed to the lady that, if the church's corruption was discovered, the princess, in her opinion, would want to fix her mistakes. For example, Hilary mentioned her husband, who was close to her, but then harshly pointed out where she was wrong. Elizabeth understood that she had to decide if she really wanted to help the princess. And she accepted. Thanking the Marchioness for her support, the lady wished them to enjoy the dinner. And quickly withdrew. Soon the day of the dinner arrived, but the Marquis noticed that his wife was not in a good mood. Simply put, Christian had to attend a lunch at the palace, and she herself had to finish the preparation on the property. Meanwhile, the young woman wanted to see with her own eyes how disastrous Julia's dinner would be. And she regretted that she couldn't enjoy so much fun. The Marquis added that the Emperor would also attend that dinner, so there was no reason to worry. He clarified that all attention would be on His Majesty, so the atmosphere would not be that relevant. Hilary remained uneasy, since Christian proposed changing the event to lunch, which was a challenge to the princess's authority. Moreover, it seemed strange to the young woman that Julia had not expressed open protest about it. Also, due to the Emperor's illness, people began to doubt the princess's divine powers. And her relationship with John deteriorated. Now one could dare to say that the two things that made Julia crown princess were in danger. Before leaving, Hilary stated that the princess would want to talk to her husband, and begged him not to force her to do it if he didn't want to. The Marchioness trusted her husband, but she was worried about the possibility of Julia approaching him after lunch, and starting to express her concern. Christian decided that Hilary was just jealous of him, and deep down he was a little pleased with the fact. But the young woman immediately protested, assuring him that it wasn't so and that she was only worried about him. The Marquis reassured his wife, telling her not to worry and that he would return as soon as possible. Then, Hilary noticed that all the staff were listening attentively to their conversation, as if reading a passionate romance. The young woman even got nervous, and the butler, jokingly, suggested leaving them alone. The Marquis remained, convinced that everything would turn out well, and promised that he would meet Hilary soon. After sending her husband to a business lunch, the Marchioness noticed that she herself was too nervous. But she understood that everything was because of him. A couple of days earlier, the young woman received a letter from Countess Pamela, specifying the exact departure date of the merchant ship. The baron had obtained enough investments, and the ship was ready to set sail, which meant that the princess had managed to secure the necessary funds. Hilary knew that the ship would sink, and that Julia would not be able to recover her investments. Now all that remained was to ensure that the dinner went smoothly, so that the princess's incompetence would be even more evident. Meanwhile, the Marquis arrived at the palace, and, remembering the plan, observed that in reality everything looked even sadder. The expressions on their faces were desolate and explicit, and it was evident that Julia had completely ruined everything. Christian looked at Julia and didn't understand how she had arrived at such an idea. She decided to announce that the day had been prepared to pray to God in alliance with every country in the empire. So, as if she were a saint, the princess asked God to bless that place, which the Marquis considered humble. Julia should have organized it as a princess, not as if she were a saint, since the event was offered by the palace, not a temple. The emperor, looking at his plate, supposed that the princess had prepared the menu thinking of him. Meanwhile, the prince tried to ease the tension, saying that it was normal for the meal to be light. However, the table showed that the expensive and luxurious was a sin, although no one dared to protest. The guests tried to eat, but the Marquis knew that following misunderstood convictions was unbearable. When it ended and the ambassadors went out into the street, they commented on the menu without understanding what they had eaten. Feeling hungry, Christian believed that he could fix things at dinner, as the princess had asked him to. Until now, he had hoped not to have to talk to her, especially since he quickly wanted to return to his wife. But Julia begged him to talk, showing deep sadness on her face. The ambassadors on their way continued to comment that the princess belonged to the clergy, and how they ignored her. They understood that even the emperor was trying to protect his daughter-in-law, and they found it difficult to see. It also seemed to them that the empire was not paying much attention to them, since the dinner would take place at a country house, and not in the palace. One of the ambassadors even doubted that they had prepared anything better at the country house, considering the princess's menu. But when they arrived, a young lady greeted them with joy, who told them she was already waiting for them. Out of courtesy, they thanked them for the invitation, while discreetly looking around. The Marquis was sure he had nothing to worry about, while William informed him that his clothes for dinner were ready. Although Christian couldn't stop worrying a little about the fact that his wife would be left alone with the guests. But the young woman winked kindly at him, signaling him not to worry, and that everything would be fine. After the Marquis went to change, the Marchioness invited the guests to a modest table. The ambassadors were a little surprised to see that the table was overflowing with delicious delicacies. Now their opinion was completely different, and they enjoyed every detail, wanting to try everything served there. Hilary, observing them, felt satisfaction realizing that the days of preparation with her husband had not been in vain. They had also selected music and works of art from each nation, taking care of even the dishes served. Now, according to the Marchioness, the princess's incompetence would contrast sharply. Among the ambassadors, the conversation about salt arose, especially about its price increase that worsened the situation of the commoners. A guest explained that it was due to the rains in the salt-producing areas, negatively affecting his kingdom too. He also noted that there was still a long way to go for recovery, and people were on the verge of ruin, while he himself didn't know what to do. Hilary understood that this ambassador was from the neighboring kingdom, which for some reason continued to provoke. The young woman thought about mentioning the flood issue at that dinner, but hesitated whether it was the right time. Then, Christian affirmed that the kingdom should recover quickly, as they had excellent officials. The Empress and His Highness were also willing to offer help if necessary, but within reasonable limits. The ambassador thanked the Marquis, and Hilary understood that politics and diplomacy were definitely not his strong suit. But seeing her husband, she noticed that he had regained his form and returned to work. She decided to remain silent and not interrupt, while another ambassador observed that their possessions had practically suffered no damage from the flood. Christian did not hesitate to praise his wife, assuring that it was her merit which made her choke. It was unexpected for the young woman, and she couldn't imagine that, during the conversation with the ambassadors, he would dedicate himself to praising her. Then she noticed a strange expression on the Marquis, who was still waiting for her to say something. Or perhaps something else. Christian, seeing that his wife was shy, began to list everything she had achieved for her land and its inhabitants during that time. In the end, he added that Hilary was exactly the wife he would be proud of wherever he went. While the Marquis was saying all that, the young woman felt some shyness, as if she were being praised unfairly. Hilary decided that at that moment she should leave and proposed bringing the dessert to the table. The Marquis tried to stop her, but Hilary confessed that she herself prepared that dessert. That's why she wants to bring it personally. When the young woman reached the door, she ran into the crown prince there, whom the butler was just about to report on at that very moment. The Marchioness was surprised to learn that he had decided to visit them at home. But he simply replied coldly that they hadn't seen Hilary for some time. The ambassadors, upon seeing the prince, immediately invited him as if they were hosts to the table so that he could taste those dishes. After dinner, some guests continued to thank the hosts for their hospitality and expressed the hope that they would be invited again in the future. They also did not forget to personally thank the Marchioness for the effort she had made. She herself was also glad that the dinner went smoothly and that the important people were satisfied. At that moment, Hilary really wanted the princess to see all this, but she tried to restrain her emotions. The prince was not hurrying his departure, and the Marchioness asked him directly if he had any outstanding business with them. John did not delay in answering, and asked Christian to walk with him to talk. Hilary, however, accompanied them as she suspected the prince had something in mind. She also promised herself that she would handle it immediately if he suddenly said nonsense to her husband. But John, walking a little ahead of them, suddenly expressed his apologies to the Marquis, which surprised Hilary. The girl even thought that His Highness had eaten something bad, as she saw no other reason for his attitude. The Marquis, for his part, did not understand what the prince intended, who asked him to. At least tonight, Christian would not treat him as such. Hilary didn't understand why John remained angry. After he himself had caused a problem with the Marquis, and he himself cut off the relationship. But John suddenly stopped and apologized again, as he hadn't meant to say that to Christian. Then he acknowledged that he had always imposed a heavy burden on him. And now, thanks to him and Hilary, the empire had managed to maintain its image. Moreover, the prince admitted that the Marquis had always been by his side helping him, and that he considered it natural. But he shouldn't have thought that way. Now John understood that he had treated his friend badly, not realizing how important he was to him. The prince promised not to repeat that mistake, and begged the Marquis not to continue maintaining cold relations. Then the Marchioness burst out and shouted at the prince again, not understanding how he could say such a thing after everything that had happened. It seemed to her that John was just trying to get rid of the guilt that still tormented him. Hilary also directly called him selfish, not listening to her husband, who was telling her to stop. But the prince didn't even get offended, but rather promised not to bother them anymore and never to desire what the Marquis possessed. Hilary remembered the moment when the prince had stroked her head, and now she began to understand what he meant. Even so, the girl didn't understand why John was making those promises now. All it achieved was making her hate him even more. The Marchioness would not allow the prince to continue expressing those unpleasant emotions and hurting Christian. But then she felt her hands being taken, and upon opening her eyes, she saw that the Marquis was asking her to calm her emotions. In front of the prince, Christian did not go into detail explaining his wife's behavior, but rather pointed out to him that she had drunk too much today. The prince objected and did not consider himself drunk, since he drank brandy every day. So the Marchioness shouldn't worry about anything. The Marquis also did not consider that habit good, which John agreed with. But he insisted that there was no need to worry about him. Then John added that he wouldn't cross the line they had drawn even regarding Hilary. The prince considered Christian still valuable to him, regardless of whether he was now his friend or not. Hilary tried to reply, but the Marquis stopped her by squeezing her hand with his. Then he saw in him that look again that said a lot, and at the same time kept silent. Her cold hand melted under the heat of Christian's hands, and the young woman decided not to show her temper at that moment. She only acknowledged what His Highness the Prince intended, although she hoped there would be another person to say the same. Afterwards, in a calmer tone, she told the prince that she had heard rumors about the princess's investments in Baron Fortos's merchant ship. The young woman had warned John about the catastrophe, but they decided to invest, which contradicted her forecast. The Marchioness considered that the man who shared the prince's opinion had made an unwise decision. Faced with that, John limited himself to silence, and the young woman didn't understand why he didn't resolve the matter. As if their relationship had reached its limit. Then the prince acknowledged that he had promised his father not to separate from Julia. Hilary and her husband were somewhat shocked to hear it, as that meant that the crown prince considered leaving the princess. Then they separated, and the Marchioness retired to her room and continued to reflect on John's apologies. They seemed sincere to her, but she wanted Julia to apologize to Christian as well. The prince's apologies brought her no relief, and at that moment someone knocked on her door. Hilary asked the visitor to come the next day, but then she heard her beloved's voice behind the door, which made her jump out of bed. She ran to open the door, and instantly asked him what brought him to visit her so late. The Marquis was a little surprised by her question, and thought that he had woken her up. He even considered leaving. But she reassured him, saying that everything was fine, that she would sleep another day. And that now she was ready to talk to him. Christian clarified that there was no serious reason for his visit. He just wanted to chat with her, since the dinner had ended well. Then the Marquis took out a bottle of wine and offered his wife to drink a little together before sleeping. Hilary couldn't refuse. And soon the glasses clinked, and she noticed the pleasant taste of the intoxicating liquor. The Marchioness noticed that the wine was quite simple to drink, apparently because it had no strong flavors. But Christian clarified that he had specifically asked the butler for a light wine that was really easy to drink. The Marquis also remembered how, the last time his wife drank wine, she felt calm. Now it seemed to him that she felt even calmer, and she remembered that her husband wanted to tell her something. Christian admitted that the princess had called him to talk after lunch. And the girl thought that she had also decided to ask for forgiveness. But Julia only asked the Marquis if he also thought she had acted wrongly. The princess acknowledged that the reason their relationship deteriorated was because he caused harm to the duchy. Now, Julia was intrigued whether it had been a mistake to abandon the Marquis after that. Christian thought at that moment that she regretted what she had done, and in the past that would have mattered a lot to him, since what he tried to do for the good during that period brought the Marquis enormous regret in return. He also remembered his wife's advice not to deny the happiness of knowing how to love, as her love was not in vain. But he clarified to Julia that one cannot judge what is right when acting according to what one believes. Then he confessed that if he returned to the past, he would make the same decision as before. Due to Hilary's words, who promised to make his future happy, the Marquis no longer had any regrets. Although when talking to the princess, Christian found her behavior strange, as if she were disappointed but also happy. Hearing it, Hilary was even a little surprised, and he acknowledged that for him it didn't matter. He simply decided that if the Marquis was so restless, he should be the one to tell her first. The girl understood that Julia thought the same as John, but then noticed that if it were so, she would have also apologized. Now the Marquis was intrigued what the princess was thinking at that moment, and she was precisely reflecting on Christian. She remembered their conversation after lunch, and observed that at that moment the Marquis had a look of love. The princess also hoped that the ship would not sink, and thus John and Christian would realize that the Marquis was lying. Also, Julia planned to find a quick way to launch that ship. And when everything was over, the rest would return to its place. But the Marchioness had a different opinion of her, and decided that, by asking like that, Julia was tired of the situation that had formed. Born as a protagonist, Julia had always followed paths paved with flowers. And now this situation was unfamiliar to her. Her love, divine power, and relationships with people were not developing as the princess wished. The Marchioness was even happy that she hadn't apologized to Christian yet, who now thought that Julia was seeking his advice. However, Hilary was sure that, if it were so, Julia would have approached it differently. But by calling her alone, she only wanted to hear what she desired. The Marchioness also believed that the princess wanted to feel flattered by her ego, while Christian assured her that he was not doing anything wrong. But the Marquis explained to his wife that he said that thinking of her, which submerged the young woman back into her thoughts. Christian also asked Hilary if she wanted to hear something directly from him at that moment. The Marchioness was even disconcerted, thinking that a very important conversation was approaching that she was not prepared for. The Marquis reminded her that he had called her his only beloved, and she agreed that she was willing to listen to him. For her, at that moment, seeing him healthy and in a good mood was enough. However, Hilary did not understand her husband well, and before continuing, he decided to take another sip of wine. Then he took a breath and confessed that it was incredible, and even without her gift, she had vision and sharpness. The Marquis also noticed that his wife was capable of everything, and she learned the rest very quickly. At all times, Christian did not believe she was unperceptive, and he did not understand why she pretended not to know him well. He was also sure that she perfectly heard his heartbeat when he got so close to her. She even got scared by her husband's behavior. She thought he had lost his mind and moved away for her safety. Then she reproached him for being drunk and proposed stopping drinking and retiring to their rooms. She also added that she had had many important matters that day and was tired. So she prepared to go to bed. The Marquis grabbed her again and explained that today he would not try to escape, which worried her even more. Still, she managed to break free. She turned the sofa around and sat on the other side, asking what he wanted. At that moment, the Marquis would have liked her to look at him, but Hilary asserted that she was already looking at him constantly. Christian objected that she wasn't looking at him now, and she clarified that it was because he was sitting too close. He blushed, leaning towards her again, and he didn't understand why she was behaving so strangely. But then he realized that he had always ignored her feelings and thought that she didn't like him. But now he saw that it was not so. In any case, Hilary did not forget that she was inside a novel and that everything was fiction. And she didn't even know what would happen to her after the revenge. She also didn't know if she could respond to Christian's feelings or how to move forward with everything. At that moment, she couldn't resist his face, and while considering it, her husband kissed her softly for the first time. The next day, Hilary had a strong hangover headache. She didn't even remember when she had fallen asleep. The last thing she remembered was having been drinking and talking with Christian in her room. Then an image flashed through her eyes when the Marquis leaned towards her. And the young woman thought that all that had been a dream. Happy to have had such a beautiful dream, Hilary didn't notice at first that the Marquis was also still sleeping next to her. But as soon as she saw him, something changed in her, and in a matter of seconds, she was already by the door. Now the young woman understood that the previous night had not been a dream, and she felt so ashamed that she again wished to disappear. Trying to catch her breath and calm down, the young woman thought she might have done something wrong to her beloved. And because of the noise she was making, Christian woke up and started looking for the Marchioness, also feeling the effect of the hangover. Hilary immediately interrogated him about what he had done the day before, but the Marquis took time to realize that the young woman remembered nothing. Then he confessed that he remembered everything until the moment he kissed her, and then he felt himself falling into a deep sleep. Christian decided not to disturb his wife and confessed that he hadn't done anything serious, although he himself felt like crying for some reason. However, he admitted feeling guilty, since after the kiss, the Marchioness simply lost consciousness. The Marquis only intended to move her to the bed so she would feel comfortable and then leave. But due to the intoxication, he also lost consciousness. Now Hilary was glad she hadn't hurt her husband in any way and assured him that she wasn't guilty of anything. Then Christian decided to leave her room, but before leaving, he recommended to William to change the sheets. Afterwards, he headed towards the door, but the Marchioness questioned him about what he meant. Although he remained thoughtful about his own affairs, In reality, the Marquis would like Hilary to focus more now, but not on the prince. The Marchioness felt it, although she was still asleep, and smiled happily for having that wonderful dream. Christian also noticed that John behaved strangely at dinner, and thinking of his wife. The Marquis could not ignore it. Soon, the Marchioness visited the Countess, who asserted that Hilary had handled the Marquis well. The young woman almost choked, but Pamela clarified that she meant the dinner with the ambassadors, which was quite successful. The Marchioness now realized she was thinking of her husband, but she didn't forget she had to deal with her revenge. Today, she came to see the Countess to find out what society thought of Julia. Pamela observed that, compared to her dinner, the lunch at the palace seemed meager. And now, she even understood why Marian had left the palace. Other guests of the Countess confirmed that not only the lady, but also the staff and the maids had left the Lily Palace. Moreover, there are many priests there now, and the Countess was intrigued about what the prince was planning. The priests are also entertaining themselves in the palace, pretending to be nobles and forgetting their duties. The aristocrats considered this immoral and would not allow the priests to settle there. And if this continues, the archbishop himself will soon move. Hilary understood that this was Julia's worst move, and in front of the Countess, she proposed accusing the church. The young woman also confessed that she received a message, which is why she had been collecting information about the church for some time. The Marchioness clarified that she meant the epidemic, even though the rainy season had already ended. The aristocrats noticed that it happened because the priests were not where they should be. The Countess considered it a good idea for the nobles to draft a joint document, and she decided to take charge of it herself. Hilary noticed that before, Pamela wanted to get closer to the princess, but now she abruptly rejected her. The Marchioness even suspected that the Countess had finally understood how corrupt Julia was. Afterwards, Pamela proposed that they search together for examples of how the temple failed to fulfill its duties. Every lady heading a noble family happily accepted the proposal. Soon the crown prince called the Marchioness, who already knew that she and her friends were drafting a document. Then Hilary asked if the prince knew the exact purpose of the document. And he admitted that yes, which is why he asked her to stop. The young woman hinted that she couldn't do that, but John only wanted to protect his wife. Then he added that to protect her, he would do anything, and nothing would stop him. The Marchioness noticed that his behavior now is very different from what he showed when he apologized to Christian. John explained that they were different cases, but under no circumstances could he renounce Julia. Hilary clarified that they were acting this way because they didn't want the temple to take over the host's duties instead of the imperial family. But the prince thought that girl had a personal goal, as she sincerely loved the Marquis. John confessed that at first he thought she had become a Marchioness by taking advantage of the fact that Christian had no other choice. Then he became convinced that her feelings were real, but John didn't understand why the Marchioness hated him. And the princess. He even suspected it was because she had abandoned Christian and caused him great emotional pain. Now he couldn't believe that, just for the sake of the Marchioness, Hilary was pushing the princess to the abyss. And she no longer hid her feelings. He didn't understand why, because of his feelings. The prince was now willing to arrest her so that Julia would not suffer. She didn't know what concrete measures John would take, but she was intrigued how this would all end. He even prepared coffee for her again, but neither that nor her power would make her tremble before him. Especially because her gift of premonition made her stronger, and there John announced that he would hand over the lands of Oliver to her. That surprised her a little, and the prince added that Christian would also receive the title of Duke. Hilary remembered that they had talked about this title before, and the last time the prince assured her that promoting him would be complicated. Moreover, John had said that he could not make such a decision alone, and now he did not understand what had changed since then. But the prince continued explaining that he would elevate Christian's title before he traveled to the negotiations with the kingdom. John also revealed that it was the emperor's will, who decided to grant the Marchioness all powers for the negotiations. She knew her husband would manage in the negotiations anyway, as he continued studying diplomacy and strategy. Moreover, Hilary understood that if she obtained the title, those negotiations would be much simpler. She also saw no reason to accept the prince's demand, as those things had already been promised to her. When she thought about mentioning the signature she had granted, the prince asserted that it had a defect. John explained that this signature was a document by which he could postpone the fulfillment of the agreement without justification. Then, the prince, to ease the tension, promised that he did not plan to take advantage of that defect. John repeated again that, if the Marchioness accepted his proposal, Christian would get a title. And she would receive lands. Hilary acknowledged that it was her fault. When she believed the prince despised her, she did not properly analyze the document. Now she felt ridiculous for having judged him wrongly, just because of that useless document. The Marchioness considered that she should accept the deal for everything to turn out well. But then she would have to stop the attack against Julia. For a while, Hilary reflected, and then asked if it would be enough to stop accusing the temple. She also added that, even if the prince stopped her, he couldn't hide the scandal forever. She also recalled that the power of the church was infiltrating the empire, and that authority no longer resided with the emperor, but with His Highness. John knew it, but still tried to convince the Marchioness, who didn't understand why he insisted on such a difficult path. Hilary continued saying that luck was on the princess's side, as she would never find a husband like that. The Marchioness, who previously thought the prince was a cold ruler, now understood that she was wrong. And she hurried to say goodbye. The prince asked her to stay, but Hilary didn't plan to stop, assuring that next time she would call him Duke. Upon arriving home, the young woman saw her excited husband on the threshold, who immediately ran to her. She noticed that she seemed quite tired, and Hilary admitted that she actually was. And she wanted to rest. But the Marquis couldn't let her go in that state, and persistently begged her to explain why she had that expression. The girl stopped, but couldn't clarify anything to her husband. And he, looking at her, understood everything without the need for words. Christian shouted to the butler to prepare everything immediately for the trip to the palace. Hilary remained standing in silence, and the Marquis understood that it hadn't been prudent to let her go alone. He remembered that John had been observing the Marchioness's behavior during the official dinner. And now he needed to know what had happened. It was then that the young woman stopped her husband and began to clarify that nothing had happened with the prince. Christian trusted his wife, but didn't understand why she had that expression, as if she were about to cry. Hilary couldn't believe that her husband had decided she could fall apart over an idiot. It angered her so much that the Marquis became a little alert, but he still wanted to know the reason. The girl explained that it was because of anger, and while the Marquis kept questioning her, she decided to tell him. The Marchioness confessed that His Highness, the Crown Prince, planned to elevate Christian to the rank of Duke. The Marquis changed his mind about going to the palace. And at home, the young woman told him in more detail. She was also surprised that those favors had already been promised to the Marchioness by the prince earlier. And Hilary admitted that it bothered her. Moreover, she confessed that she had signed a promise that now had a flaw. That's why John demanded a business deal. Then she explained what the prince demanded in return, namely, the cancellation of the plan to accuse the temple. Christian was surprised again, as his wife was not the only one who had prepared this plan. But the prince was still threatening to stop the Marchioness. At that moment, her husband understood that she played the main role in this matter. So John considered that stopping her alone would be enough. Now Hilary hated herself for having committed a foolishness and no longer being able to accuse the temple. Moreover, the young woman was not reassured by the possibility that her husband was also angry with her. And she decided to devise another plan. The young woman was eager to find an aristocrat to act in her place before the ship set sail. But she hadn't found a suitable candidate yet. And then Christian announced that he himself would bring the accusation against the temple at the ministerial council. He explained to his wife that for his cause it was important to obtain lands and the title of Duke. And if another person brought the accusation, everything would be fine. The Marchioness did not like the idea. She didn't want to involve her beloved, thinking that now he was saying foolish things. Then the young woman confessed that she planned to denounce the temple because she wished to weaken the saint. Hilary was sure that after this, the princess and the crown prince would be on the verge of the abyss. And if the Marquis did it, it would mean stabbing them in the back and betraying his friend. And only love. The young woman did not want her husband to commit such a despicable act and assured him that she could handle it alone. Even so, Christian kept insisting that he could do it if she couldn't stop this revenge for his own good. And his own. The Marquis sincerely wished to sail in the same boat with his wife, and now he asked her for permission to do so. The Marquis smiled, and Hilary didn't understand why, but it was because now he could help her. The girl still hesitated, and Christian thought that she still didn't trust him, although she threw strange glances at him. Hilary said she trusted him completely, which pleased him, and then asserted that now everything was resolved. Embracing his wife, the Marquis was ready to do anything for her, and she now only asked him for forgiveness for forcing her to do ugly things. The Marchioness also thanked her husband, but he himself felt guilty, as she had gotten so angry with the prince. And the princess, and he had made her cry. From his embrace, a warmth invaded the girl so warmly that upon opening her eyes the very next instant, she thought she had a pleasant dream. Murmuring that, Hilary noticed that Christian was sitting next to her and continued to believe it was still a dream. But he was a little surprised by it, although the girl didn't explain herself, trying to understand herself why she had said it. Hilary fell asleep again, and upon waking, guilt began to torment her for seeing that her beloved had to resort to that. Although she was glad to have had that wonderful dream about him, she understood that it was more important to think about reality. First of all, the girl decided that it was necessary to contact Countess Pamela. Since the situation had twisted a little, her husband promised that he himself would bring charges against the temple, and thus he would obtain the title of Duke. As John could hinder him, the Marchioness decided that, for now, she had to keep secret what Christian planned to do. A few days later, the Marquis was in his office, reading the newspaper, where the results of the merchant ship Fortrose's shipment were given. The ship successfully embarked, which meant that the prince could not hinder his wife. It turns out that John set up surveillance on Baron Fortose's family, and upon learning about it, the Marquis told his wife about it. Other aristocrats were also involved. That's why the prince could not stop the departure with just a mandate, nor could he recover the investments made by Julia, even if the Baron is arrested. And his family. The Marchioness didn't even feel like seeing the princess's desperate face when the ship sank. He also confessed to his wife that he would soon travel to negotiate with the kingdom. The young woman remembered that before her reincarnation, the empire trembled with fear over the war, and signed a quite humiliating treaty. But now things were different, and the provocation on the border that she reported was successfully stopped. Faced with the threat of war, Hilary also prepared in advance. But the most important thing was that Christian would now attend these negotiations. The Marquis was always a successful negotiator, and now he also prepared diligently. For the foresight, he thanked his wife, but she only did what she considered very important, and reported the threat. She also reported that in the next council, the emperor would formalize his title. She asked her husband not to organize a pompous ceremony for this, as they now had little time. The young woman accepted, and she was pleased with the events, but a bad premonition accompanied her. Christian also planned to accuse the temple immediately after the negotiations, considering that it would be the best time. Hilary agreed, because if people didn't pay attention, the effect of the accusation would diminish. The administrator approached the Marquis and informed him that everything was ready and that it was time to leave. Christian said goodbye to his wife, who asked him one last time to be careful, because she was still worried about him. The Marquis affirmed that everything would be fine with him and that nothing bad would happen, and then headed for the exit. The young woman noticed that her husband hadn't even finished breakfast, which was unusual, since due to work he often returned quite late from the imperial palace. Even so, she hoped everything would turn out well, and William decided to cheer her up, acknowledging that the Marquis also used to return late from work before her. The administrator commented that there were times when the Marquis dined at the mansion only once a week. Moreover, he pointed out that now, on the contrary, the gentleman was striving to be home on time. Hilary remembered the lines in the book and noticed that witnessing events in person was very different from simply reading. At night, when the Marquis had not yet returned, the young woman tried to understand how much longer the emperor and the crown prince would explode at her husband. That night, Christian was even later, and the Marchioness began to worry a lot. Although she hoped to help him in some way, Hilary thought the next day to ask William to prepare the Marquis's breakfast in a box for him to take. Moreover, she knew that if someone saw him, they would understand that she was truly Christian's wife. The young woman knew that lately she had gotten very close to him, although she was still just a reader of the book. She lived in this world, not knowing the reason for her transfer here. But it also seemed more real to her than just a book. Hilary did everything here like in reality. She ate, met people, and for a moment even doubted that it was just a book. If this place is real, she was interested in knowing what would happen to the reality she had been in before. In that reality, she attended school, then went to work and lived dreaming of a future. Here, on the other hand, Hilary lived for Christian and paid no attention to the rest of the world. While reflecting, she went out onto the terrace. And absorbed in her thoughts, she didn't notice how much she had leaned over, just as the Marquis was returning. He noticed that danger might threaten his wife, or something worried her greatly. And he ran towards her immediately. Hilary thought that in this world, she must not lose her goal. Moreover, her heroine had no future. The princess prayed for God to give strength to the one she loved and control the stupidity of an evil man. Also, so that God would remember her existence and not allow her to commit evil deeds, imposing his punishment on him. While Julia prayed, Christian had already grabbed his wife's hand so brusquely that she got very scared. Hilaria was even left speechless, not knowing what to say, and noticed that her beloved's face was very worried. Then she started questioning him about what had happened to make him run back so agitated. It even occurred to the Marchioness that His Highness, the Crown Prince, had said foolish things again. And she began to get very angry. Then she started asking her husband if everything was okay with him, since his appearance was not good at all at that moment. But Christian still did not answer his wife, but only hugged her, thanking fate that nothing serious had happened to her. And she was still herself. The Marquis was very frightened for her, because for a moment he saw in her his former self. When she was alone on the terrace, he confessed to his wife that, at that moment, he thought she was about to jump. And he couldn't allow it. Then they returned to the room. But the young woman still didn't understand why her husband had thought something like that. Although afterwards he explained that it was due to fatigue, Hilary noticed that his face was very sad. Now the young woman blamed herself for making him take on the accusation of the temple, as the Marquis already had enough with his own affairs. She understood that she had to find another way out that would help resolve that situation. Not wanting to stand idly by, the Marchioness decided to write a letter in which she begged the holy nobility not to reject the meeting. A short time later, Hilary arrived at a secluded section of the temple, covering herself with a black coat. And there, she was received by one of the priestesses. The young woman didn't even know that such a place existed inside the temple, so different from the rest. It was an oratory, but no one had used it for a long time, and her meeting with the princess was to take place there. It seemed strange to her that both she and Julia wished to see each other alone. Then, the Marchioness saw the same statue she had contemplated before her reincarnation. The young woman didn't believe she could see such a statue again, and concluded that the god of that place was the author. Then the Marchioness addressed him, asking why he had allowed her to reincarnate and place her in this place. Then she became interested in knowing what it was, and there Julia noticed that the Marchioness now even denied the existence of a god. Hilary was startled, as the princess approached her very stealthily and suddenly. But the young woman didn't show it, and simply politely greeted Her Highness. Then, Hilary was intrigued why the princess also wanted to meet her personally, and responded so quickly to her letter. Julia only acknowledged that she knew the Marchioness would receive Duke Oliver's lands. That's why the princess thought that Hilary disliked the fact that she was a commoner before. And now she was married to the crown prince. Her Highness also believed that this was the real reason why the Marchioness wished to obtain those lands. And the title of Duke. Moreover, that she had influenced Christian. But Julia considered her too noble to fall for Hilary's greed. In response, the Marchioness wanted to know why the princess had harshly criticized the marquises. Hilary also wasn't afraid of being accused of insulting the imperial family at the previous meeting. For her, the useless power of the princess posed no threat, so now she proposed to Julia to speak openly. Without formalities. The Marchioness remembered that initially both were commoners, and the princess enjoyed seeing Hilary's true face. Meanwhile, Julia acknowledged that she acted that way with Christian because he was excessively attached to her. Moreover, she couldn't tell him that she had acted correctly if, in her opinion, it was not so. Then, Hilary remembered that she had done it for Julia and John, and they should have supported Christian. And if they had done so, Christian would not have wished to die for her betrayal. Moreover, the Marchioness remembered that before he was full of love for the princess. But she never thanked him for anything. The young woman also asked that it not be said that she had no chance, since she had noticed that lately Julia was not indifferent to him. While listening to all this, the princess began to get angry and was ready to argue with the Marchioness. Hilary then declared that she was giving Julia her first and last chance, in which the princess must apologize to Christian. And she had to do it before the Marquis deposed her. Only then could this war in this place end. The Marchioness understood that her husband could do it, but Julia was the person he loved deeply. That's why she understood that Christian could not simply overthrow her with his own hands. And that's why she went to the meeting with the princess. Now she demanded that His Majesty apologize for making Christian suffer. Moreover, the princess had to apologize not only formally, her apologies had to be very sincere. But Julia asserted that the Marquis loved her, and that Hilary had only been proud that Oliver's domains would belong to her. Then, with a bit of sarcasm, the princess asked Hilary to remember what happened to the previous owners of these lands. The Marchioness didn't understand what the princess was saying now, thinking it was all nonsense. And she also didn't understand what the lands had to do with it. But she continued to assert that she was the true saint, and that Hilary couldn't do anything when Christian recognized his sincere feelings. The princess declared that after that, the Marquis wouldn't even look at a woman as cunning as Hilary. And he would abandon her. And at that moment, the Marchioness supposed why Julia had been praying to God lately. To win Christian back or reconcile with John. Julia asserted that she had asked God that morality and truth, which Hilary mocks, would take their place in this land. The princess was sure that God would make justice triumph, but the Marchioness just laughed in response. It seemed absurd to the young woman that Her Highness considered the Marchioness's failure as justice, and her own victory. But then Hilary, very seriously, reminded Julia that her healing power had disappeared, and that the prince's love had cooled. Then the Marchioness wondered what would be left for the princess when the money taken from the temple, along with the ship, sank to the bottom. Julia again asserted that she didn't believe a single word, considering that all the Marchioness's forecasts were lies. She decided to test it, thinking that Hilary had deceived John and Christian with her sweet words. The Marchioness smiled, realizing that it would be quite simple. She just had to wait for the news about the merchant ship. But then another idea occurred to her, and she believed it was enough to demonstrate her healing power to Julia to prove her right. Hilary understood that in reality the princess believed in her prediction, but she decided to debate because she didn't want to lose. She insisted that the Marchioness was wrong, since she didn't even believe in God. Therefore, she couldn't have the gift of foresight. Moreover, the princess swore that she would expose her double nature to everyone. Afterwards, Julia was sure that Christian would realize it, but the Marchioness alleged that she couldn't rely on that, because the Marchioness was needed for her marital relationship with the prince to improve. Moreover, Hilary stated that her husband no longer wished to live as before, and reminded her again that everything could end if she apologized. Despite this, the Marchioness noticed that the princess still didn't listen to her, even though the result directly concerned her. After that, Hilary proposed another alternative, in which each would try to prove their words. The Marchioness was preparing to leave, although Julia called her, and expressed the hope that God would listen to the princess's prayers. On the way back, Hilary wondered how she hadn't expected Julia to listen to her from the beginning. And in the end, it turned out that she and the princess expressed their feelings mutually for the first time. But she herself didn't get angry. The Marchioness didn't feel better either, but everything seemed much calmer. The girl understood that the truth was that she did not possess the gift of premonition, since she simply reincarnated. The girl was terrified that her beloved Christian might discover that horrible truth. A little later, she and her husband were sitting at the table, and the Marquis noticed again that she was deeply thoughtful. Hilary mentally scolded herself for getting distracted by her thoughts, wasting time with her beloved. He reminded her that almost a year had passed, and she thought that a year had already passed since the end of the novel. On the day of the end, Julia married the crown prince, and a lavish wedding was held in the empire. The Marchioness murmured that time flies very fast, and her husband then suggested doing something. The girl remembered that John and Julia's wedding anniversary was approaching soon, and she decided to send them a bouquet of flowers. But Christian objected, correcting her by pointing out that it wasn't their anniversary, but that a year had passed since they were together. Hilary completely forgot. And for a moment, she was even speechless, while her husband repeated that it was their wedding anniversary. A little later, Hilary asked a tailor to come to give her husband a neckerchief as a gift. But she didn't know how to make it. Jeremy was delighted to take care of it, especially since the gift was for the Marquis. A few days earlier, when she was talking to her husband about the anniversary, she remembered running to see him at that moment. That day coincided with the wedding of the prince and the princess, but until now, she hadn't considered that coincidence. Although she remembered all the important dates, she forgot this one and, by mistake, proposed sending flowers to the palace. Then she started asking her husband what wishes he had, and he in turn asked her the same question. Seeing his ambiguous expression, she thought he didn't need anything from him and didn't insist. But Hilary got up immediately and proposed organizing a high-level banquet to celebrate, especially because Christian would soon receive a title promotion, and she decided to hold the party on that very day. She also suggested not inviting strangers, and that only those who live in the mansion should attend. The Marquis accepted, although he noticed that his wife seemed quite tired. Hilary knew that if Christian mentioned the anniversary first, it was because he needed something from her. That's why she decided to prepare a gift for him. But she had no money apart from the Marquis's budget and didn't want to use hers. So she modified her own handkerchief into a neckerchief for Christian, which would serve as a present. At that moment, Jeremy also asked why precisely a neckerchief, and she thought it was a bad idea. But the tailor corrected himself, thinking that they, as aristocrats, would exchange quite expensive gifts. Even so, Hilary considered that the best gift was one that a person desired for themselves. And she reflected on it all night. Also, the previous night, she remembered everything that happened and concluded again that in this world she would have no future. However, the Marchioness wished that her husband would receive a gift from her that would make him smile. At that moment, the tailor again had the idea that the Marchioness's gift should be full of her feelings. Jeremy promised her that he would make a beautiful neckerchief that no one else would find on the entire market. Then, with a face showing passionate desire, the tailor proposed making the gift together. Hilary didn't understand what that man meant, but she reminded him that she embroidered very well. At that moment, the butler was observing from the ajar door, noticing the lady's effort. Then, William felt someone grab his neck and drag him away from the door. Understanding that Emma had decided to scold him again. She also remembered that they still had a lot of work to prepare, but the butler already imagined that the party would be better than the one at the palace. Meanwhile, in the palace itself, the princess felt terrible, as if the whole world had collapsed on her. Before, John had called Baron Fortos's family to the imperial palace, under the pretext of asking about Julia's investments. But in reality, the prince did it to be prepared in case the ship ended up sinking. The princess was annoyed that her husband still trusted Hilary, and that Christian also showed sympathy towards the Marchioness. Moreover, Mrs. Elizabeth wouldn't stop writing her letters with the same content, that she should behave properly as crown princess. But Julia didn't understand why a person should change when their status changes. She considered it hypocrisy. Nor did she consider herself a politician who changes according to the situation. She remained a saint with an unshakable truth. Before, John and Christian loved her precisely for that. But now, for some reason, everything was different. The princess hoped that, when the Marchioness's wickedness was revealed, everything could return to normal. But for that, the merchant ship also had to return. And Julia prayed for that to happen. At the same time, she couldn't get out of her head Hilary's words that she had said in the temple. Especially that warning that Julia's sufferings would end when she apologized to Christian. And when the princess was reflecting on it in the hall, the Marquis appeared, who greeted her politely. Christian also didn't expect to meet the princess again in the palace. It was simply a chance encounter. A few hours earlier, he had arrived with the crown prince to the emperor, who had called them previously. Dominic was happy that the Marquis had agreed to visit him, as he didn't do it as often as he wished. The prince even felt a little jealous that his father was happier with the Marquis than with his own son. Christian apologized for the sporadic visits, explaining that he had many pending matters lately. Then, the emperor remembered that a ceremony would soon take place in which he would be granted the title of duke. And he joked that the Marquis might not attend, as he would be busy. The prince acknowledged that Christian's merits were indeed great for the political situation to be so stable. John also proposed that the Marquis should be rewarded for that work, and the emperor agreed. The Marquis remembered that he would get the title thanks to the deal, but also that he had to accuse the temple. And by doing so, the reputation of the imperial family, earned through the repression of the Duchy of Oliver, could fall again. The emperor noticed that Christian hesitated and thought he was delaying too much. But the Marquis reassured him, saying that everything was fine. Even so, Dominic was glad to receive the Marquis and hear good news. Christian, on the other hand, believed that the emperor was praising him excessively, although ideas about the collapse of prestige continued to obsess him. The Marquis also considered that if they rejected Holy Julia, they could maintain their reputation. And now, facing the princess, who had understood that the Marquis had gone to see the emperor, he didn't believe he would run into her. But Christian only replied dryly that yes, he had gone to the meeting with His Highness. The princess, however, decided not to let the opportunity pass and invited him to talk at the White Lily Palace. The Marquis refused, alleging that he had many state matters and did not have time for chats. Julia understood that she couldn't let him go just like that, but she had to make him understand something. And for that, the princess needed to speak with him in private and express her sincere feelings. At the same time, in front of Julia's eyes, the Marchioness still appeared, demanding that she apologize to Christian. At that moment, the princess was reflecting so much on it that the Marquis even became uneasy about her condition. However, Julia decided to change the subject and began asking him about the title of duke that he would soon obtain. She also confessed that, in his honor, she had prepared something for him while praying for his health. A maid handed him a small box that Julia asked Christian to accept. The Marquis humbly thanked His Highness, and she was glad he had accepted her gift. Julia also decided not to follow the orders of Hilary's malicious soul, trusting that the Marquis would return to her. And Christian, upon arriving home, sent the gift home without opening it, as he did not want it to disturb his wife. The Marquis understood that the princess had prepared that gift in advance, although they had met by chance. Moreover, Christian tried to figure out why Julia was trying to get closer to him, knowing that it probably had nothing to do with her bad relationship with John. The Marquis remembered his wife's words, who believed that the princess only wanted to hear from him what she desired. He thought that Hilary considered his feelings the same as before, and feared that he would once again feel sympathy for Julia. But now Christian understood that he had been on the verge, because his lover had married another man. And he himself was going to die. He also understood that, at that moment, emotions had clouded his mind to the point of not being in his right mind. Moreover, Christian could not deny that, without Hillary, he would not be here now. Thanks to her, he was living now, literally pushing him away from a terrible step. The Marquis decided that he would no longer live this time given by inertia, but for her. For Hillary. To achieve this, Christian thought that he must be a true husband, although he did not forget how she loved him. The Marquis was also sure that his wife was not lying to him, but he could never fully understand her emotions. It was night, and he already knew that Hillary was asleep, but still he went to see her. The young woman was really sleeping in her bed, and the Marquis carefully sat down next to her. Wishing to thank her in some way, he leaned down carefully, without disturbing her sleep, and gave her an affectionate kiss. Christian smiled to himself, but murmured that it was not a dream, and left as silently as he had entered. Christian smiled to himself, but murmured that it was not a dream, and left as silently as he had entered. A few days later, Hillary saw many gift boxes in the hall. The boxes occupied half of an already large room and almost reached the ceiling. Before that, guests began to arrive, and some asserted that the event was important and deserved the Marquis. Another aristocrat brought a gift she considered modest, but hoped it would be worthy of Christian. The guests assured that there was no ill will in their gifts and prepared them to congratulate the Marquis. Hillary even felt uncomfortable, because since rumors circulated about her husband's promotion, people began to visit them and bring gifts. Soon there were so many gifts that she thought perhaps they were seeking a benefit. However, the words and wishes of those people sounded quite sincere, and she decided that it was not necessary to worry about it for the moment. In recent days, there have been many visitors with gifts, while the Marquis, immersed in his work, he hardly ever left his office. The tailor also kept insisting that with those gifts, he could make a top-quality neckerchief. In those days, both the Marquis and the Marchioness were so busy that they only met during breakfast and dinner. While sorting the gifts, she decided to visit her husband later and bring him some appetizers. But at that moment, the butler announced the arrival of another visitor, and Hillary got angry because she didn't even have time to breathe. However, she couldn't help being happy about this visit, as it was Countess Pamela, whom she would now call Duchess. Hillary knew it was because people compared them to Duke Oliver. But Pamela assured her that they only enjoyed gossiping. Moreover, the Marchioness noticed that Pamela spoke with a smile, which meant that things were not so bad. The Countess also acknowledged that many were surprised to hear about the promotion of an official in the diplomatic negotiations. Hillary understood that, in reality, the aristocrats did not appreciate the importance of those agreements. They only noticed that the attacks on the border had intensified, but they hoped it wouldn't lead to war. They acted as in a novel, but now everything had been resolved thanks to the Marquis, who took the necessary measures. Christian also took his place at the forefront and was advancing notably, so the feeling of danger disappeared for Hillary. The young woman believed she should not hinder him, as he was now a duke and had many responsibilities. The Countess acknowledged that she had even more surprising news for the Marchioness. But it was nothing alarming. Pamela received rumors that the Marchioness had asked Mrs. Elizabeth to take the place of the domain representative. Upon hearing it, Hillary choked on her tea and started coughing, which worried the Countess. The young woman couldn't understand how Pamela could have found out about that, as it had happened only a few days earlier. At that moment, Hillary was with the lady, who felt depressed because her heart had been broken by the princess. And she didn't even want to teach classes. Elizabeth came first to congratulate, but the conversation shifted to Julia. The Marchioness saw how afflicted her mentor was and decided to make her an offer. The young woman admitted that she would soon receive the lands of the former duke and that her duties would increase. So she proposed that Mrs. Elizabeth help her. Hillary also hoped that this way, Elizabeth would think less about the princess. And if she stayed there, things would only get worse. Moreover, the Marchioness assured that the lady was one of the most educated people, and prepared in her circle, so she would surely manage. The young woman knew that Elizabeth was not greedy and trusted that she would not appropriate the assets. In response, the lady promised to think about it and contact the Marchioness later. But so far she hadn't given an answer. Now, Hilary also didn't understand how the Countess could have found out about that. But she apologized to her. Pamela begged her not to apologize, as she knew quite well that the Marchioness and the lady were quite close. Moreover, the Countess acknowledged that at first she was a little annoyed, but thought that distancing herself from Hilary because of that would be excessive. And after all this, Pamela decided to make the Marchioness her ally without accusing her of anything. She also believed that if the lady became the representative of the domains, all matters should go very well. Then Hilary understood that, when Elizabeth left, her drawing room would be closed for a while, and she herself would not attend high society. If this happened, then all of society would be totally dominated by the Countess. Then Pamela also mentioned that there were rumors that the overthrow of Her Highness was being prepared. The Crown Princess. Hilary remembered that the lady had told her this before, that the aristocrats had finally decided it. The Marchioness considered the topic too premature, since the princess had not yet lost the support of the people. The Countess recalled that she had prepared for the accusation of the temple, and if it was fair, there would be no problems with public opinion. Hilary understood that now everything depended on her, and even better that Pamela had not abandoned her. At that moment, a maid burst into the room and started screaming hysterically that a misfortune had occurred. Pamela and Hilary looked at her intently, and she asserted that a merchant ship had sunk. For the Marchioness, however, it was good news. It already meant that there would be no future in which Julia would not be overthrown.